everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Bone King, The Restorer's Wildlife, Chapter 101 to 150, Take It, My Final Sixth Element. Chapter 102, Take It, My Final Sixth Element. In that case, how about this move? With a flash in the air, one translucent dragon king, after another appeared. Possessing the high-level class dragon illusionist, combined with the innate abilities of a translucent dragon, the translucent dragon king is a natural master of illusions and sneak attacks. Every phantom in the sky is exactly like the original. If the opponent uses detection magic, they would find that every phantom's life force and mana are identical. 7 giant dragon phantoms charged toward Rowan together. Rowan's pitch-black cross pupils observed everything around him. In his eyes, the passage of time seemed to slow down. The 7 giant dragons pounced on Rowan, each carrying a terrifying aura. Speed is relatively low, defense is extremely high, and even breath attacks can't break through. Then, I just need to break through with the strongest attack. 7 Dragon Thrust, the power of 7 dragons combined into one. Although the dragons are phantoms, the energy they carry is real. With 7 times the original's destructive power, it is unstoppable. Even a true Dragon King could not ignore this move. Die. Dazzling light emanated from the mouths of the 7 dragons. At close range, it exerts its maximum power. However, an incredible change occurred. Recovery Mage Ultimate Skill, Over-Limit Deterioration. With Rowan at the center, the surrounding area was enveloped. The 7 phantoms constantly distorted and then turned into a surge of energy absorbed by Rowan, while the true body hiding behind was also stripped of its invisibility, its energy being continuously drained. If the previous curse was like a lump of mud slapped onto the body, then now it was like a basin of mud being splashed in his face. The translucent Dragon King's body rapidly weakened, but it wasn't over yet. Rowan, feeling he wasn't weak enough, grabbed him. Final degradation. With 3 instances of degradation plus over-limit deterioration, the translucent Dragon King's physical strength was now only at the level of 60-something. Unfortunately, these abilities cannot affect skills. Although his physical strength has been significantly reduced, his skills remain. What a pity, if he were close to my level, this guy would have been drained dry already. Ah, you damn bastard, soul thrust. An invisible thrust struck Rowan's spirit, but under the defense of the ultimate dragon body, Azura's body, and the soul proficient mother of life, this move failed to shatter Rowan's soul. It only made him groan, as if his head had been heavily struck by a hammer. Hee, is this all you've got? Now it's my turn. The soul skill wasn't strong enough and still failed to trigger Rowan's death resistance and resurgence from death passives. Such moves could be withstood by his innate abilities alone. And earlier, Rowan was inferior to the opponent in strength, speed, attack power, and defense, but now the gap was no longer large. Damn you, what exactly did you do? The translucent Dragon King could no longer keep his composure. He flew up, wanting only to get as far away from this eerie fellow as possible. Meteor Annihilation. The ultimate move of the elemental Saint Spirit was used by Rowan for the first time. The sky grew dark, and then elemental meteors began to fall one by one toward the translucent Dragon King. Fire elemental meteors, ice elemental meteors, lightning elemental meteors, and dark elemental meteors, each carrying destructive power close to Tier 7 magic, fell densely. The sky was covered, there was nowhere to hide. Humph. Unfailing Fortress. True Dragon's Protection. Maximize elemental resistance. Under several buffs, the dense meteors smashed into his body. However, they did not damage his body. Under several buffs, his weakened defense was restored, and with the addition of the ultimate dragon body's blessing, he blocked them without taking any damage. The power of the elemental Saint Spirit's ultimate move was a bit too dispersed. Coupled with Rowan's low level, it was quite normal that he couldn't break through the defense, the level suppression was too severe. But it didn't matter, Rowan only wanted to keep him here. Opening his mouth, He spat out a rainbow-colored energy that made the opponent stagger and shattered a few scales, before he was submerged by the endless meteors. Although transcendent breath could break through defense, its power was so small it was practically negligible. The level of this skill is still too low. Then, how about this? Forbidden Curse Weaver Ultimate Skill, Forbidden Curse Enhancement. Pitch black energy surfaced on Rowan's body, like black electric arcs constantly flashing. Ultimate Empowerment, Tier 7 Forbidden Curse, Dark Lightning. This was the highest level Forbidden Curse Rowan currently mastered. Under the effect of Forbidden Curse Enhancement, its rank rose by 1, reaching the level of a Tier 8 Forbidden Curse. Due to the unique nature of Forbidden Curses, its destructive power had already reached the Tier 9 level. But it's still not enough. Charging. The pitch-black energy continuously condensed and trembled violently. Rowan relied on the Eye of Taboo to maintain it desperately. Continuously accumulating energy. No, it's no good. It's almost at the limit, I can't hold it any longer. Rowan was covered in sweat. Roar, damn you. Swoosh. He pointed his finger, and the pitch-black energy instantly pierced through the air, slamming hard into the translucent Dragon King's body, and causing it to crack and burst. Glazed dragon blood sprayed out, and he let out a shrill scream. D-damn you, roar. Rowan thought he was going to use some ultimate move, but unexpectedly, his body glowed, and he turned into a beam of light, soaring into the sky. Is he trying to run? Soul stripping. The level gap was too large, so Rowan naturally couldn't pull out the opponent's soul, but soul stripping acted like a hammer, striking the opponent's soul heavily, letting him taste the pain Rowan had just felt. The translucent Dragon King let out a scream, unable to maintain his form and falling down. Not only that, but Rowan also used the ultimate ability of the immovable Wisdom King Strike, binding him tightly with chains. Next is the strongest technique. If this move doesn't work, I'll have to give up. Elemental Saint Spirit Ultimate Skill, 6th Element. Rowan pointed his finger, and the mana in the air vibrated violently. Elements surged frantically toward the translucent Dragon King. Ice, fire, lightning, and darkness constantly gathered and compressed, even the tornado fluctuated violently. Elemental Saint Spirit, Rowan's most powerful damage-dealing class. While other rare classes possess various magical abilities, the Elemental Saint Spirit class does not. All of its passives are for strengthening elemental magic attacks. This is a class that pushes destructive power to the extreme. Destructive power is the very essence of this class. 6th Element. The pinnacle of the Elemental Saint Spirit's destructive power. No, don't do this, I'm willing to surrender. No, the translucent Dragon King also felt this terrifying change, and he was struck with horror. He's clearly a low-level creature like a human, so why does he have such terrifying power? No, I'm not reconciled, I don't want to die, I still have other magic I haven't used, I still have trump cards. He frantically gathered his power, but it was as if a black hole was attached to him. Energy was rapidly condensing and collapsing, making it impossible for him to fly out. Even his own power was being disrupted and absorbed. Chapter 102, Dragon Cave. Chapter 103, Dragon Cave. Rowan ignored the translucent Dragon King's screams. Surrender. Are you kidding? I don't even dare to use optimization on you to steal your memories right now, yet I'd dare to take you as a servant. At this thought, Rowan's heart bled. The translucent Dragon King's memories were of immense value. But unfortunately, the gap in strength was too large. Rowan could only output his full power, and had no capacity to steal memories. When all elements condensed to the extreme, a brand new element was born at the core. What was this element called? No one knew, but it wasn't wind, water, ice, lightning, darkness, or fire. It wasn't any known element. This was an existence that surpassed all current elements, born from the extreme compression of a vast number of elements. Perhaps it was some kind of primordial element. The 6th element. However, it was unstable, beginning to undergo violent decay the moment it was born. The current environment could not maintain its state, and upon decaying, it released terrifying energy. The translucent Dragon King let out a cry of terror. But it was already too late. An extremely horrific force destroyed everything in the vicinity, and a blinding light melted all it touched. His proud dragon body was torn apart. That ultimate dragon body, which was immune to magic below the 8th rank, easily resisted the 8th rank, and could even withstand 9th rank magic, was easily shredded by this spell. Like a nuclear explosion, terrifying energy swept in all directions. The rune barrier inside the tornado collapsed, and the elemental vortex within began to be disrupted. As the caster, Rowan's body was also being torn by the explosion of the 6th element. Even the ultimate dragon body could not withstand this damage. However, since he wasn't at the core, it didn't pose a threat to Rowan's life. Rowan was standing a bit too close. He stared at the birth and destruction of the 6th element, his face full of excitement, as if he had seen the ultimate mystery of the elements. The advanced application of elemental magic is fusion, and the ultimate goal of fusion is creation and destruction. I understand now. The great tornado twisted violently. Outside, the people who were still observing were bewildered because the great tornado rapidly expanded, becoming like a fat man, and its base kept wiggling. What happened? No one knew. The massive tornado enveloped the changes within. Fortunately, although its form became extremely dangerous, it didn't collapse directly. Has something like this ever happened before? The observers were at a complete loss. Little Nia, sitting next to Shadow 1, gripped the magic wand in her hand. Although there was no evidence, her intuition told her that this phenomenon was caused by her teacher, and that her teacher must have encountered some difficult problem. Meanwhile, Shadow 1 looked up. An invisible figure was flying toward the great tornado at extreme speed. This was Shura, who had been hiding to the side. If even this move failed to kill the opponent, then Shura would go in to finish things off, using all his abilities, even self-destruction if necessary, to kill the target. Too much information had been leaked, it had to die. Inside the great tornado, a figure flashed to Rowan's side. It was Shura, who used Rowan's main body as a coordinate to teleport directly inside, avoiding being teleported into the storm. Rowan breathed a slight sigh of relief and sat on the ground exhausted. All his trump cards were played, every class ability that could output or support had been used. This was Rowan's limit of output. Well, his defense hadn't reached its limit yet, as the 2 ultimate life-saving passives of the Mother of Life hadn't been triggered. If this still didn't work, then there was no other way. Shura's strength was definitely inferior to the translucent Dragon King. Although his level had reached 65, his class and skills weren't particularly strong. However, if it was a translucent Dragon King on the verge of death, it should be no problem. A huge deep pit appeared in the middle of the great tornado. The translucent Dragon King was at his last gasp, struggling to lift his head to look at Rowan. You. Who are you exactly? Rowan had no intention of answering. Soul stripping. The final blow to the soul completely crushed the translucent Dragon King. He stiffened for a moment and then fell heavily, his amber pupils losing their color. Experience plus 63 million. A massive amount of experience flooded into Rowan's body. Well, it was enough for him to level up 3 or 4 times. Although the experience was plenty, it was truly hard-earned. Rowan didn't use optimization on him, even though he was very interested in the translucent Dragon King's memories and class. But there was no way. He had to use all his trump cards just to kill him. If he tried to optimization the opponent, he'd be seeking death. It was just a pity his level was too low. If he were level 55, he could have optimized him before fighting. As for things like optimizing before the fight, or just optimizing a little bit, those weren't options. There was no such thing as optimizing a little bit, it was a continuous process. Looking at the opponent's state, he wouldn't have stood still to be optimized. As for keeping the opponent alive by a thread, that was even more out of the question. Who knew if the opponent had some means to notify other dragons or some hidden trump card? It was lucky enough to have killed him. Rowan didn't dare do anything extra. Optimization. Restoring his state to full strength, Rowan rushed over to collect the translucent Dragon King's corpse, not even sparing the sand stained with dragon blood. The translucent Dragon King's entire body was a treasure, far surpassing the White Dragon King. Its preciousness went without saying. Its value was no less than the divine artifact material mentioned earlier. He collected it all. Because the explosion just now had blasted a huge crater into the ground, the scene below was exposed to Rowan's eyes. Beneath the desert, there was a massive hollow that looked like the translucent Dragon King's lair. The translucent Dragon King had likely been hiding under the desert all along, bringing that divine artifact material out every 30 years to release energy, while usually hiding below to conduct research. Rowan checked the void vortex core and found that it was currently outputting energy and wouldn't stop for a while. Rowan had no way to solve the problem with this thing for now, and could only wait for it to release slowly. Since that was the case, he would first see what the situation was below. With Shura leading the way, Rowan headed underground. There were no other dragons in the underground space. It was just the translucent Dragon King's solitary lair. The layout was simple with no traps. He likely never expected anyone to be able to enter his lair. The translucent Dragon King's lair was like those of ordinary dragons, piled high with gold coins, and even many platinum coins. This was a common trait among most dragons, a love for wealth. Money was secondary. The most important things were the various materials, alchemy tools, and magic items, as well as various books. First, he took away the least valuable gold coins, and the items in the underground space instantly decreased by more than half. Among the remaining materials, there were no common or low-grade materials, they were at least high-grade. Materials below high-grade simply didn't catch his eye. Chapter 103, Closed-Door Research. Chapter 104, Closed-Door Research. Among the mountain of treasures in the dragon's lair, Rowan discovered several legacy-grade and even relic-grade materials. Most precious of all were undoubtedly 2 legendary-grade materials, a piece of legendary equipment, and several cash shop items. Aeonima Psychon. Quality, legendary. Description, material, one of the 7 colored ores. Essence of the bright moon. Quality, legendary. Description, material, one of the 7 colored ores. Both materials belong to the rarest of metals, the 7 colored ores. Their rarity is self-evident, being among the most precious minerals in this world. Not even the Empire could find materials of this grade. Rowan estimated that among the human race, perhaps only the theocracy, with the deepest foundations, might possess materials of this caliber. The materials were too high level. Currently, Rowan had no means to forge these 2 materials, but that day would not be far off. The equipment was also very special. Sniper rifle. Quality, legendary, 62. Description, can fire sniper bullets condensed from the user's mana, can be fired once per minute. Requires high-tier gunner LV1. This equipment was clearly in the style of the game, and was restricted to specific classes. Looking at this familiar weapon design, Rowan felt very nostalgic. This translucent Dragon King must have eliminated at least one player, and the other special items proved this point. The effect of this sniper rifle was very powerful, but unfortunately, Rowan did not have any firearm-related classes. He likely wouldn't find many people with relevant classes in this world either. This weapon probably only had value for collection and research, with no way to be used. Transposition doll. Quality, special. Description, an item for single or collective teleportation exchange. Special effects data. Quality, special. Description, upon use, text with special effects can be displayed behind the user. The text can be customized. Gentleman's monocle. Quality, special. Description, after wearing, it can scout enemies. Results may be altered by false information type magic. All 3 items were cash shop items from the game. As for their effects, they were the type that couldn't enhance strength, but had some minor utility. To Rowan, the pair of transposition dolls and the monocle were somewhat useful. These were the special items for now. Besides these, the legacy and relic-grade materials were also extremely precious, but they were numerous and won't be detailed further. The magic books were even more of a rarity, containing human script, dragon script, and elven script, all recording high-level magic and knowledge. Knowledge is priceless. Rowan collected them all, and his previously empty storage space was filled to capacity. Rowan checked carefully once more to ensure nothing was missed before returning to the surface. The energy of the void turbine had not yet finished discharging, so Rowan could not take it away. Worried that the translucent Dragon King might notify other Dragon Kings through some means, he left Shura there to watch, while his main body used concealment magic and teleported away directly. After the main body left, Shura began filling the underground pit with sand to hide the space below. While filling the pit, he used magic to clean up any possible magical traces. For traces that couldn't be cleaned, he used magic to cover them, erasing any traces left by the translucent Dragon King. The teleported Rowan quickly met up with Shadow One, and then hurriedly left the crime scene, with little Nia, flying towards the Holy Kingdom. As for Shadow One, he left in another direction to create multiple points of activity and confuse any enemy tracking. Crows under his control also surrounded the great sandstorm to check for any signs of approaching enemies. Rowan had made up his mind, once a true Dragon King level existence arrived, he would have Shura use his self-destruct ability to destroy his body and soul, leaving no trace behind. Returning to his home in the Holy Kingdom in a flash, Rowan stayed behind closed doors, putting all his effort into researching the books and dragon blood materials he brought back. Meanwhile, little Nia quietly carried on with her own studies. In truth, if there really was an existence capable of discovering Rowan's presence, it wouldn't matter where he hid. Fortunately, several days passed without any incident. Everything was as usual, the Shura clone in the Great Tornado encountered no potential enemies, and the crows on the periphery found nothing either. Everything was so peaceful that it seemed like he was just overreacting, but Rowan did not dare to be the least bit careless. Among the books obtained from the translucent Dragon King, although many were in Dragon and Elven script, it didn't matter. He actually knew these languages, having acquired such knowledge from the White Dragon King. The White Dragon King really was something, always providing assistance from some hidden corner. The books were of many varieties, but all contained high-end knowledge, Elven high-tier alchemy, dragon magic, high-level ritual magic, forbidden research, necromancy, racial transformation rituals, all sorts of content were present. It was unclear whether the translucent Dragon King had a love for learning, or if it was merely a hoarding habit. According to Rowan's observations, most dragons likely belonged to the latter category. The knowledge in the magic books was diverse, involving many high-level spells. For example, a book titled Elven Cutting-Edge Magic introduced several 9th-tier and 10th-tier spells. To the people of this world, 10th-tier magic was already the pinnacle. As for super-tier magic, Rowan had yet to find any records of magic of that level. Furthermore, the dragon magic books were even more numerous than the elven ones, recording 3 10th-tier spells. One was a universal spell that all races could master, while 2 were dragon magic that only dragons could use. But it didn't matter, Rowan hadn't used the skill points he had saved up from leveling. According to his guess, even dragon magic should be forcefully learnable using skill points. This point still needed to be verified later. The knowledge was already here, but his level was still far from enough. He needed to increase his level quickly. During his diligent study process, Rowan occasionally triggered some classes. However, most were low-level classes, with occasional mid-level or even high-level ones. They were either classes he already possessed or classes exclusive to dragons, or elves that didn't fit his current system. Mastering them would only pollute his class system, so Rowan could only painfully give them up. The further he went, the harder it became to obtain rare classes. It was either a duplicate or a conflict with his own class characteristics, making it a difficult choice. While Rowan was holed up at home studying and researching, Shadow 1 passed through the Empire to the Tobu Great Forest. After clearing out the monsters there, he went to the Cat's Plain to clear out the undead. For sustainable development, he intentionally left behind monsters below level 10. Chapter 104, Gully Lee. Chapter 105, Gully Lee. For the current Rowan, monsters below level 10 provide too little experience, almost negligible. Monsters between level 10 and 20 provide little experience as well, but it barely adds up to something. Leveling up is extremely difficult. The bulk of progress might still need to come from forging, alchemy, and researching high-level dragon kin. The translucent dragon king is much more powerful than the white dragon king, so the previous method cannot be used to refine potions. If the potential potion refined from the extracted dragon blood of the white dragon king was an intermediate alchemy potion, then the dragon blood of the translucent dragon king could likely produce a high-level alchemy potion. And the other materials on its body are also fine treasures. 5 or 6 days after returning to the Holy Kingdom, Quirit also led her team back. She visited once. After not seeing her for a few days, she looked completely dejected, as if she had been traumatized by something. When facing Rowan, she had a complex expression on her face. Seeing this made Rowan feel a bit guilty, thinking he had been exposed. This woman seemed quite smart. In the original plot, she also discovered the Bone King's conspiracy. Rowan, people have always said that we sisters are the two greatest geniuses of the Holy Kingdom, but I only now realize that we are truly too weak. Ah, so that's what it was. Rowan didn't know what expression to make. You are indeed very weak, but compared to most people, you're already considered geniuses. During this trip to the desert, I truly realized my own weakness. Whether it was that mysterious black-clothed swordsman, the Theocracy's Gale Strider, or that inconspicuous mage, their strength far exceeded mine. That's true, but of the 3 people you mentioned, it seems 2 of them were me. I'm sorry for breaking your confidence. Sorry, I need to spend more time on training. Why apologize to me? But it's a good thing for you to work harder. Everyone has infinite possibilities. In the future, you might not necessarily fail to reach the level of those people. Well, according to the plot, you actually can't reach it. I wonder if working hard will make you slightly stronger. Yeah, I won't be worse than them. Thank you, Rowan. She left gracefully. Rowan didn't know why she told him this, let alone what she was thanking him for. Well, wish her the best. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had already slipped away. Over the past month, Rowan had been immersed in the study of magic and alchemy, while his avatar was outside killing monsters to gain experience. Progress on the research of the translucent dragon king's body was slow. These materials were a bit too high level for the current Rowan. Because they were so rare, Rowan didn't dare to act recklessly, fearing he would waste them. Additionally, he took some time to create 3 dolls, Shadow 2, Shadow 3, and Shadow 4. Since he had made a fortune from defeating the translucent dragon king, the materials used for these 3 dolls were quite good, and their levels reached 50 after creation. Although still far inferior to the Azura clone, they were definitely not weak. With this, Rowan's 5 avatar slots were filled. If he wanted to create a new doll next time, he would either have to recall an existing doll, or wait until he reached level 60 to create a new soul fragment. The tasks for the 3 shadow soldiers were also very clear. Number 2 would stay here to take orders, while Number 3 and Number 4 would head southeast, deep into the Beastman territory to farm monsters for experience and materials. The human sphere of influence was actually only a part of the northwest corner of the continent. There was still a very large area to the southeast, inhabited by either beastmen, monsters, or demi-humans. Their racial caps were much higher than humans, so there were many experts among them. Of course, although their caps were higher than humans, those with levels close to 50 were still very rare. Therefore, the safety of the 2 avatars was not an issue. If they truly encountered a high-level existence, they could also use self-destruction to perish along with the enemy, leaving no information that could possibly lead back to the original body. For this batch of dolls, Rowan increased the power of the self-destruction. Without complete preparation, even a level 60 existence could be taken out in one go. As for Shadow 2, he stayed by Rowan's side to help him with some tasks. Compared to Shadow 1, the senior experimental subject, these three subordinates were much more powerful. Because Shadow 1's strength was too low, he was now basically only helping Rowan plant and harvest in the Tobu Great Forest, the Cat's Plain, and the Great Marsh. Killing high-level monsters and breeding low-level ones, that was Shadow 1's job. He was like a hard-working herder, grazing a group of monsters. In the desert, after a month of discharge, the Void Turbine finally finished releasing its energy. The Azura clone picked it up and left. Perhaps Rowan had overthought it. During this month, there was no sign of any dragon kin. After taking the Void Turbine, Shura headed straight for the Forgotten Island. To be safe, Rowan would not contact Shura for a short period. Although the Void Turbine was good, its level was too high, and holding it was useless for now. If someone were secretly monitoring Shura, contact could easily expose him. Artifact-grade materials were something even the level 70+ translucent Dragon King couldn't handle, and neither could Rowan. He would consider taking back the Void Turbine, after his strength grew a bit more. After losing the Void Turbine, the Great Tornado wouldn't dissipate immediately, instead, it would slowly shrink and weaken, lasting for a while. And in the next 30 years, this desert wonder would likely not appear again. The feared enemies did not appear, but news came from the royal capital. Gully had appeared. The royal capital was the core area of the Eight Fingers, the organization Rowan secretly controlled, and it was filled with his spies. Gully was obviously a character of focus. This person was one of the members of the 13 heroes from over 200 years ago. She was now 260 years old, a necromancy magic caster, and an outlier in terms of strength. She was strong to ordinary people but very average to truly powerful beings. For some reason, she seemed to have a good relationship with the Platinum Dragon Lord. The moment he received the news, the crow stationed in the royal capital rushed over. After confirming it was Gully, Rowan immediately arranged for Shadow 2 to set out for the dwarf tribe. In fact, Rowan did not intend to contact this person. Although he was very interested in information about the 13 heroes, he didn't want to put himself at risk. Because although her strength wasn't great, she was very special. First, her relationship with the Platinum Dragon Lord was extraordinary. If he acted against her and she had high-level life-saving methods, he wouldn't get the information, and would instead expose his existence, which wasn't worth the loss. Second, the leader of the 13 heroes was a player. As a member, she was very familiar with the characteristics of players. Once he contacted her and she noticed something unusual, if she had some means of notifying others, such as a message spell, Rowan's information would be leaked, and his future actions would be difficult. Therefore, Rowan could not contact her directly, nor could he use an avatar. The dwarf clan was a good third party. Chapter 105, Sincere Dwarves Don't Lie. Chapter 106, Sincere Dwarves Don't Lie. Given Rowan's prestige within the dwarf clan, it was easy to get the dwarf leader to agree to help and devise a series of plans. Thus, Gongda was dispatched to the royal capital. Though he didn't know exactly what had happened, since it was a mission assigned by the Dwarf Council, he naturally had to complete it. Meanwhile, Rowan, after preparing some necessary conditions, hid in the shadows, having no intention of showing his face at all. He didn't say much else, because the more he said, the more likely he was to be exposed. When facing a mission related to a true Dragon King, one could never be too careful. If not for the need to obtain essential information, Rowan wouldn't even want to have any contact with her. After secretly protecting Gongda to the royal capital, Rowan's shadow number 2 completely vanished into the background, observing the development of events from the dark. Although Gongda was still a bit confused, he roughly knew his mission. What he had to do was simple: find Gully and obtain news regarding the former royalty of the dwarf race. The purpose was to track down the remaining highest-tier script and complete the missing script of the dwarf race. Gongda felt a lot of pressure but even more excitement. According to the council's chief of staff, the dwarves sent someone to the various royal capitals every year to search. This time it was his turn, and he had to serve in the kingdom's royal capital for 1 year until the next dwarf came to take over before he could return. Gongda sighed inwardly. His luck was truly bad, but since it was his turn, there was nothing he could do. He hoped to discover something. The Dwarf King. The eternal pain of the dwarf race. It had been 200 years. He had thought the dwarf race had long since given up on their former king, but he hadn't expected the higher-ups to be secretly sending people every year, never giving up. If it hadn't been his turn this year, he wouldn't have known about this at all. The secrecy was handled too well. A day later, under Rowan's secret guidance, Gongda coincidentally crossed paths with Gully Li. Encountering a dwarf, the old woman looked surprised. How rare to actually encounter one of the dwarf race here. Gully Li felt sentimental. One of her former teammates was the Dwarf King. Back then, when they went to the dwarf clan together, he had joined the team. Gongda noticed an old woman looking at him. He stared at her for a while, then rummaged through his chest and pulled out a tattered notebook. He flipped through it while sizing her up. Gully Li was somewhat puzzled. Little dwarf, what are you doing? Gongda had some objections to the term little dwarf, but now was clearly not the time to fuss over it. Are you Senior Gully Li? You know me. Gongda looked excited. This wasn't an act, it was a genuine display of emotion. Against an old-timer who had lived for hundreds of years, Rowan couldn't just find an actor, because no matter how good the acting, it wouldn't escape her eyes. Therefore, a member of her former teammates' race, the straightforward, honest dwarf race, was clearly the best choice. Moreover, he believed everything he was doing was real, well, what he perceived as real. It really is you. Woo-woo, you've certainly made us search for a long time. Gongda's tears even started to flow, because he had finally found a clue to the Dwarf King. He was extremely moved. Gully Li didn't want to be stared at by onlookers, so she pulled Gongda to a quiet corner. Little dwarf, how do you know about me? Woo-woo, I wasn't entirely sure you were Senior Gully Li. I saw related matters in this notebook. Gongda flipped through the notebook in his hand, which was already in tatters, seemingly having been read countless times. This was a book passed down by the dwarf race. In reality, it was a forgery by Rowan. With his status as a grand blacksmith, grand alchemist, and mage, forging an ancient book wasn't difficult. Gongda was unaware and truly believed this book was a notebook passed down through generations. Gully Li was also very surprised. Can I have a look at this book? Of course. The dwarf race has been secretly searching for your whereabouts. I didn't expect to actually run into you. This was what the chief of staff told him not long ago. In fact, there was no such thing. Rowan had instructed the chief of staff to deceive him. Gongda took it as truth, believing it was just his turn this year to search. Although it was a bit sudden, he took it on without hesitation. Gully Li flipped through the notebook. The writing inside was Dwarven. She understood the script, though she wasn't proficient. It described the Dwarf King joining the 13 heroes over 200 years ago, mentioning some information about the 13 heroes. Members like Gully Li and the Black Knight had simple descriptions. However, it didn't describe the source of the information, it only recorded some simple facts to let future generations know about the 13 heroes. There wasn't much content, because the more that was said, the easier it was for problems to arise. Thus, Rowan wrote very little, only a few of the 13 heroes were written about, and they were just simple descriptions of appearance, attire, weapons, and the like. There were even hand-drawn illustrations. Unfortunately, they were very old and had become quite blurred. Gully Li could faintly see a bit of what she looked like when she was young. Well, although there was a significant difference, there was still a slight resemblance. It was impressive this dwarf could recognize her. He probably just went up to ask anyone who looked even slightly similar. Regarding the kinsman of her teammate, she didn't have much guard up. Her information might have been passed down by the ancestors of the dwarf race. Could it be that dwarf boy? Gully vaguely remembered a dwarven lad who kept a notebook and had pleaded for the dwarf king to return quickly after the adventure ended, saying they would send people to look for him if he didn't return for a long time. It must be that kid. Given the lifespan of the dwarf race, he might have been dead for a long time. As for the dwarf king, sigh. So what do you want me to do? The dwarf race has been without a king for 200 years. We want to know where the dwarf king finally went, and if the heirloom of the dwarf race was passed down. As expected, it was just as she guessed. Gully sighed inwardly. There was only this reason for the dwarf race to search for a team member. She still remembered that fellow very clearly. He was the last king of the dwarf race. 200 years ago, a demon god appeared in the dwarf royal capital and killed almost all members of the royal family, only he survived. After their team sealed the demon god, this last monarch joined them, bringing with him the powerful national treasure, the rune equipment, and embarked on a journey of revenge and saving the world. That little dwarf had once fought a dragon single-handedly and successfully slayed it. Later he participated in the battle against the demon tree. He was a true warrior, but unfortunately, in the subsequent battle against the Scythe Insect King, he had to sacrifice himself. Chapter 106, The Whereabouts of the Dwarf King. Chapter 107, The Whereabouts of the Dwarf King. Little dwarf, what is your name? Gully asked with a smile, looking like a kind old lady. My name is Gongda, and I am an excellent rune craftsman of the dwarf clan, Gongda said proudly. The old lady's gaze softened even further. First of all, you should be aware that your king is no longer with us. If he were still alive, it would be impossible for him not to have returned to the dwarf race after 200 years. We know that, but at the very least, we want to know the king's final end. If possible, we hope he can be buried in the hero's tomb of the dwarf clan. He was indeed a hero, but unfortunately, even his remains cannot return to the dwarf race. After subjugating the demon god Sickle Insect King that descended in the southeast, he fell into the bottomless abyss along with the demon god. It is a great pity, but your king can never return, not even his corpse. Is that so? Although he had expected such a result, Gongda could not help but show a look of sorrow. I am very sorry that I couldn't be of more help. No, thank you for informing me. Thank you very much. Even though he had known for a long time that the king had already passed away, hearing the news for certain still filled Gongda's heart with grief. After offering a few words of comfort, Gully departed. Just as she had said, she could not help with this matter. If the captain hadn't died back then, they might have at least been able to return the dwarf king's remains to his homeland, but now, they would remain in the bottomless abyss forever. Gongda was crestfallen, and then he prepared to set off back to the dwarf race. Rowan did not appear, but he had actually overheard the conversation just now. A sneaky-looking crow had been eavesdropping from a distance. It looked like an ordinary crow with nothing unusual about it. Long after the two had parted ways, the eavesdropping crow finally flew away. After flying for a distance, it landed in a family's courtyard, and was accidentally caught and eaten by a large dog. Shadow too did not appear again, neither on Gongda's way back nor after he returned. Although most of the 13 heroes were not of high level, only reaching the hero rank, and only a few had reached the realm of the aberrant, each possessed unique skills. Gully, in particular, possessed a talent that could deceive perception, even capable of hiding from the Platinum Dragon Lord's senses, which was truly incredible. Therefore, Rowan had also instructed the dwarf tribe not to mention his name again, at least not for a year. The information obtained from Gully gave Rowan quite a headache as well. The reason he had risked investigating information about the Dwarf King was primarily for the national treasure of the dwarf clan. The true objective was to collect all the highest-level rune scripts. Currently, the dwarf clan only possessed 2, while the rest had been taken by the Dwarf King. So no matter what, he had to find a way to obtain the remaining 3 characters. In the future, to advance further in forging, these highest-level rune scripts would be indispensable. Rowan had heard of the Bottomless Abyss. It was located within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom was located in the southern part of the Empire, in a remote and secluded area separated by the vast mountain range of the Wyvern tribe. To the south, it was separated from the theocracy by a large lake, and its land area was very small. To the east were the Orc tribe. Demi-humans were the mortal enemies of the Holy Kingdom, with constant warfare for years, while the Orc tribe were the mortal enemies of the Dragon Kingdom, frequently waging war and even capturing citizens of the Dragon Kingdom to eat as food. It was truly a tragic nation. Over 200 years ago, one of the true Dragon Kings, the Seven-Colored Dragon King, founded this country for unknown reasons. Rowan guessed it might be related to the need to sacrifice a large number of souls for origin magic. Despite being called the Dragon Kingdom, it was actually a purely human nation. By now, its population was only a few million, making it the least populated among the surrounding countries. The current queen of the Dragon Kingdom was Draudalin Auriculus, with the title of Black-Scale Dragon Lord. Her great-grandfather was the Seven-Colored Dragon King, one of the true Dragon Kings. This Dragon Queen's ability to manage the country was not weak, ranking just behind the Blood Emperor, but due to limitations in population and resources, the national power was too weak, and it often faced the threat of destruction. Although the Dragon Queen was of the dragon race, she valued the subjects below her, and did not view them as two-legged sheep. She often fretted over the safety of the citizens. Shortly after the Bone King's arrival, she submitted to the Sorcerer Kingdom established by the Bone King for unknown reasons. There were almost no chapters about the Dragon Kingdom in the original plot, so Rowan didn't know much about it either. Although the Seven-Colored Dragon King was the Dragon Queen's great-grandfather, it seemed he hadn't spent much time with her. After a moment's hesitation, Rowan decided to go to the Dragon Kingdom himself to take a look. Well, he might as well take little Nia along for a journey. As for Wind Chime, she should stay here and study alchemy properly with Masamog. Nia was special and needed Rowan by her side for guidance to grow quickly, whereas Wind Chime just needed to follow the steps. An alchemy master like Masamog was more than enough to guide her. Before departing, Rowan took out potential potions and gave one bottle each to Wind Chime and Nia. Wind Chime didn't know Rowan was going to the Holy Kingdom. Rowan had claimed to the outside world that he was returning to the kingdom to visit a friend, so Wind Chime assumed he was going back to the royal capital. Meanwhile, Nia had worked exceptionally hard during this time, and with Rowan's careful guidance, her level had risen to level 8, officially stepping into the second tier. Although her strength's growth rate was far inferior to his own, it was considered lightning fast compared to ordinary people. However, for some reason, her karma value didn't rise but fell instead. It was now a pitiful 10 points, even though this girl clearly hadn't done anything bad. Nia. Level, LV8. Karma, 10. Cat-Human, LV2, Slave, LV1, Meditator, LV3, Wishgrantea, LV2. Talent, Pray for a Miracle. He would continue to keep Nia by his side to teach her, striving to have her take on a high-level prayer-type class as soon as possible. As for Princess Lana, Rowan hadn't forgotten her either. He had a third-tier crow swallow a bottle of the potion and fly toward the royal capital. He wondered if Princess Lana would be able to stomach an alchemical potion spat out by a crow. However, Rowan had clearly underestimated Princess Lana. When the crow arrived at the royal capital and spat out the alchemical potion, and Rowan told her that this potion could increase a human's potential, she unhesitatingly took the mucus-covered potion, opened it and drank it all, not leaving a single drop. A strange blush appeared on her small face, which greatly surprised Rowan. He had thought that flowers grown in a greenhouse would be more delicate. Looking at this, forget about something spat out by a crow, she would probably stomach it even if it were excreted. Rowan had intended to leave, but at Princess Lana's request, he stayed to train her for a period of time. That pitiful look of hers was just like a child left behind at home. He didn't know if it was just an act. Chapter 107, Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 108, Dragon Kingdom. A large portion of the translucent Dragon King's legacy consisted of knowledge related to illusion magic, as the translucent Dragon King himself was an illusion-type Dragon King. Both by title and profession, he was naturally skilled in illusion-type abilities. Unfortunately, this ability was countered by Rowan's forbidden curse, and couldn't unleash its full power. Thanks to the information left behind by the opponent, although Rowan is not an illusionist now, his understanding of illusion magic is quite profound. During his instruction, in addition to specific answers, he also imparted knowledge of dragon illusionists. Although Lana is not of the dragon race and cannot become a dragon illusionist, a mid-tier class, she can absorb useful parts from it, drawing inferences from other cases. Perhaps she will forge a path that will even surprise Rowan. Lana is already a genius, and with the boost from the potential potion, she will only unleash greater potential. Rowan is very much looking forward to this. Meanwhile, in the Holy Kingdom, Shadow 2 will also travel to the Dragon Kingdom to conduct reconnaissance, one openly and one covertly. As for Shadow 3 and Shadow 4, they have already gone to places even further than the Dragon Kingdom. Occasionally, they hunt some high-level magical beasts to gain experience for Rowan. With 5 clones working together, Rowan's experience growth rate has increased significantly. After using disguise magic, Rowan took Nia to the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom is located south of the Empire, reachable by crossing the Cat's Plain. The Tobu Great Forest and the Cat's Plain are Rowan's breeding grounds. He is very familiar with them. Unfortunately, the Bone King's Great Tomb will later descend between these two places. Rowan took Nia across the Cat's Plain and arrived at the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom is a small country with a sparse population. The capital has the most people, while the rest are just a few small towns and villages. Stepping into the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, dragon totems are visible everywhere. This nation worships dragons, and since its founding, it has been ruled by the ancestors of the Dragon Princess for 200 years now. The Dragon Princess's age is unknown, but she must be over 200 years old. Yet, in front of outsiders, she still maintains the image of a little girl. Her actual strength is not great, with combat power only at the level of an ordinary person. She truly wasted all those years. The Dragon Princess often worries about her citizens being eaten by beastmen, about her country being in peril, and about herself possibly being eaten in the future by Flash Salabra, from the Adamantite rank adventurer team. Crystal Tier, Salabra is a well-known pedophile. But even such a Dragon Princess possesses a terrifying innate ability, arguably the most powerful innate ability. She can imitate and use origin magic, but it still requires a huge consumption of souls. If she sacrifices the souls of millions of people, she can even imitate the Platinum Dragon Lord's ultimate move, Great Explosion. Simply put, this is a dragon race member who is old but extremely weak in power, yet possesses an innate ability that theoretically can unleash the highest output. Rowan walked through the capital with little Nia. Little Nia was very interested in this exotic country, looking around everywhere. This adventurer team seems quite strong. On the street, Rowan encountered an adventurer team. The leader was a tall, square-faced man whose gaze kept wandering towards little Nia. Salabra. Level, LV26. Justice value, 300. Class, Paladin, LV15, High Paladin, LV6, Lord of Purity, LV5. This square-faced man is of the Paladin class. His strength is not as great as Quirit's sister from the Holy Kingdom, but not too far off. He is the captain of Crystal Tier, the Dragon Kingdom's only adamantite team. He likes young, flat-chested girls. Yes, he's a pervert. However, despite his unusual hobby, he is quite upright, and has not done anything bad. He often helps the Dragon Kingdom resist beastman invasions, and has a high reputation in the Dragon Kingdom. It is said that the Dragon Princess once received him, and during the meeting, he stared at her, unable to tear his eyes away, which greatly scared the Dragon Princess. Little Nia also noticed his gaze and gripped her magic wand, as if she would give him a harsh blow if Rowan gave the order. Sorry. Because you two look like foreign adventurers, I looked a bit longer. My apologies, Salabra said with a scratch of his head and a smile. Is this your first time in the capital? Is there anything you need help with? We're just looking around. There's no need to trouble you, sir, Rowan chuckled, his round, old face looking very amiable. If he continues to pester us, I'll test how tough his soul is. Oh, I see. If you need anything, you can find me at the Adventurers Guild. He said with a grin, but was quickly pushed away by his teammates, who probably knew about their captain's peculiar hobby. Rowan glanced at little Nia a few times, and she tilted her head, blinking her eyes. She looks quite ordinary. Although she's a bit taller, bigger, and fairer than before, after some disguise, she just looks like an ordinary little girl. How could she attract that pervert's attention? Never mind, no more thinking about it. Rowan took little Nia to the Mages Guild first. The entire Dragon Kingdom only has one Mages Guild, located in the capital. Canina has taken control of the Empire's Mages Guild, and is now actively expanding into the Empire. Although Flutter is assisting, it will take some time to fully control it. As for the Dragon Kingdom, it has not been involved at all. While Rowan was heading to the Mages Guild, the Crows had already begun gathering intelligence in various parts of the capital. Meanwhile, Shadow 2 also disguised himself as an adventurer and entered the Adventurers Guild to collect information. Rowan's focus was on three key areas: intelligence related to the Dragon Kingdom's Dragon Princess, the deeds of the 13 heroes in this place 200 years ago, and information about the bottomless abyss. After entering the Mages Guild, Rowan spent some money to gain an audience with the Mages Guild Master. This guild master was also obsessed with magic, but his strength was not great, far inferior to the captain of Crystal Tier. Although he was the guild master, he was indifferent to the lives of ordinary people, and often conducted experiments that violated the law. He was the type of mad scientist, with a justice value as low as -100. Rowan had no intention of chatting with him. He directly performed soul stripping, modified him, and then put him back. After the modification, the guild master immediately became much more agreeable. He knelt respectfully before Rowan, telling him everything he knew, and also handed over high-level materials and magic books collected by the guild to Rowan. The Mages Guild of the Dragon Kingdom, secured. Chapter 108, The Proxy. Chapter 109, The Proxy. Although the people of the Dragon Kingdom are relatively poor, the Mages Guild is quite wealthy. The guild master has stayed in this country for decades, and knows every aspect of its affairs like the back of his hand. The information obtained from him brought Rowan both joy and concern. The joy was that 200 years ago, the 13 heroes did indeed fight the demon gods here, and sealed the demon god of that time, the Insect King, into the bottomless abyss. This information was accurate. Like the demon tree, the Insect King was one of the few powerful monsters that even the 13 heroes could not kill. After that battle, the Dwarf King of the 13 heroes never appeared again, presumed to have died in that fight. Although there isn't much information from 200 years ago, some has been passed down after all. However, more detailed information lies within the royal palace. Legend has it that the Dragon Princess, who was still a child 200 years ago, served as the guide for the 13 heroes. Having lived for hundreds of years, the Dragon Princess is very knowledgeable about the 13 heroes. This is where Rowan's concern lies. To obtain more detailed information, he would have to come into contact with the Dragon Princess. Rowan had a massive headache. He didn't want to have too much contact with her. Although her own strength was weak, she had the seven-colored Dragon King, a true Dragon King, as her ancestor. Even though this ancestor seemingly never contacted her, and wouldn't help even if the country was being destroyed, who knew if there were special hidden trump cards? Furthermore, the Dragon Princess herself can mimic origin magic. Although it requires souls, after so many years, no one knows if she has been secretly stockpiling them. If things went south and she blasted him with origin magic, he'd have nowhere to go to cry. Anyone related to origin magic or world items must be treated with extreme caution. However, there was a solution. Since it wasn't suitable for his main body to make contact, he could just let a proxy do it. Even if something happened, it wouldn't burn back to him. Moreover, the choice of proxy had to be very deliberate. Through the reconnaissance of his crows, and then further reconnaissance, Rowan locked onto his targets. Where there is light, there are shadows, and even a small place like the Dragon Kingdom is no exception. In the Dragon Kingdom's underground, the most powerful were naturally the Bone Brothers. Although their strength wasn't as great as the Crystal Tear team, they were only slightly inferior. Especially with their perfect coordination, they wouldn't fear the captain of Crystal Tear if they attacked together. The things they usually did were not honorable: assassination, kidnapping, robbery, and theft. They would do any evil deed possible, but because they were discerning enough not to provoke the strong or high-ranking nobles, they had lived peacefully until now. They were the underground emperors of the royal capital. Today was a happy day. The brothers had just completed a big deal and raked in a massive amount of money. Right now, they were doing happy things in their underground stronghold. After their busy session, the woman on the bed was completely dead. Their tastes were different from others. They enjoyed torturing people together, and whether the person was male or female was acceptable to them. Their level of perversion far exceeded ordinary people. After their pleasure, the two sat by the bed unconcernedly, discussing their next mission target. Is it a bit quiet today?" the elder brother, Wang Ming, said strangely. The younger brother, Tegu, also found it odd. "It does seem a bit strange." The door was suddenly pushed open, and two figures appeared at the entrance, one large and one small. The larger one was an elderly man with a look of clear disgust and nausea on his face. The smaller one was a girl of about 10 years old, her face expressionless, her eyes revealing a chilling coldness. Facing two completely naked men and a corpse with a distorted face, the young girl actually stared directly at them without any fear. Outside was deathly silent, with only a faint scent of blood wafting in. "No, that's not right, this is." Facing such disgusting humans, Rowan didn't even have the mood to say a single word. Soul stripping X2. Soul modification X2. After their disgusting souls were modified, they gained a new life. From this moment on, the Bone Brothers were dead. What was born now were believers who were completely loyal to the person before them. The Bone Brothers knelt respectfully before Rowan. Rowan didn't even have the thought of keeping these disgusting fellows as subordinates. He intended to destroy them directly after using them, unwilling to keep them even after soul modification. Seeing Nia's calm expression, Rowan was secretly amazed. Although he had intended for her to see the dark side, this, having no reaction at all, was a bit too much. "Nia, don't you find all this disgusting and terrifying? Evil is the most common thing. I have seen too much." "Teacher Rowan, only destruction can redeem everything." This, could little Nia be turning out wrong too? "I haven't even done anything yet." "Ahem, a good thought, but you must have enough strength. If you don't want all this to happen to you, you must work hard." "Yes, but regardless of what happens, teacher will protect me." "You trust me that much?" "What if it's an enemy even I can't deal with?" "Then I will only die before teacher," Nia said with a serious face. The sentence choked Rowan, leaving him unsure of what to say. He actually just wanted to hear the girl say she would work hard or something like that. The Bone Brothers had become Rowan's fanatical believers. Rowan had them hand over all their property and collected resources. Although the Bone Brothers had collected some treasures over the years, their value wasn't very high, and since the two liked to squander, they didn't have much wealth. After expressionlessly taking the wealth, Rowan gave them a set of mid-tier equipment and sent them off to perform their mission. It wasn't that Rowan was being wasteful, but without equipment, he worried these two would be insta-killed, failing to force out the Dragon Princess's methods. That's right, Rowan needed to use these two to test the Dragon Princess. To be safe, Rowan also placed some magic on them that would detonate if an accident occurred, preventing the enemy from finding any clues. According to the intelligence, the Dragon Princess's strength was at an ordinary level, perhaps not even having stepped into the hero realm, so this method would work against her. But it wouldn't work against that old woman from the 13 Heroes. That person's strength was too great, she was an aberrant. Even if a hero rank expert went there, they would just be delivering themselves as a snack. Rowan took little Nia and left that dark place. Meanwhile, the Bone brothers headed toward the palace, with several crows observing from a distance as lookouts. With the crows' reconnaissance and the equipment Rowan gave them being the type specialized for infiltration, the Bone brothers successfully sneaked into the palace. Under the crows' guidance, they quickly found the chambers where the Dragon Princess was located, without alerting anyone during the process. The infiltration was very smooth. The Dragon Kingdom had no experts worth mentioning. Chapter 109, Kidnapping the Dragon Princess. Chapter 110, Kidnapping the Dragon Princess. After infiltrating the Dragon Princess's bedchamber, they saw only a small girl in pajamas. This was the Dragon Princess. Though several hundred years old, she still maintained the appearance of a little girl. Consequently, she ranked second among the women the Blood Emperor hated most, and was called the old hag who loved acting young. As the two approached, a necklace around the Dragon Princess's neck emitted a prismatic light, protecting her within it. The Dragon Princess was startled awake, and saw the two strange men in black before her. "Ah, you, who are you? What are you doing?" The Bone Brother boss didn't stand on ceremony, striking directly at the prismatic barrier with his blade, but the barrier only flickered, and did not immediately shatter. "Help! Someone, help!" The Bone Brother lackey laughed strangely. "Don't waste your breath. We've already set up silence magic, no sound from here can escape." The Dragon Princess's face turned deathly pale. You people, who exactly are you?" "No." Outside the window, a sneaky-looking crow peeked in quietly. Drawdalin auriculus. Level, LV25. Karma value, 350. Job classes, Child, LV10, Adolescent, LV10, Young Adult, LV2, Queen, LV3. Talent, Mimicry of Origin Magic. Is that it? She hasn't even reached hero rank. This strength is far too weak, even inferior to the White Dragon King. She's as weak as if she were using concealment magic, though her talent is quite impressive. If she isn't hiding her strength, then she's really wasted all these years of her life. Humph, hand over all your valuables and the keys to the treasury. The Bone Brother boss struck the barrier again fiercely, giving the Dragon Princess a massive fright. Wah, don't kill me. I'll give you everything, even the treasury keys. But I don't have much money left here, most of it has already been paid to the soldiers at the front lines. Heh, it's fine. A dragon lord herself is the most precious treasure, hee. With several more wild strikes, he finally shattered the defense. The Dragon Princess screamed and opened her mouth, exhaling a blast of dragon breath toward the Bone Brother boss's face, but he was prepared and managed to dodge it. This dragon breath, its speed was slow, its power small, and its wind-up was too long. It was too weak. Even if it hit the Bone Brothers, it wouldn't cause them any damage. A long blade was held against her neck, its sharp edge causing a slight stinging pain. Don't move. If you move again, I'll slit your throat, jia. The Bone Brothers laughed strangely, and the lackey even took out a dagger and licked it with his tongue, perfectly embodying the image of a terrifying villain. Large tears dripped from the Dragon Princess's eyes. No, don't kill me. You can take whatever you want yourselves. No other tricks. She's so weak she doesn't even seem like one of the dragon race. She must be hiding her strength. Even if dragons don't train and just sleep all day, they should grow powerful as they age. Even if this Dragon Princess did absolutely nothing, she shouldn't be this weak. She must be hiding something. Then tell me, what treasures do you have? The wealth is mostly kept in the national treasury. My private belongings are hidden in the room next door. You can take everything, including the treasury keys. The rest are just ordinary items, food, wine, clothes, and such. You can take whatever you want. The boss gave a signal, and the lackey went to check the next room, but he returned quickly. "Boss, the stuff in the storage room next door is all garbage. Selling it all would probably only fetch a few hundred gold coins." The dragon princess had a bitter look on her face. Although it's not much, a few hundred gold coins is still a lot. If you scavenge the national treasury some more, a few thousand gold coins wouldn't be out of the question. A few thousand gold coins? Are you trying to brush off beggars? The dragon princess was stunned. A few thousand gold coins seemed like a lot to her. In her eyes, there were very few people in the country who could produce a few thousand gold coins. Forget it, forget it. There's too much stuff and the value is low. Carrying it would hinder our movement. We'll just take the most valuable thing here and leave. All right, boss. The Bone Brother lackey skillfully placed chains on her hands. These chains were specially made by Rowan. Not only was the material incredibly sturdy, but they also had a mana-suppressing effect. Furthermore, he placed a chain around her neck and gagged her mouth. The dragon princess shook her head wildly but was unable to make any sound. Then, the two of them kidnapped the dragon princess and fled, their figures hidden in the night sky where no one could discover them. Rowan's expression was somewhat strange. What's going on? Is she still not going to make a move? What on earth is she hiding? Could it be that she sensed someone behind her, and is waiting for me to expose myself? How insidious. Rowan remained unmoved. Fortunately, he had made full preparations and had already anticipated such a situation. Following the plan, the Bone Brothers left the capital with the kidnapped dragon princess. They didn't stop and headed straight out of the city toward the orc tribe. As they traveled, they discussed how much money they could get by handing the dragon princess over to the great orc chieftain. The dragon princess trembled with fear. If she fell into the hands of the orcs, she might as well just die. But now, she couldn't even die if she wanted to. The dragon princess fell into despair. The orcs frequently launched raids against the dragon kingdom. They didn't just take wealth and money, even humans were captured to be used as food. The scenes were so tragic that one could not bear to look at them. Although the dragon princess often had nightmares about being captured and eaten, she never imagined that one day she would actually be taken away. Thinking of that miserable fate, she felt her world collapsing. Someone save me, anyone, please come save me. As long as you save my life, I'll do anything, wah. However, no miracle occurred. By dawn, the Bone Brothers had already arrived at the orc tribe. The crow following behind did not detect any magical fluctuations. She hadn't used magic, nor had she notified anyone else to save her. Rowan, who was remotely controlling things from the capital, was full of confusion. What is this dragon princess waiting for? They've already reached the orc tribe. TSK, will I have to use Shadow 2 after all? That's my last resort. The Bone Brothers entered the tribe's territory, but the situation today was exceptionally eerie because there were orc corpses everywhere. The two exchanged glances and then hurried toward the center of the tribe. There they saw a black figure sitting on the stone platform in the middle of the tribe. He was covered in blood, and corpses were scattered all around him. The great orc chieftain, that terrifying demon, the nightmare of the dragon kingdom, had already had his head cut off and tossed aside like trash. The expression on the chieftain's face seemed to still hold a look of disbelief. He was dead. The existence the dragon kingdom feared most, the ruler of the orc tribe, the strongest orc, that terrifying fellow was actually dead. Chapter 110, The Dragon Princess opens up thanks to Delaby One for the reward, bonus chapter added. Chapter 111, The Dragon Princess opens up thanks to Delaby One for the reward, bonus chapter added. In the Dragon Kingdom, no one was ignorant of his great name. This terrifying fellow ate people every day, and only loved eating people. Every few months, he would launch a looting operation, invading the Dragon Kingdom to slaughter and pillage. He was the Dragon Kingdom's most terrifying enemy, and the Dragon Princess's nightmare. She had dreamed more than once of being caught by the chieftain, and eaten alive, waking up crying from the fright. However, this chieftain's head had now been severed. The dragon princess, who was being carried, looked at the man, black robes, a slender body, an expressionless ordinary face, and numb eyes that were cold and terrifying. Who exactly was that man? The dragon princess's mouth was gagged, and she couldn't say a word. "Hey, who are you?" the eldest of the Bone brothers shouted loudly. The other party did not answer, merely transforming into a streak of white light. 3 streaks of white light flashed, and the Bone brothers were cut in half at the waist, blood splattering. The speed was so fast that it was simply impossible to react. Our mission is complete. This thought filled the minds of the 2 brothers. The dragon princess was tossed up and fell to the ground, rolling twice. The man walked over slowly, looking down at the dragon princess from above. He raised his long blade high and chopped down with force. "Am I going to die? That's fine too. At least I won't be eaten by beast men. This counts as the best ending. Thank you very much." The dragon princess's mood was actually quite peaceful, completely unlike the worry she felt just now. A terrifying sword chi rushed toward her face. The dragon princess felt as if her body was being sliced open, and a wound appeared on her neck. However, at the last moment, the blade stopped. "I'm impressed, truly impressed. Still not making a move. What are you waiting for?" In a distant place, Rowan scratched his head. "If she's still holding onto her trump cards and won't act, I'm really out of options." Using the blade to cut open her chains, the dragon princess tore off the cloth strip on her face and gasped for air. She knelt before Shadow 2, tears falling continuously. "Who are you?" The man pointed his long blade at her. The dragon princess said hurriedly, "Don't kill me. I am the dragon princess of the Dragon Kingdom. Please don't kill me." "Dragon? I've heard that the princess of the Dragon Kingdom is a descendant of the legendary 7-colored Dragon King." The dragon princess's face turned beet red. "Yes, that's how it is. However, I only spent a short time with my grandfather when I was very young, and then I never saw him again. I've been staying in the Dragon Kingdom ever since. It's been 200 years now. Where is the 7-colored Dragon King?" "I don't know." Shadow 2's gaze was ice cold. "Do you want to die?" "No, I really don't know. I only roughly know that he was on the highest mountain in the center of the continent, but that was over 200 years ago. I don't know where he is now." "Why are you looking for him?" "To kill him." "Eh? Why?" The dragon princess was stunned. "I'm afraid it will be very difficult. His strength is extremely great, enough to rival the gods. You would need to become a bit stronger first." "I know. So do you want to live?" "Yes, I don't want to die." "Then tell me everything you know, whether it's about the 7-colored Dragon King, other dragons, or the major and minor events you've encountered in these 200 years. The dragon princess hesitated for a moment and asked, "Why do you want to kill the 7-colored Dragon King? Do you have a grudge?" "Yes. My home, my village, was destroyed by him a long time ago." Shadow 2 began to lie through his teeth. I see. The dragon princess didn't doubt him at all, because to those true dragon kings, humans were just ants. If necessary, they wouldn't care about sacrificing millions to activate origin magic. As for whether they had casually wiped out humans or slaughtered a village, almost no dragon would care. And the establishment of several human kingdoms was likely prepared for such things. Her dragon kingdom was no exception. The dragon princess only felt sorrow. "I understand. I will tell you everything I know, as repayment for saving my life." Rowan also cut the chain around her neck. "Sit down and speak slowly. I'm in no hurry." The dragon princess began to tell her story. After she became sensible, she stayed by the 7-colored Dragon King's side for a short period. Because of the unique nature of her talent, the seven-colored Dragon King told her a lot of information. Rowan cross-referenced it in his mind, and was surprised to find that this girl wasn't lying. It perfectly matched the information revealed in the original work, and even included many details not found in the original. Among them, she spoke about the first-generation queen, and the second-generation queen without any concealment. Information about the 13 heroes from 200 years ago was also among the heap of information she recounted. Rowan became even more vigilant. The Dragon Princess was very special. Although she maintained the appearance of a little girl, she was actually several hundred years old. No one knew what special abilities she might have mastered over such a long time, and no one dared to ignore her talent. Theoretically speaking, she possessed the possibility of killing the Bone King. Rowan didn't know what her goal was, but his vigilance was already maxed out. He had made up his mind, before reaching level 80, his true body would never contact this Dragon Princess. A clone was the limit. To reveal information so readily, this Dragon Princess was truly unfathomable. It seems your story is very long. Let's talk while we head back. The Dragon Princess showed a fawning smile. Okay, thank you very much. The two walked back together, discussing various major and minor events the Dragon Princess had encountered back then. Rowan's focus was on information regarding extraordinary powers. Whenever they encountered such a topic, he would have her explain in more detail. He not only gained a pile of information on origin magic, but also information on the 13 heroes of that time, the bottomless abyss, the descending demon gods, and so on. According to her, after spending time with the seven-colored Dragon King as a child, the seven-colored Dragon King left and didn't even appear when the demon gods later descended. Because of her talent, the seven-colored Dragon King taught her a lot of knowledge about origin magic during that time. However, due to her ability issues, she was never able to mimic it, so she was gradually abandoned later on. During the period when the demon gods descended, if not for the appearance of the 13 heroes, the current Dragon Kingdom would have been destroyed by the demon gods long ago. She still harbored resentment toward the seven-colored Dragon King in her heart. The seven-colored Dragon King did not appear in the main plot, but he did appear in the side story, where he retreated safely after a fight with the Bone King. The seven-colored Dragon King possessed origin magic and was very strong, but still a bit inferior compared to the Bone King. According to the side story, the first encounter with the Bone King required gathering information. If they met again, the Bone King would certainly win. Compared to the Bone King, the seven-colored Dragon King was relatively weak. But that was compared to the Bone King. Compared to the current Rowan, that was a crushing level of power. Chapter 111, A Young Girl's Small Feelings. Chapter 112, A Young Girl's Small Feelings. Before my main body reaches level 80, being caught by a true Dragon King would mean a narrow escape from death at best. Even after passing level 80, there's only the possibility of fleeing. To truly fight back, one would need to be at least level 90 and fully decked out in god-tier gear. Theoretically, origin magic can only be countered by world-class items or special job skills acquired after reaching the level cap. Although Rowan now possesses special job skills, his level and foundation are too low to fully utilize them. It's completely unrealistic to think of confronting a true Dragon King right now. Setting aside the seven-colored Dragon King for a moment, that bottomless abyss is also a very troublesome existence. It is essentially a forbidden zone where bizarre and terrifying monsters live. It is unfathomably deep, and no one knows where its bottom lies. However, that's just what ordinary people say. For the truly powerful, the bottomless abyss is nothing more than a large pit. During the battle between the 13 heroes and the Insect King, because they couldn't completely destroy the Insect King, they could only seal it within the bottomless abyss. To that end, one of their members was even buried deep within the pit. The Dragon Princess had a look of admiration when speaking of the 13 heroes. Back then, she was still very young, and the 13 heroes took great care of her. If it weren't for her being too young and weak at the time, she would have wanted to go on adventures with them. To this, Rowan didn't know what to say. You've only reached this level of strength after several hundred years. wouldn't following them have been suicide? What is your name? The dragon princess asked. I discarded my old name long ago. I am now called Dragon Hunter. Shadow 2 began to talk nonsense. The dragon princess was secretly alarmed. Do you really hate the dragon race that much? Heh, those who haven't experienced it won't understand. I exist in this life only for slaughter. Then, will you kill me too? The dragon princess's pitiful appearance was enough to evoke pity, but unfortunately, Shadow 2 was not human. My goal is to take revenge on those true dragon kings. Those fellows view humans as pigs and dogs. So what about you? You keep a whole nation of humans, is it also as a reserve for your origin magic? No, I've never thought of it that way. They are my citizens. Even if I were to die, I would never harm them. In the eyes of the dragon race, humans are just lower life forms, aren't they? She couldn't refute those words and muttered, most dragons are like that. But I am different. Compared to being a dragon, I'd rather be a human. Perhaps it's because of these abnormal thoughts that my great-grandfather stopped caring about me. Rowan didn't know if that was the reason, but no matter how harmless the dragon princess appeared, Rowan would not trust her, let alone allow his main body to come into contact with her. Failing to obtain information wouldn't have that big of an impact, but if his own information were leaked, the trouble would be immense. To be safe, one can never be too cautious. I'm not interested in you. If one day I go to kill the seven-colored Dragon King, and you stand in my way, I will kill you without hesitation. The dragon princess's face turned slightly pale. Can I just not stand in your way? Great-grandfather is just a great-grandfather, my relationship with him isn't actually that good. This answer really makes one wonder what to say. Talk about filial piety reaching the heavens. Whatever. As long as you don't stop me, I won't move against you. The dragon princess looked worried. I think you should work on becoming stronger first. The true dragon kings are the most powerful existences in this world, they've reached the realm of gods, so to speak. Without full preparation, you will die. Thanks for the reminder. I'll keep it in mind, Shadow 2 said. The two of them walked and stopped, exchanging information. It was mostly the dragon princess talking, while Shadow 2 gave off the impression of a gloomy man burdened by deep-seated hatred. Returning to the royal capital gave the palace guards a huge fright. The dragon princess's disappearance had caused quite a commotion, so it was a great relief that she had returned. After escorting her back, Shadow 2 intended to leave, but unexpectedly, the dragon princess grabbed the corner of his clothes. Are you planning to leave? Could you stay in the dragon kingdom? I think if the seven-colored dragon king returns, the possibility of him coming here is higher. You want me to be killed by him sooner? No, I don't know how to say it. Anyway, just get stronger as soon as possible. I don't need your reminder. Shadow 2 waved his hand and left. The dragon princess watched his receding figure and bit her lip. Wait a minute. The dragon princess shouted loudly. She ran toward Shadow 2, then took off her necklace and stuffed it into his hand. This was crafted from one of my great-grandfather's scales. It contains various knowledge of the dragon race, and can automatically generate a defensive barrier when in danger. Although the barrier isn't that strong, its warning effect is very good. This is my most precious treasure. Don't give it to anyone, and don't spread the knowledge within. In exchange, the next time I'm in danger, I hope you can save me again. After saying that, the dragon princess turned and ran away. This kind of development wasn't in my plan at all. The dragon princess's heart was also in a state of collapse. What's wrong with me? How could I do something so stupid? That necklace is my most precious treasure, Wah. I hope he can become stronger. This is all I can do. She didn't know when their next meeting would be. Shadow 1 stood in place for a long time, before finally putting away the necklace that still carried her warmth. If there's no trap, then I'm sorry, I might not be the kind of person you hope I am. If this is a trap, well, I really can't resist this kind of temptation. After finding an inn, the shadow clone began to inspect the necklace. As a clone, he was a part of Rowan and could use Rowan's player abilities. 7-colored heart. Legendary. Crafted from a scale of the 7-colored Dragon King. Comes with an automatically triggered protective barrier, contains magical knowledge of the dragon race, and a young girl's small feelings. Is there something wrong with the description? No matter how you look at it, the dragon princess doesn't fit the young girl label. Rowan. Although the description invited complaints, the item's effect was indeed very powerful. Yes, it was a very impressive item. Rowan inspected it carefully and found that it was exactly as the description stated, with no hidden tricks. It was truly a normal legendary grade item, and its effects matched the description. Trying to fool a master blacksmith and master alchemist like him was no easy task. A legendary item, the Dragon Princess really is a spendthrift to give it away like that. Rowan even felt a bit of heartache for the 7-colored Dragon King. It felt a lot like he had just made off with someone else's prize cabbage. Chapter 112, Peering into the Abyss. Chapter 113, Peering into the Abyss. Shadow 2 rubbed the necklace with his finger, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. He felt as if he had betrayed someone's trust and felt very apologetic, but he had no choice in the matter. Composing himself, he used his spirit to read the contents, and found that it indeed contained the magic knowledge of the dragon race. There were spells of various tiers, including some common magic, but most were exclusive to the dragon race. Even 10th tier magic was recorded, and there were even 5 origin magics. The 7-colored Dragon King was truly good to the Dragon Princess. Setting aside the 10th tier magic, he even dared to include origin magic. The Dragon Princess was the same, daring to hand such things over to others. This made it somewhat difficult for Rowan to understand. This origin magic was likely meant for the Dragon Princess to learn. Her innate talent could support her use of this origin magic. Unfortunately, she never had any intention of sacrificing her citizens, so while she had learned these origin magics, she had never used them once. Rowan could be considered to have feasted his eyes. He even triggered several dragon race classes during the learning process, many of which were special classes related to origin magic. Unfortunately, Rowan was firmly committed to the tier magic path, and had no intention of following the origin path. Thus, these special classes were merely eye candy he didn't dare to take. Even so, origin magic still provided him with many ideas. On the other side, the Forbidden Peep skill of Rowan's main body was suddenly triggered. This skill on his panel was slightly distorting. Rowan was startled. This was the first time he had encountered such a bizarre change in this skill. Forbidden Peep, active peep into the origin, effect, core, and principles of a forbidden object. Usage limit, 1. Time/3 days. Requirement, Forbidden Curse Weaver LV1. This skill belonged to the Forbidden Curse Weaver's abilities. In fact, it had been nearly a year since he took the class, and Rowan hadn't used the skill even once because he had never encountered a so-called forbidden object. He didn't expect it to trigger suddenly this time. The trigger condition wasn't the legendary equipment, the 7-colored heart, but the knowledge within it, specifically the part regarding origin magic. Does origin magic count as forbidden? He hadn't been able to trigger this skill before because he hadn't had the chance to come into contact with the origin. Then, would world items, which belong to the same category of world-class power as origin magic, also trigger this skill? Special classes are none of them simple. The effects used before were average only because he hadn't found the true trick to them. Perhaps, even without a world-class item, fully utilizing a bunch of special class abilities could allow one to contend with a true Dragon King who possesses origin magic. Then, activate. Rowan focused his attention on an origin magic called World Distortion Barrier. This origin magic was very powerful, although not among the strongest, it was a practical type. It creates a barrier. Inside the barrier, one can teleport freely, but one cannot teleport directly to the outside or from the outside directly to the inside. However, physical movement is not obstructed. The forbidden curse in Rowan's eyes suddenly triggered. Although he wasn't beside Shadow 2, his eyes seemed to break through the limitations of time and space, gazing from afar at the forbidden records within the seven-colored necklace. The knowledge regarding world distortion barrier began to constantly distort and reorganize in his mind. It was like peering into the abyss, and Rowan's consciousness was slowly sinking. After an unknown amount of time, Rowan slowly came to his senses. Forbidden Peep had entered an unavailable state, and a new spell had appeared in his densely packed magic column. Forbidden Magic, Distortion Barrier, a forbidden spell generated by peeping into the origin. Not restricted by tier. The effect depends on the user's uniqueness and the amount of mana and HP consumed. The higher the uniqueness, the more mana and HP are consumed, and the more powerful the effect. Can be enhanced by Forbidden Curse Enhancement Effects. Effect creates a barrier. Inside the barrier, restricted teleportation can be performed using exclusive items, but one cannot teleport directly to the outside or from the outside directly to the inside. Physical movement is not obstructed. This new magic, it didn't seem to belong to any current type, and had some differences from forbidden curses. The most obvious was the lack of a tier restriction. Although the description of the effect was similar to Origin Magic, Rowan knew there was a fundamental difference. Origin Magic creates a world distortion barrier, with very high defensive effects, belonging to the level of world-class power. This magic only belongs to the level of normal magic and is easily broken, and its size and internal teleportation effects are limited. It could be called a mini version of Origin Magic. But there was one special point: it could be enhanced by Forbidden Curse enhancement type skills and magic. And Rowan, as a Forbidden Curse weaver, could forcibly raise the level of the Forbidden Curses he used by one tier. Rowan contemplated this magic, and had a very deep understanding of its principles. With his current attributes, consuming all his mana, and the vast majority of his HP, he could probably create an elliptical defensive barrier with a diameter of about 2 kilometers. The barrier would last for 3 days. Being attacked would accelerate the consumption of time. It would be broken by magic attacks of the 8th tier or higher, while magic or attacks below the 8th tier would consume energy and shorten the duration. Using teleportation inside would also shorten the duration. However, if paired with a magic circle to provide energy, this magic barrier could exist continuously. The defensive capability was too low and the consumption too high, making it of no value in combat. Although it could serve as a defensive spell for a base, its defense was too weak. It's fine for bullying weaklings, but against real enemies, it would be punctured in one go. If he used the Forbidden Curse Weaver's ultimate skill, Forbidden Curse Enhancement, the effect of this forbidden magic could reach a diameter of 5 kilometers, and would only be broken by magic above the 9th tier. The strength would be increased by a major grade. Well, it's still very fragile, but its future is promising. This kind of magic can only show its effect in Rowan's hands. Even if others learned it, it would be difficult to bring out its potential. It's almost impossible for an ordinary person's uniqueness to reach Rowan's level. To be fair, although Rowan's level is only in the 50s, his uniqueness has already reached 64%, slightly lower than Shaltir but higher than Mare. And those two are max-level characters. When Rowan reaches max level, this uniqueness will surely break the 100% limit. At that time, this forbidden magic will be greatly strengthened. If he then uses the Forbidden Curse Enhancement skill to strengthen it, the defensive power will be unimaginable. Perhaps it could reach the level of true Origin Magic. Although it requires a massive amount of mana and HP, compared to souls, this burden is obviously much lower. Chapter 113, Preparations before subduing the Insect King. Chapter 114, Preparations before subduing the Insect King. Rowan's newly learned forbidden magic actually utilizes the class features of the Forbidden Curse Weaver, transferring the requirements for ordinary souls onto his own mana and HP. This is the core of forbidden magic. To Rowan, this forbidden magic has extremely high research value, but currently possesses no practical value. Its future is promising, and it truly lives up to its forbidden name, having completely stolen the power of origin. If he could grasp its principles, even just a small portion, it could be applied to ordinary magic. Theoretically, by transferring the burden of magic, one could leverage higher-tier spells across ranks. The emergence of forbidden magic allowed Rowan to see a path where magic could be used to counter world-class items. And within the necklace, there were 4 other types of origin magic. Unfortunately, it did not contain the 5 highest-tier origin magics, such as soul-extinguishing breath. Otherwise, dealing with the Bone King would be much simpler. The power of the 5 highest-tier origin magics can rival the 20, possessing the power to annihilate souls and prevent resurrection. It would be great if he could get his hands on these 5 origin magics. Rowan thought with a hint of insatiable greed. Regardless, Dragon Princess, you are truly my benefactor. Rowan felt emotional in his heart. In that case, the conquest of the bottomless abyss would be slightly delayed to act after sufficient preparation. Rowan's goal was to reach level 55, master 8-tier magic, use Forbidden Peep to learn the other 4 forbidden magics, and then proceed with the conquest of the bottomless abyss to ensure everything was foolproof. Additionally, several evolvable skills needed urgent practice, ideally increasing by 1 level before the operation, including transcendent breath and life creation. With the goal set, the next step was to work hard. Rowan's main body began to learn and practice the magic learned from the multicolored necklace, researching the newly acquired forbidden magic. Shadow 2, in the same city, was exterminating the surrounding beastmen. Because the slaughter was quite extensive, he even gained some fame. There was no helping it. It was impossible to completely hide such large-scale movements. Fortunately, it only had a small impact within a limited range, and did not cause a major commotion. The Dragon Princess in the palace knew that this fellow named Dragon Hunter was honing his martial arts. Well, perhaps after receiving her gift, he didn't know how to express his gratitude, so he was helping her clear out the surrounding threats. Dragon Hunter seemed like the type who didn't know how to express his feelings. The Dragon Princess indulged in flights of fancy in the palace. Unfortunately, the reality was the exact opposite of her imagination. Shadow 2 was merely helping Rowan harvest experience. On Forgotten Island, the Azura clone was rushing to set up the Volcanic Forge basic magic circle. Magic support from the kingdom and empire was continuously flowing into Forgotten Island. The island was no longer in its original desolate state, with only a few scattered inhabitants. Under Alka's management, about a dozen capable and loyal subordinates had joined, and some necessary basic infrastructure had begun construction. Kanina had also infiltrated the empire. With Flutter's help, one magic guild after another fell under Kanina's control. Flutter was also lost in a labyrinth of research. Using the entire Imperial Magic Academy as a testing ground, he delved deep into the system of magic classes. Although he had made some discoveries, progress was very slow, which greatly troubled the eager-to-perform Flutter. Having accepted huge benefits from Shura without any research results made Flutter feel uneasy, as if he had taken payment without doing the work. Masamog on the Holy Kingdom's side was also making slow progress. The research on dragon blood had exceeded his current research level. Although difficult, he saw the hope of taking alchemy a step further. Meanwhile, in the Tobu Great Forest, Shadow 1 had recently begun a massive harvest. Any monster with a bit of strength was wiped out, and the giant hamster was so frightened that it fled the area. It thought it had escaped, but in reality, it was entirely under Rowan's surveillance. Rowan had other plans for the giant hamster, and had no intention of eliminating it for the time being. Now, the Tobu Great Forest and the Cat's Plain had become Rowan's breeding farms. Shadow 1 was harvesting high-level monsters here, while breeding large numbers of low-level monsters and skeletons, staying busy and happy every day. Like a hard-working herdsman, he continuously provided Rowan with experience. As for number 3 and number 4, they had gone deep into the center of the continent, mingling with the beastmen daily. The frequency of harvesting wasn't fast, but the amount gained each time was quite large. As the core, Rowan only needed to continuously receive the incoming experience every day. This feeling of having several avatars harvesting experience for him was really not bad. Even if his main body did nothing, his level would slowly increase. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Rowan prepared to set out. This time he did not bring little Nia. Unlike the previous trip to the desert, there was now clear intelligence proving the existence of a terrifying entity there, and her strength was still too weak. Under his constant teaching and training, little Nia had reached level 14, officially stepping into the third tier. This speed could not be considered slow. After using the potential potion, she, who was already highly talented, became a top-tier genius. However, compared to Princess Lana, she was still slightly inferior. Princess Lana, who was already a super genius, had part of her biggest shortcoming mitigated after using the potential potion. Now she was like a freak of nature. Under Rowan's guidance, her level had reached 17. If placed outside, she would be a high-level adventurer. If she continued at this rate, by the time the Bone King descended, Princess Lana might even reach level 40 or more. Even a freak of nature could only reach this level, and the further one went, the harder it became to improve. This also reflected how difficult it would be for humans to resist the Bone King on their own. Without cheats, it would be almost impossible in the foreseeable future. As for Rowan himself, after a month of gathering experience, his level finally broke through to 55. The Dragon Race Transcender class also reached max level, and he mastered its final skill, Transcendent Destruction. This strongest skill of the Dragon Race Transcender had unknown damage, and could only be used once every 30 days. Although he hadn't used it yet, its power was likely not much different from the Elemental Saint Spirit's ultimate skill, Sixth Element. It might even surpass it. His attributes had reached the cap for his current classes. To go further, he would have to consider a new class. At level 55, he had not only learned several 8th-tier spells, but also researched an 8th-tier Forbidden Curse. His 2 evolvable skills had also increased by 1 level. More importantly, he had mastered the other 4 forbidden magics, significantly enhancing his strength. Chapter 114, Forbidden Magic and the Bug King Sealing Array. Chapter 115, Forbidden Magic and the Bug King Sealing Array. The other 4 forbidden magics that Rowan learned in a month's time were as follows. Forbidden Magic, Resurrection, resurrects a biological entity. The higher the user's specialness, the more mana and HP are consumed, and the lower the level loss of the resurrected person. The original effect of this origin magic was to completely resurrect the dead without any loss of vitality. Forbidden Magic lacked this capability. Even for the current Rowan, consuming all his mana, and more than half of his HP, would still cause the resurrected person to drop 2 levels. The effect was roughly the same as the 9th tier True Resurrection. The effect was still a bit worse than Origin Magic. After all, resurrection spells at the Origin Magic level do not result in a level drop. However, the advantage of Forbidden Magic over Origin Magic was also obvious. It only consumed mana and HP rather than the soul, and both of those could be recovered. Forbidden Magic, World Movement, performs teleportation movement that cannot be restricted. The higher the user's specialness, the more mana and HP are consumed, and the larger the range of movement. The origin effect of world movement was to move the entire world. This forbidden magic was much worse, although it was also called world movement. Rowan currently couldn't reach that range at all. In fact, the 9th tier magic top tier teleportation had the same effect of being unrestricted, but its consumption wasn't nearly as high as this forbidden magic. Because the consumption was relatively high, its cost-effectiveness was actually inferior to 9th tier magic, but it had the advantage of a higher ceiling. Forbidden Magic, 7-colored barrier, deploys a barrier to defend against enemy attacks. The higher the user's specialness, the more mana and HP are consumed, and the stronger the defensive power. Defensive power can be sacrificed to expand the defense range. Whether trading HP and mana for a shield was worth it was a matter of perspective. Forbidden Magic, Deceive World, hides one's own attributes. The higher the user's specialness, the more mana and HP are consumed, and the stronger the effect. It continuously consumes mana during its duration. A powerful concealment magic. Using this forbidden magic could likely hide from various detection magics. It was a god-tier skill for information warfare in the late game. The 5 forbidden magics formed by peeking into origin magic were all essentially heavily weakened versions of origin magic. Only when the user became powerful could they approach the level of origin magic, while the cost was shifted from the soul to HP and mana. HP was manageable, as Rowan had many ways to recover health, but for mana, except for a very few skills, he almost had to rely on slow natural recovery. In battle, the restrictions on using these forbidden magics were too great. Most were the type to be used outside of combat. Overall, they didn't have much impact on combat power currently, but the future was promising as the ceiling was very high. The special jobs he mastered in the early stages were now revealing terrifying potential as his level increased. Well, only the Azura special job was incredibly lackluster. After reaching level 55, Rowan's attributes also changed. Level 55 Jobs: Recovery Mage, Special LV5, Grand Blacksmith, High Tier LV10, Grand Alchemist, High Tier LV10, Azura, Special LV5, Mother of Life, Special LV5, Forbidden Curse Weaver, Special LV5, Elemental Saint Spirit, Special LV5, Dragon Race Transcender, Special LV10. Innate Talent, Class Evolver. Justice Value, 70, Neutral. HP, 780, 78%. MP, 780, 78%. Physical Attack, 570, 57%. Physical Defense, 780, 78%. Agility, 570, 57%. Magic Attack, 780, 78%. Magic Defense, 870, 87%. Comprehensive Resistance, 705, 70.5%. Specialness, 740, 74%. Skill Points, 116. Experience Bar, 25.6 m/30 m. Skills, omitted. His strength had gained a massive boost. If he faced the translucent Dragon King again now, Rowan was confident he could win more elegantly, without being as disheveled as last time. Although Rowan's level was only 55, his attribute values were already close to those of an ordinary max-level character. Besides powerful skills, special jobs brought ultra-high base attribute bonuses. Now the conquest of the Bottomless Abyss could begin. Rowan headed to the mountain region of the Bottomless Abyss, while Shadow 2 remained near the royal capital, and Little Nia stayed there as well. To be honest, in current battles, the level 50 Shadow 2 no longer had the ability to intervene. Only the level 65 Shura could barely be of use. Shadow 2 was merely fodder now. He summoned a crow. After life creation reached the 4th tier, the level of the summoned crow also reached the 4th tier. As his familiar, the crow's only role was reconnaissance. It would only barely count as combat power once it reached max level. The 4th tier crow's strength had increased again, enough to rival existences below hero rank. Its advantages were reconnaissance, stealth, and speed. Its means of attack was wind magic, making it somewhat weaker in direct combat compared to other 4th tier magical beasts. There was no helping it, as every field has its specialization. Anyway, Rowan didn't expect it to participate in battle. Scattered orcs lived in the eastern mountains. In Rowan's eyes, these creatures had no strength to speak of. They were basically fodder that could be one-shot. Rowan soon arrived at the target location. The former sealing magic array was already hidden beneath the soil. Ordinary people couldn't see the magic array below, but Rowan was different. Deep crosses appeared in his eyes. Wherever he looked, all mana fluctuations had nowhere to hide. The forbidden curse I could observe mana fluctuations. Even a Dragon King skilled in concealment like the translucent Dragon King could not escape the detection of these eyes. Observing the surroundings, he found no detection magic present. Rowan had the crows monitor everything around them to prevent any interference. He used mana to push away the soil covering it, revealing the magic array below. The magic array was very large, hiding a deep and massive hole beneath it. Below the magic array was like an abyss, pitch black, seemingly hiding terrifying magical beasts. Even with the magic array isolating it, Rowan could vaguely feel the powerful existence hidden below. Rowan could now be said to be the premier grand mage of the human race, with a huge chasm between him and the second-place mage of a certain empire. Whether in terms of knowledge or mastery of magic, a massive gap existed. After studying it for a while, Rowan determined the operational logic of the magic array. This was a high-tier magic array, roughly around the 8th tier. Rowan could also set up a magic array of this level, but it would take a significant amount of time. Although it was only 8th tier, this magic array was very exquisite, belonging to a mother-child dual array. The external mother array possessed very strong defensive and cloaking capabilities. Even 9th tier magic could not destroy it in a short time. Not only that, it also blocked mana infiltration, teleportation, and other such means. It was very secure in all aspects. The child array inside was the core of the mother array, continuously providing it with energy. This was also the core reason why the sealing magic could exist for a long time and maintain its strong defensive capabilities. Chapter 115, Bottomless Abyss, Demon God Scythe Bug King. Chapter 116, Bottomless Abyss, Demon God Scythe Bug King. Back then, the 13 heroes were unable to completely kill the Scythe Bug King, so they sealed it within this bottomless abyss. This meant that after setting up the mother array, someone had to go inside and place the sub-array directly onto the Scythe Bug King. By continuously draining the Scythe Bug King's energy to maintain the seal, it both weakened the creature and sustained the barrier. As long as the Scythe Bug King didn't die, the seal wouldn't break, creating a clever sense of using the enemy's own strength against them. The person who invented this sealing array was truly a genius. The demon tree in the Tobu Great Forest was likely sealed using a similar method. Clearly, the Dwarf King had volunteered, willing to sacrifice himself to set up the sub-array. However, this magic array was not designed for external defense, but rather for internal suppression. Therefore, the outer defenses were actually weaker than the inner ones, making it not particularly difficult to undo. At least for Rowan, it wasn't difficult. Even without using his brain, he could simply blast it open with magic, but that was something only a barbarian would do. As a mage, he naturally had to rely on wisdom. He began to work on undoing the magic array. First, this node. Rowan began to dismantle the magic array nodes one by one. After nearly half a day, all the nodes were deactivated, and the magic array covering the pit vanished, followed by a sudden waft of decaying aura from within. Although the mother array was undone, the sub-array was still active. Rowan simply redirected the outward-flowing mana into a tool he had forged to prevent the entity inside from being startled awake. Rowan estimated that in this state, it would take several years or even longer for the Scythe Bug King inside to realize the external seal had been removed and wake up. With the seal gone, several crows flew into the bottomless abyss to scout. While it was called the bottomless abyss, that was only true for ordinary people. To Rowan, it was just a very deep pit. The several fourth-tier crows were extremely fast and quickly scouted the entire bottomless abyss. Because of the seal, all other biological life inside had long since died out, leaving only the Scythe Bug King. Beside the king sat a short skeleton, the Dwarf King, who had left 200 years ago. This guy was truly irresponsible. Since he had decided to die, why didn't he entrust his belongings to his teammates to be sent back to the dwarf race? Because of the missing national treasure and lost technology, the dwarf race had become so weak today. This king was responsible for at least half of the dwarf race's current decline. As for the Scythe Bug King, Rowan obtained its attributes through the crow's perspective. Scythe Bug King, sleeping, weakened. Karma value, -150. Level, 74. Classes, Scythe Bug, LV20, Insect Warrior, LV10, Bug King, LV10, Sword Saint, LV10, High Sword Saint, LV5, Berserker, LV10, Azura, LV5, Magic Swordsman, LV4. Well, these are quite generic classes. Its stat sheet is somewhat similar to the Bone King's Floor Guardian, Cositus. Both are insectoids and both are warriors. They were fundamentally incompatible with Rowan's classes. Since they were all melee-focused, he didn't expect to trigger any special classes. The only special class was one Rowan already possessed. In terms of strength, it was 2 levels lower than the Translucent Dragon King. Rowan was now level 55, and with the gap closing while the opponent was in a weakened state, the fight would be quite easy. However, Rowan planned to use optimization to acquire its memories this time, so he couldn't skimp on the preparations. Standing at the cave entrance, he first cast skills on himself. Consuming half his health and 1/5 of his mana, he used Forbidden Magic, 7-colored shield. As his health dropped, a shimmering 7-colored shield appeared around his body, lasting for 10 minutes. The 7-colored shield could block all types of damage, and was further enhanced by his own defensive capabilities. With the 2 effects stacked, the 7-colored shield's defensive power was terrifyingly high. It was immune to everything below the 8th tier, felt like a tickle from the 8th tier, was weakened by the 9th tier, and only the 10th tier could cause significant damage. Next. Physical resistance up. Magic resistance up. Magic defense shield. Speed up. High-speed movement. Detection enhancement. Abnormal status resistance enhancement. Health regeneration acceleration. He applied every possible buff to himself, though compared to the 7-colored shield, these enhancement effects were quite limited. His levels were still too low, and a whole stack of skills wasn't necessarily better than the 7-colored shield alone. The 7-colored shield had a high cost, but its effect was equally powerful. He wasn't worried about the lost health, with health regeneration acceleration combined with the Dragon Race Transcender's high-level passive, Super Life, his health recovery speed was incredibly fast. Half of his health would likely be fully restored in about half an hour. Still too slow. He took out a bottle of red healing potion he had recently brewed and drank it. His recovery speed increased significantly, allowing for a full recovery in just 5 minutes. He didn't need to worry about his health at all. If all else failed, there was still optimization. Plus, with his 2 life-saving passives and the skills from the Mother of Life, it was difficult for Rowan to die even if he wanted to. Compared to mana, health wasn't actually that important. As for mana, he currently only had the Grand Alchemist's Mana Surge skill to speed up recovery, and it could only be used once a day, so he didn't dare use it unless it was a critical moment. This world was like that. There were plenty of ways to restore health, but means of restoring mana were extremely scarce. Rowan used flight to descend to the bottom of the bottomless abyss, and then placed the dwarf's remains into his storage. The equipment on the body was still there. While none reached the legendary grade, they were all engraved with the highest level of rune script. By analyzing this equipment later, there was a high probability he could complete the 3 missing highest level rune scripts. He checked carefully and found nothing else left behind. Then, he turned his gaze toward the giant insect. This thing looked like a massive mantis, with its 2 large sides serving as its weapons. It was truly a specialized swordsman, a dual-wielding warrior at that. He placed his hand on it. Optimization. Stored energy flooded into the creature's body, and Rowan began to acquire its memories. The Scythe Bug King, the monarch of the Scythe Bug race. It was a boss from the game that had crossed over 200 years ago. There were actually many similar existences, known in this world as demon gods. Its memories from the game were basically a void, just mechanically killing according to its programming. Rowan couldn't find any valuable information there. After descending into this world, its memories suddenly became vivid, and it began to develop its own emotions. It slaughtered and devoured everything it wanted to eat without restraint. The humans of this world were too weak, and were nothing more than food to it. It had destroyed many people, too many to count, and faced various resistors, but none were its match until it met the 13 heroes. Their individual strength wasn't that high, but the captain and an armored warrior were very strong. When the Bug King fought them, that armored warrior was incredibly strange. Others might not have known, but it could feel that the armored warrior was holding back, that guy hadn't fought with his full strength. Chapter 116, The Dazed Bug King. Chapter 117, The Dazed Bug King. The Bug King, besieged by the 13 heroes, was extremely furious. He went into a frenzy, forcing his enemies to retreat continuously. Relying on his blink ability, he appeared and disappeared unpredictably. If not for that leader's formidable methods, these humans would have been hacked to death long ago. They were no match for the Bug King. After a prolonged battle, the Bug King was significantly injured, and so were his enemies, but the tide of battle was turning for the worse. Follow Taiwan novels at kan.com, super reliable. Those guys must have hidden trump cards. His innate Zerg abilities allowed him to sense danger, so the Bug King decided to use his race's strongest life-saving ability, cocooning. This was one of the Bug King's 2 ultimate moves, and it was incredibly cheap. Unless the opponent possessed overwhelming power, this single move was enough to save his life when he couldn't win. A transparent cocoon enveloped him, and he fell into a deep sleep as his health and mana began to recover. The cocoon was actually an all-encompassing protective shield with several times the health and defense of his original body. However, he could not move or use skills, making him a sitting duck. Once the cocoon was broken or the Bug King returned to his peak state, the cocoon would dissipate. The Bug King was confident that these people could not break the cocoon. Once his recovery was complete, it would be time for him to resume the slaughter. And then he had remained in a deep sleep until now. Over all these years, his mana had been continuously drained, preventing him from ever returning to his peak state. What was originally a life-saving ultimate move had become the means of his own ceiling. The memories were sparse and of average value, but fortunately, although it was a bug, it was an intelligent monster after all. Through its memories, some intelligence on the 13 heroes was obtained. That leader is likely a transmigrator. At this stage, his strength hadn't yet reached its peak, probably not even level 70. That armored warrior must be the armor controlled by the Platinum Old King. That old schemer, the Platinum Dragon Lord, used origin magic to create the level 85 platinum armor. It's remarkably similar to Rowan's puppet clones. He hides in the shadows while controlling the platinum armor to stir up trouble everywhere. 200 years ago, after sensing something off about the leader of the 13 heroes, he infiltrated their team to gather a vast amount of information about the Overlord and players. Although the leader's death remains a mystery, it definitely has something to do with the Platinum Dragon Lord. The possibility of him playing foul can't be ruled out. To obtain more information, further investigation will be required. During the phase of raiding the Bug King, the platinum armor was merely gathering information. It wasn't truly helping them kill the monster. The Bug King's cocooning ability was extremely powerful. With the attack methods the 13 heroes had at the time, breaking the cocoon would have taken a very long time. After spending immense effort to break it, their side would be exhausted while the enemy had been continuously recovering. With one side weakening and the other strengthening, even an initial advantage would turn into a disadvantage. Unless they had an extremely powerful method to break it quickly, but they clearly lacked that capability. Therefore, they could only use sealing magic to control it first and wait until they had a way to harvest it later. This sealing magic circle was a very effective method. These weren't the Bug King's memories, but rather Rowan's deductions based on information from the Dragon Princess. The one who used the sealing magic was none other than that leader. Unfortunately, some unforeseen events occurred later, preventing him from returning to finish off the Bug King. Fortunately, the seal was very thorough, continuously draining the Bug King's energy so that he could never return to his full state. Without recovering, he wouldn't wake up, maintaining a strange balance until now. But now, Rowan had to use optimization to restore him. These memories were still valuable. They confirmed the youthful appearances of the 13 heroes, the look of the Platinum Dragon Lord's armor, and the appearance of that transmigrator. Even today, 200 years later, the Platinum Dragon Lord still controls the armor to wander around the world. This is a very important piece of intelligence. The price of using optimization was that the Bug King also returned to his peak state. He opened his eyes, his compound eyes staring at Rowan. Although this Bug King's strength wasn't that great, the cocooning ability was truly a headache. Moreover, after all these years, the usage count for this skill must have long since reset. If things went south later, he would surely use this skill again. How disgusting. Sigh, there's no other way. Let's fight. After obtaining the memories, Rowan had the Bug King's abilities at his fingertips, further reducing the difficulty of the fight. Degradation. The opponent's life energy was drained out. His power level dropped by about 3 levels, one more than the translucent Dragon King. Well, after all, the level gap between the two had narrowed, but there was still a difference of nearly 19 levels, so he didn't dare hope for too much. Hiss. The Scythe Bug King let out a sharp screech, and the scythe in his hand slashed fiercely toward Rowan. Immovable Wisdom King. A massive figure appeared, enveloping Rowan, and the Wisdom King's sword in its hand blocked the Scythe Bug King's scythe. He was a bit dazed. The figure before him was quite familiar because he could also summon this thing. But wasn't this thing supposed to be released to smash enemies? It could be used like this. Using the force of the opponent's attack, Rowan retreated rapidly. 7th tier, Chain Dragon Lightning. The violent dragon lightning whistled through the air, striking the opponent and making the giant bug tremble all over from the electric shock. However, the damage dealt wasn't actually that high. Fortunately, the opponent didn't have an unreasonable passive like Dragon Race Transcender. The damage was low, but it was still there. White light emanated from the opponent's twin blades. Rowan already knew its information like the back of his hand. Just by its stance, he knew what the next skill would be. Blood Cross Slash. A crimson cross slash came flying at him. Simultaneously, a massive fireball slammed into the intersection of the cross, causing a huge explosion that forcibly neutralized the cross slash. Shadow Sneak Attack. Insect Ninja Slash. Feel the pain of being sealed for 200 years. The scythe slashed against the 7-colored shield, causing it to tremble, but there was no sign of it breaking. Degradation. Sucking in a large amount of energy, the opponent's strength dropped again. Sensing something was wrong, it jumped far away. 8th tier, Blazing Prison. A cage of flames rose from the ground, locking the giant mantis inside. And that wasn't all. 8th tier, Dimensional Lock. Just as the giant mantis was about to use Space Jump to leap out of the cage, Rowan directly prohibited it with Dimensional Lock. It was as if he had predicted its every move. Space Jump, one of the Bug King's 2 most powerful skills, was thus directly disabled. It flew into a rage and performed a high-speed slash. The scythe pulled out a blade light, which left a long trail on the ground before slashing fiercely at Rowan's shield, but it failed to cut through the 7-colored shield at all. Double Slash. Combining twin blade lights, the power doubled, a terrifying killing move capable of slaying a Dragon King. The 7-colored shield shook violently, but it still didn't break. Although the blazing prison restricted the opponent's movement, it couldn't block long-range slashes. Fortunately, the long-range slashes were trivial. The Bug King was stunned. What was going on? Had his muscles atrophied from sleeping too long? Why was this squishy mage so tough? This isn't right. Chapter 117, Primal Azura. Chapter 118, Primal Azura. 8th rank, Nether Strike. Rowan's magic wand emitted a faint light as he pointed it forward. Pitch-black energy struck the opponent's chest, corroding a patch of flesh. It frantically whipped up a blade hurricane, trying to shatter the flame prison, which began to teeter on the verge of collapse. Just a brute who only knows how to use raw strength. 8th rank Forbidden Curse, Flame Lotus. Rowan's mana dropped significantly at a visible rate. Although the power of a forbidden curse was great, it came with various conditions. However, because of his class, Rowan could use mana as a cost to ignore these conditions, which resulted in a terrifying mana consumption for the Forbidden Curse. Still, this move was worth it. A lotus of flames appeared beneath the giant mantis's feet, then quickly closed into a flower bud, enveloping the giant mantis within. Terrible high temperatures radiated from the outside in as the energy exploded in a concentrated burst. An 8th rank Forbidden Curse had a destructive power that could reach the level of the 9th rank. The Scythe Bug King let out a shrill, miserable scream. "Ha! Now that I've obtained information on you, countered your signature martial techniques, and sealed your trump card, the Space Jump ability. Without that move, you've turned from a Bug King into a mere bug." The Scythe Bug King's most dangerous ability was undoubtedly Space Jump. It was faster to activate than high-tier teleportation and more flexible, making it impossible to guard against. Once it lost this ability, it became nothing more than a moving target. This was the essence of a mage's battle: master the intelligence, counter every move, and wear the enemy down under elegant long-range control. The power of an 8th rank Forbidden Curse was no small matter. Even the Bug King couldn't withstand it. Up until now, everything Rowan had used was ordinary magic. Aside from defensive skills, he hadn't used a single offensive skill yet. As the flames dissipated, the Scythe Bug King had turned pitch black. It truly lived up to its status as a boss. Its health pool was still quite deep. However, one more shot should just about do it. Yet, at this critical juncture, a transparent shield appeared on the opponent's body, completely enveloping it. Insect Cocoon, the Scythe Bug King's life-saving divine skill. It possessed extremely high defensive power. Back then, the 13 heroes were completely unable to break this defense in a short time, which was why they resorted to sealing it. It would hide within the insect cocoon to recover, and once its health was full, it would come out to continue the fight. Quite a shameless tactic, but unfortunately, I am not the 13 heroes of the past. Just because the 13 heroes couldn't do it back then doesn't mean I can't. Now, let's try this move and see exactly what this strongest destructive power suited to the user really is. Overlimit Destruction. A skill of the Dragon Race Transcender usable once per day, it could empower the next attack. A massive power surged from Rowan's body, and the phantom of a giant dragon coiled around him. The ultimate skill of the Dragon Race Transcender, Transcendent Ultimate. This skill could only be used once every 30 days. The manifestation of this skill was different for every dragon. Upon mastering it, a technique most suited to the current user would be generated. In other words, every dragon's technique looked different. So let's see what my move looks like. Transcendent Ultimate. Rowan pointed his magic wand. The air seemed to become restless. A pitch-black portal appeared behind the insect cocoon, the massive black gate carved with all sorts of strange patterns. It was as if it were an existence from another world, or perhaps the gateway to the abyss. The pitch-black gate slowly opened, and a withered, giant hand holding a bone all reached out from within. That hand was enormous. The massive black gate could only squeeze out one hand, and that single hand nearly filled the entire underground space. The bone all in that giant hand was raised high, then stabbed down fiercely toward the insect cocoon. Like a needle piercing through, it penetrated the insect cocoon with unstoppable force, and then stabbed into the Bug King, impaling its body directly. The Bug King couldn't even make a sound before being poked to death just like that. Experience plus 52 million. The experience notification had already appeared. This Bug King was as dead as could be. However, Rowan wasn't paying attention to that. Instead, he stared fixedly at the pitch-black portal. The forbidden curse eye in his gaze was pushed to its limit, and the black cross pupils in Rowan's eyes pried into everything about the black portal. Magic traces, unable to analyze. Portal material, unable to analyze. Giant hand strength, unable to analyze. Space behind the gate, unable to analyze. What is this? This is the ultimate move most suited to me. But why? The ultimate skill of the elemental Saint Spirit, the sixth element, could also reach the destructive power required to destroy the Bug King. Rowan could understand the sixth element, but he could not understand this transcendent ultimate. The massive withered hand retracted into the black gate. Behind the gate, there seemed to be a giant eye staring this way, its gaze carrying some sort of emotion. The black gate slowly closed and disappeared once shut. On Rowan's attribute panel, the skill Transcendent Ultimate actually underwent a bizarre distortion, quickly changing its name and description. Transcendent Ultimate Azura Strike, 1 use/30 days summon the Primal Azura to deliver a single attack. No, wait, this thing is an Azura. What connection does it have with the special class, Azura? Is this considered the attack most suited to me? This Primal Azura seemed to be incredibly powerful. He didn't know what the upper limit of a single attack was, but since it could shatter the insect cocoon, which had several times the defense of the Bug King, in one hit, its power surely wasn't small. Rowan had a faint feeling that there might be a possibility for further development of this skill. His current strength was too lacking, and he couldn't analyze it even with the Forbidden Curse Eye. He could research it later. The Bug King's strength was inferior to the Translucent Dragon King, its level was a few ranks lower, and the experience it provided was also less. However, it was enough to level up once. Unfortunately, he currently lacked a class, so he couldn't level up even with the experience. In this battle, he hadn't lost any health, but he had lost more than half of his mana. It was a complete suppression at a crushing level. Although intelligence played a large part, his own growth in strength could not be ignored. Furthermore, a good portion of that mana was wasted on the taboo magic, 7-colored shield. Magic of that level was a bit overkill to use here. Just then, a message suddenly popped up before his eyes. Solo kill of high-tier boss Scythe Bug King achieved. Received the gaze of the world. Job requirements met. Obtained advanced class, Nature Guardian. ZZZZT, ZZZZT, ZZZZT. The interface before him seemed to be affected by some kind of interference, undergoing bizarre fluctuations as if some sort of rule was being generated. After a moment, the next prompt popped up. Class Evolver triggered. The derived special class of Regional Guardian is World Guardian. Please choose to take this job or forfeit it. Hiss, Rowan sucked in a breath of cold air. Is this even reasonable? Defeating a demon god could actually trigger a class. It seemed like this mechanism existed in the game, but he didn't expect it could also be triggered in this other world. Chapter 118, World Guardian. Chapter 119, World Guardian. Setting aside the Nature Guardian for a moment, that advanced class can likely be triggered by solo killing a high-tier boss, but the World Guardian is different. This class is extremely unique. In the lore, World Guardian and World Calamity are the two most special magic classes, rivaling even the special class World Champion. Any class prefixed with World belongs to an exceptionally rare category. The method to obtain World Guardian is by defeating a world boss and completing a world trial. It seemingly involves devouring demons from the outside world. It is no exaggeration to say its acquisition difficulty is among the highest. And now, it had actually been obtained by Rowan just like that. Nature Guardian was merely an advanced class. As a reward for Rowan, who maintained regional peace, the difficulty wasn't low, but it wasn't excessively high either. In the end, after Rowan obtained it, he forcibly shoved it back. I don't want this one, I want the higher tier one. The special class above it was World Guardian, and because they were related, it was forcibly pulled out by Rowan's innate talent. It is one of the most unique and powerful magic classes, serving as the counterpart to World Calamity. There was no time for hesitation. Rowan worried that if he wavered for even a moment, this class would slip away. Class change. A powerful force surged into Rowan's body. World Guardian, power originating from the World Tree. Please use this power wisely to protect the world and oppose the evil existences that seek to destroy it. Prerequisites for World Guardian: defeat a world boss, complete the world trial. Status: waived. Obtained passive skill: World's Protection. Obtained active skill: absolute defense. Obtained active skill, reversal counterattack. World's protection, passive blessed by the world will. Greatly reduces soul damage received, grants immunity to charms below world level, resists effects that modify the soul, or will, and significantly enhances resistance against world level effects. Absolute defense, active assume a stance to block the next incoming attack, granting immunity to all damage and special effects. Usage, 1x/3 days. Reversal counterattack, active withstand one instance of damage and deal a counterattack to the enemy equal to twice the damage received. This attack ignores the enemy's defense. This class seemed to lean toward a defensive support type. 2 of the 3 initial skills were defensive. Among them, the ability Absolute Defense sounded like a rule-level power. As expected of one of the 2 most unique magic classes, the ceiling and floor for these skills were incredibly high. If used well, one could even defend against the highest level of origin magic or world items. Absolute Defense truly lived up to its name. Unfortunately, it could only be used once every 3 days. If an opponent knew the skill's characteristics, they could simply throw out a trash skill to cancel out Absolute Defense after he assumed the stance. The strengths and weaknesses were both very obvious. The skill tree for the World Guardian class was also focused on defense and support. Rowan estimated that its counterpart, World Calamity, must be specialized in pure offense. World Dew, active condense a teardrop from the World Tree. When used on an individual, it restores all HP and significantly increases mana recovery speed. Usage, 1x/day. Requirement, World Guardian LV.1. World's Blessing, active enhance an item below world level, raising its grade by 1 major tier or significantly boosting its effects. Duration, 3 minutes. Usage, 1x/3 days. Requirement, World Guardian LV.3. Noble Sacrifice, active decrease the World Guardian's level by 1 to unleash a soul-targeted attack on an enemy. The higher the user's total level, the greater the destructive power. This skill cannot be defended against, avoided, mitigated, or transferred. Usage, 1x/7 days. Requirement, World Guardian LV.5. These 3 skills, how to put it. The first recovery skill was powerful, providing a full heal and a massive mana boost. Setting aside the healing, the mana recovery alone was very special. It was Rowan's second skill so far involving mana restoration. The second skill for equipment enhancement spoke for itself. If used on a divine class item, it might briefly strengthen it to a level approaching a world item. The third skill traded 1 level's worth of experience for an extraordinary strike. Just how powerful was this strike? Could it eliminate a character of the same level as himself? Without specific values, it was hard to estimate. While the effect was powerful, the cost was also terrifyingly high. The experience for 1 level, who knew how long it would take to accumulate? At max level, the experience for a single level was even more staggering. Unless he had an item like the world item, Avarice and Generosity, that could pay for experience, the sacrifice of dropping a level was truly a bit too much. Furthermore, it only dealt soul damage rather than directly destroying the soul. Compared to origin magic like Soulbreaker Breath, or the world item, Longinus, the Deletion Spear, this skill was somewhat inferior. Hopefully, the effect wouldn't be too weak. This kind of defense-ignoring soul attack, if used correctly, was enough to turn the tide of a battle. This was a trump card for a desperate last stand. In conventional combat, he wouldn't be willing to use it. Regardless, there likely wouldn't be an opportunity to use it in the short term. A massive harvest. This operation had yielded immense gains. The primary goal was to retrieve the Dwarf King's remains, and the secondary goal was to harvest the Insect King. He hadn't expected to achieve both main objectives, and also luckily obtain a powerful special class. A huge profit, he had practically one big. He collected the Insect King's corpse. As a high-level magical beast, its body was highly valuable. If used properly, it could refine many high-level potions, and by adding some materials to those giant scythes, there was a great hope of forging legendary-grade equipment. After cleaning up the cave and covering all traces that might leak information, Rowan returned to the surface. The seal of the bottomless abyss had been cleared away, leaving only a massive pit. His only concern was whether Gully Lee would notice this place, and then implicate the dwarf clan. To be safe, Rowan set up a simple sealing magic circle, and then brought over earth to cover it up. The sealing magic circle Rowan arranged was certainly not as good as the original, it was a pure facade. After all, there was no longer an insect king below to act as a power source and provide a continuous stream of mana. He didn't expect this thing to last long. It just needed to remain undiscovered for 4 or 5 years. As for after 4 or 5 years, whether it was exposed or not wouldn't matter. Rowan estimated that by then, they would already be in a life-and-death struggle against the Bone King's faction. In this world, the most precious biological materials belong to the Dragon Lords. Unfortunately, after the slaughter by the 8 Greed Kings, there weren't many Dragon Lords left. If he sought to eliminate these Dragon Lords, he feared it would draw the attention of the true Dragon Kings. However, besides the Dragon Lords, some high-level magical beasts in the center of the continent, and the sealed evil deities possessed great value. These could all be arranged for later. Chapter 119, The Gaze from the Theocracy. Chapter 120, The Gaze from the Theocracy. After handling the matters, Rowan returned to the royal capital of the Dragon Kingdom, took little Nia, and left this place, returning to the Holy Kingdom. Gradually, compared to other places, staying in the Holy Kingdom felt a bit more reassuring. As for Shadow 2, after some hesitation, Rowan still decided to leave it in the Dragon Kingdom, having it stay nearby to help him gather experience. The equipment, 7-colored heart, was also left with Shadow 2. After all, this was the 7-colored Dragon King's item, who knows if there are any hidden traps. Rowan certainly dared not keep it by his side. For Rowan, the most precious thing was the knowledge within it. Now that Rowan had completely absorbed it into his mind, keeping this special legendary equipment by his side held little significance. After returning to the Holy Kingdom, Rowan first examined the Dwarf King's remains. The Dwarf King left behind few things, a suit of armor, 3 rings, and a large hammer. The equipment's level was only heritage grade. The national treasures of the Dwarf Kingdom could be forged by Rowan with ease. What truly captured his attention were the rune scripts on the equipment. Because this equipment surprisingly bore the highest level rune scripts. All 5 highest level ones, not a single one missing. The 5 pieces of equipment each had 1 script engraved, 2 of which were already known to Rowan. The rune scripts were finally all gathered. Each of these rune national treasures bore only a few scripts, just 1 highest level script combined with several lower level ones. The equipment looked very ancient, its history certainly exceeding 200 years. It's unknown which master crafted them, but the workmanship is extremely exquisite, definitely not something dwarves of this era could forge. This should be from a much more distant era, forged by dwarf master craftsmen with great effort. Moreover, based on Rowan's observation, these 5 pieces of equipment were not the work of a single dwarf master, but rather creations left by different dwarf masters across several eras. For a single master, mastering 1 highest level rune script in their lifetime is already remarkable. For Rowan, the only value of this equipment lies in the highest level rune scripts on them. These items will stay with me for now. I'll return them to the dwarf clan after the Bone King's threat is gone. If I return them now and they get lost, it's one thing, but if they fall into the Bone King's hands, that would be aiding the enemy. Rune scripts are very ancient, possess immense potential, and hold great research value. According to dwarf clan legends, above the highest level rune scripts, there are even divine level scripts. This is also an important research direction. If the legends are true, then I'll have a much greater chance when forging divine artifacts in the future. While Rowan stayed in the Holy Kingdom studying magic and alchemy, a major breakthrough soon occurred at the Forgotten Island. The volcanic forge's basic construction was finally completed. Next, as long as the core section is finished, the furnace will be truly established. And the volcanic forge is the furnace prepared for forging divine artifacts later. Of course, that's far in the future. In the short term, Rowan couldn't possibly reach the level of divine artifacts. The various precious materials collected earlier finally had a use. And with the volcanic forge, the construction of his wizard tower base could finally begin. The Azura clone building the furnace's foundation was no problem, but for the core section, the main body still had to take action. Not staying long, Rowan set off again for the Forgotten Island. However, this time he didn't use the low-level methods of teleporting out of the city or traveling by crow. Instead, he directly used a high-level teleportation spell. The forbidden magic, world movement, had a larger range but also higher consumption. Using it for such a short distance was purely wasteful. As for Nia, she stayed in the royal capital to study on her own for a while. It was better not to involve her in the matters of the Forgotten Island. After making some disguises, he directly used a high-level teleportation spell to leave the Holy Kingdom. At the Forgotten Island, Shura had long designated the volcanic area as a restricted zone and prepared the necessary materials. After Rowan arrived, he immediately began arranging the core magic circle. In the theocracy, in a certain meeting room, the Supreme High Priest had convened the 6 great priest chiefs for a meeting. The elderly Supreme High Priest spoke. "Everyone, the intelligence report regarding the kingdom has been delivered to you. Given some unusual circumstances in the kingdom, I believe it is necessary to convene this meeting." The somewhat plump Fire High Priest asked doubtfully, "I've reviewed the relevant information. However, it's merely the abnormal expansion of the underground organization 8 Fingers. Is it really worth your high degree of attention?" Generally, meetings convened by the Supreme High Priest involve either major wars between nations or matters concerning beings above the level of aberrance. A mere underground organization in a small kingdom shouldn't warrant such importance. According to the report, this organization's expansion speed over the past year has been extremely rapid. It was once the largest underground organization in the kingdom's capital. Now it secretly controls all aspects of the kingdom, and its influence extends into surrounding countries, including the Holy Kingdom, and even the theocracy. Its power has grown far too much compared to before. Even so, in the Fire High Priest's view, they are just rats in the sewers. Issuing orders to have them dealt with is sufficient, there's no need to hold a meeting. The Darkness Priest Chief said coldly, "Leave this matter to me. I will completely eradicate them from the theocracy. If necessary, I can also send people to the kingdom." The Supreme High Priest said, "If it were only 8 Fingers, it would be nothing. But the person behind them is not simple. Is it the kingdom's royal family? They don't have that capability, do they? It's not them. This part is top secret information. Please take a look, everyone." After the 6 great priest chiefs reviewed the documents, their expressions varied. "Is this intelligence confirmed?" "Of course, it has been verified by astrological 1,000 miles. However, the other party now seems to have detected astrological 1,000 miles' presence, so we can no longer gather intelligence through it." "That can't be right. Even astrological 1,000 miles. Astrological 1,000 miles is based on a 5th-tier magic. If the other party possesses sufficient power, detection is possible." The 6 of them reviewed the documents and the assessment section on the other party's strength, falling into a long silence. Chapter 120, Investigation Team. Chapter 121, Investigation Team. The Black Scripture is the most powerful secret unit of the theocracy. Its 12 members are the strongest existences in the theocracy. Aside from the 2 godkins, there are only 2 aberrants among them, the rest are all within the realm of heroes. In other words, within the Black Scripture, only Zeshi Zetsumii and the Godman Captain can steadily suppress this fellow named Alka. What is going on? How could an existence of this strength suddenly pop up? Could it be, is a new disaster coming? The theocracy is the most powerful entity among humanity. In this world, transmigrators descend every 100 years. The 6 great gods, the 8 greed kings, the demon gods, the 13 heroes, and so on, were all transmigrators. Those are just the famous ones. There are many other existences who left no names behind. According to observations, special existences descend into this world every 100 years. There are still 3 years until the estimated date, yet Alka appeared at least 2 years ago. The timing doesn't match. The high priest's face was grave. Furthermore, based on current intelligence, the opponent has not engaged in any mass slaughter of demi-humans, nor has his strength grown abnormally in a short period. It is unlikely he is a polluter from an outside world. My suggestion is to begin a formal investigation. I propose that the Black Scripture's 12th seat, Tenjo Tenge, lead the team, with the 5th seat, One-Man Army, and the 11th seat, Infinite Magic Power, providing support, leading a squad of high-level intelligence personnel for reconnaissance. An aberrant indeed required sufficient attention. Even if the opponent wasn't a polluter of the world, they had to gather clear intelligence. The existence of an aberrant was enough to trigger changes at a national level. Seconded. *6. Once the Council of Cardinals made the decision, the mission was quickly dispatched to each individual. The strength of the Black Scripture members isn't actually related to their seat numbers. Among them, the extra seat, Zeshi Zetsumii, is the strongest by an overwhelming margin, followed by the Godman Captain. A massive chasm exists between these two and the others. As the strongest existences of the theocracy, they basically do not go on missions. After them comes the strongest human, Tenjo Tenge, these two who have reached the level of aberrance. Tenjo Tenge is a powerful assassin. His abilities as an assassin far exceed those of Blue Rose's ninja twins. He could even carry out an assassination on them without the ninja twins noticing. In a direct confrontation, he might not match the strongest human, but in the field of assassination, he is far superior. It was only logical to dispatch him for reconnaissance. After receiving the order, he began preparing his belongings. Opening his door, he found a girl with half-black, half-white hair leaning against the wall, looking at him with interest. I heard that a powerful human has appeared over in the kingdom. Zeshi Zetsumii, the strongest of the theocracy, no, of humanity. A guardian of overwhelming power. Even the arrogant Godman Captain, the strongest of the Black Scripture, had been beaten miserably by her, and was now quite well behaved. No one in the theocracy dared to provoke this person. Although he was 2 heads taller than her, Tenjo Tenge felt his legs go a bit weak. Well, he had been beaten too, but he knew how to read the situation, and hadn't been thrashed quite as badly. Yes, Excellency. I heard his strength has reached the level of an aberrant, so the higher-ups ordered me to lead a team to investigate. If it's just an aberrant, the strength is still a bit too weak. Investigate well. If his strength reaches your captain's level, or exceeds it, notify me immediately. Zeshi Zetsumii licked her lips. She craved the existence of someone strong. Although she felt the hope was slim this time as well, she was still willing to look forward to it. Yes. The girl left slowly, and only then did Tenjo Tenge breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she only came to ask about the situation, and didn't find an excuse to beat him up. He gathered the members at the cathedral, and after the group donned some disguises, they set out. This time, to avoid alerting the enemy, the 3 main forces disguised themselves as an adventurer party, while the other intelligence personnel disguised themselves as people from various walks of life to gather information for them in secret. 3 days later, the royal capital of the kingdom. By the time the theocracy trio officially entered the royal city, the other intelligence personnel had already been there for a day gathering info, but they had basically gained nothing. Among the trio, the leader Tenjo Tenge was disguised as a warrior in armor, not even showing his face. The one-man army, Quies Hazia Quintia, as the older brother of Clementine, was incredibly powerful. This funny guy was among the top tier in the realm of heroes, even stronger than his sister. The 11th seat, Infinite Magic Power, was a blue-haired magic caster wearing a large black hat. Her strength was decent, and she was highly proficient in magic. That the theocracy would dispatch such a well-rounded team showed how much importance they placed on Alka. "Captain, can we go rest first? I'm exhausted after traveling all day." Infinite magic power was listless. Because of certain requirements, she wasn't even allowed to use floating, which was a nightmare for a shut-in like her who didn't even like to walk. Usually at home, she moved around sitting on a large magical sphere, unwilling to even take a step. "No, we must hurry. We'll go to the Adventurers Guild first to see if we can gather any intel, then head to the safe house." The captain used encrypted communication to remind the two. The so-called gathering intel was actually finding some information brokers to see if they could buy any news. Intelligence regarding Eight Fingers wasn't actually hard to find in the capital, but there were no clues about their leader, Alka. To the low-level members, the leader was just the leader. As for his name, or what he looked like, no one knew. The work of the low-level members consisted of simple tasks like scouting for information, mostly regarding magical materials. Once the existence of materials was confirmed, core members would purchase or collect them. Their purpose for buying materials was also very simple: to process them into magic items, equipment, or alchemical potions for sale. They were making money from processing materials. Because the scale was quite large, the price of magic items in the capital had dropped significantly this year. Many ordinary craftsmen and alchemists had gone bankrupt as a result. The number of low-level personnel in Eight Fingers was also very large, with many even being part-time members. This was the only information that could be gathered currently. Even though Tenjo Tenge went to an information boss and spent a lot of money, the intelligence obtained was still very limited. It seemed like Eight Fingers was just an ordinary alchemy workshop, only on a larger scale, earning hard-earned money. Such a conclusion was somewhat hard to believe. That night, in the Theocracy's safe house, the team organized the gathered intelligence. The Theocracy had set up safe houses in various places. Because Eight Fingers' development in the kingdom had caused many conflicts with the Theocracy's forces, several safe houses on the kingdom's side had already been destroyed, and not many remained. Chapter 121, The Great Volcanic Forge. Chapter 122, The Great Volcanic Forge. In the royal capital of the kingdom, the information gathered by the original intelligence personnel was very limited. One could say not a single piece of key information was found. Facing the pile of collected intelligence, Tenjo Tenge felt a massive headache. This task was much more difficult than he had imagined. Despite being the mastermind behind the colossus known as Eight Fingers, the opponent hadn't leaked a single shred of information, which was actually a significant piece of intelligence in itself. The opponent was not only powerful but also had a thorough grasp of Eight Fingers. Only in this way could they avoid leaking even a trace of information. The only information currently on the surface was that the opponent was a noble and possessed a mansion in the royal capital. One could guess even without thinking that the mansion's defenses would be extremely tight. "Captain, it seems this mission is much harder than we thought. If we don't handle it personally, we definitely won't be able to give an account," Quinisai reminded him. Tenjo Tenge said helplessly, "Sai, the opponent is a powerhouse in the realm of the aberrant. Without intelligence, isn't going straight to their door just seeking death. I'm just an assassin, why is the job of gathering intelligence also being handed to me?" Tenjo Tenge was very distressed. He really didn't want to go and probe that trap. For a powerhouse about whom there was absolutely no information, a rash infiltration carried immense risk. Infinite Magic Power muttered, "It shouldn't be that bad, right? Captain, aren't you an aberrant too? And an assassin at that, with top-tier stealth capabilities. Do not underestimate any opponent." Tenjo Tenge complained inwardly. Against a mysterious fellow like this, having no intelligence is the most dangerous thing. As an assassin, one must value intelligence even more. "But we can't collect anything useful just by relying on surface-level methods," Infinite Magic Power complained. She just wanted to finish the mission quickly and go home early. 3 days. We'll try for 3 more days. If there's still no progress, we'll infiltrate for reconnaissance. On Forgotten Island, Rowan completed the final core piece. Starting from beneath his feet, magic circles began to connect one by one, finally forming a supergiant magic circle. The massive magic circle emitted a steady glow, which then gradually receded. Experience plus 2,100,000. Although the experience provided by setting up such a giant magic circle was far inferior to that of bosses, it added up over time, and became quite considerable. Through his efforts, Rowan had already turned the entire volcano into his forge. Numerous magic circles channeled the volcano's power, concentrating it into a great furnace. This great furnace held the power of an entire volcano, and its forging capabilities were several levels higher than those of the dwarf clan's great furnace. In the story, even the iron ingots that the Bone King casually threw out were items the dwarf clan could not forge, even leading to an incident where a dwarven forge master embezzled an ingot and fled. If they had this volcanic forge, such things wouldn't happen. Theoretically, this volcanic forge possessed the possibility of crafting divine-class items. There were many conditions for forging divine-class items, and Rowan had completed one of the most fundamental ones. Many days had passed since he arrived at Forgotten Island. Besides the core volcanic forge magic circle, the most important thing was the high-tier illusion array covering the entire island. This illusion array was the highest-level magic circle Rowan could currently set up, belonging to the 8th tier. Aside from those true dragons, there should be no being that can see through this magic circle. Once this magic circle was activated, the entire island would be hidden. From high above or from a distance, it would look like an ordinary patch of sea. The island's existence wouldn't be visible at all. Only by getting very close would it be possible to detect an anomaly. And if someone approached, Rowan would know immediately. A ground-based base like this had this kind of flaw. It was far less secretive than an underground one. Fortunately, this place was very remote, and the probability of being discovered was very small. Those true dragon kings were few in number, so it wasn't likely he'd encounter one so soon. In the event that he did encounter one, he could only activate the self-destruct magic circle hidden beneath the island, destroy the island and flee. This place was also an experimental transitional base for Rowan, merely a target on the surface, so Rowan didn't value it too highly. Now that the volcanic forge was complete, he could start forging items freely. But before that, he had to deal with the 3 fellows who came from Theocracy. In fact, Alka's exposure had long been within Rowan's expectations. After all, gathering resources from the entire kingdom, and even surrounding countries made it impossible to hide completely. Alka was the existence standing on the surface. Rowan helped him hide a portion of his strength, and after attracting the reconnaissance of Astrological 1,000 Miles, he blocked that reconnaissance for him. Astrological 1,000 Miles' ability was decent, but its core was just magic. To Rowan, the traces were far too obvious, and blocking it wasn't difficult. Forgotten Island hadn't been exposed yet. Even if it were exposed later, if one used Astrological 1,000 Miles to investigate, they would only see an ordinary ocean, and wouldn't be able to see the island at all. The high-tier illusion array was equally effective against Astrological 1,000 Miles. As for those 3 fellows, from the moment they entered the royal capital until now, they had been under Rowan's close surveillance. Theocracy, the most powerful nation among human realms, had inherited many items left behind by the 6 great gods, and even possessed world-class items and divine-class items. These were resources Rowan could not ignore. Now, it was time to start seeking the resources of Theocracy, and these 3 from the Black Scripture were a good breakthrough point. To prevent the opponent from holding a world-class item, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, Rowan would not take the risk. This time, he would still use the method of a proxy making frontal contact. In the royal capital, Rowan had already laid out a large net, waiting for the 3 big fish to swim into it. Just as Tenjo Tenge had predicted. Over the next few days, the investigation still made no progress. No matter what method they used, there was no breakthrough. They infiltrated the residences of some leaders and even tried to control them, but the information they obtained still lacked any substance. At most, they learned the leader was Alka, that he was powerful, and that the subordinates mainly collected magic materials, sold magic items, and gathered intelligence, with not much else to do. As for personnel to watch out for, there were several, including the Adamantite ranked team, the warrior captain, the genius warrior, former Adamantite ranked team members, and so on. Although there was a lot of content, none of it was truly valuable. Alka originally kept a low profile, and his subordinates met with him very rarely. Although some had seen him take action, it was always a crushing level of power. As for exactly how strong he was, they couldn't tell. Having no choice, they could only use the final plan. Alka's mansion was located on the edge of the royal capital. The house was quite large, likely built with a lot of money made through 8 fingers. When deep night fell, Tenjo Tenge brought his 2 team members to the outside of Alka's mansion. They first used detection magic. The mansion was shrouded in a magic circle. After analysis, infinite magic power confirmed it was a defensive magic circle that would trigger a defense mechanism when outsiders entered, and it also had a soundproofing function. As expected, it wasn't simple. Chapter 122, Big Head Carp Strays into a Shark Net. Chapter 123, Big Head Carp Strays into a Shark Net. According to the plan, I will infiltrate and observe first. You will act based on the signals, retreat immediately on a red signal, charge in to assist me on a green signal, and stay put on a yellow signal, making sure to intercept any fleeing enemies, Tenjo Tenge instructed. There was no other way. Among the 3 of them, he possessed the strongest infiltration and reconnaissance abilities, so the task of sneaking in could only be done by him. If the enemy's strength was weaker than his own, he would take them down directly. If the gap was small or they were slightly stronger, the other 2 would charge in to assist. If they were truly too powerful, he still had ways to retreat. He estimated this was why the higher-ups had teamed the 3 of them together, himself, an expert in reconnaissance, and 2 assistants providing combat support and magical analysis. Even if they encountered a stronger enemy, they wouldn't necessarily be defeated. It wasn't the first time the 3 had worked together, and they were capable of handling various complex situations. Understood, Captain. Tenjo Tenge nodded and then his figure vanished, entering the mansion directly. The defensive magic array had no effect on him whatsoever. Infinite magic power marveled inwardly. The captain is simply too strong. Once he's invisible, I can't even detect him with reconnaissance magic. If an enemy like that gets close, there's simply no power to resist. Infinite magic power had suffered more than once. Within the Black Scripture, aside from that monster and the Godman captain, she feared this Tenjo Tenge the most. Not only was he powerful, but he also specialized in stealth and assassination, making him a literal mage killer. His stealth ability is indeed strong. However, if one is prepared, there's no need to worry too much. For me, I should be able to fight the captain on even terms in a head-on battle, but it's indeed hard to contend with him in a stealthy assassination, Quinn Essay said with a chuckle. One-man army was his title. He was best at fighting alone, using a group of subordinates to gang up on a single enemy. Therefore, within the Black Scripture, his combat power ranked among the very best. Infinite magic power sized him up, clearly not believing he possessed such capability. You really are arrogant. I am merely confident, not arrogant. A certain someone is the one who was truly arrogant, only learning to show restraint after being thrashed by that person. You. Infinite magic power gnashed her teeth in anger. That was the memory she least wanted to recall. Earlier, when she had just been promoted to the hero rank and joined the Black Scripture, she was a magical genius with a fiery temper. As a result, she was caught and beaten by that monster, and to this day, she still lived in that person's shadow. Truly an annoying fellow. Infinite magic power didn't want to speak anymore, and instead used reconnaissance magic to observe the mansion's movements from a distance. Tenjo Tenge had no idea that while he was risking himself for reconnaissance, his 2 teammates were outside talking nonsense. He quietly entered the mansion. It was silent inside, but the lamps were lit. In the center was a large open space with many sword marks on the ground. He even saw a gash over 10 meters long. Tenjil Tenge's heart skipped a beat. This was an expert, without a doubt, and likely a master of the sword. Further inside were several buildings. The door to the central one was wide open, and inside, a man sat cross-legged with a blue longsword across his knees. He seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, yet also sensing something. Could he be practicing? However, that sword was simply too magnificent. Just one look made Tenjil Tenge's heart stir. The blade was like a block of ice, pale blue and translucent, emitting a faint blue glow. Even from a distance, he could sense a slight chill. This was a weapon of national treasure caliber. Legend had it that the kingdom's royal family possessed a blue precious sword, which was the kingdom's most precious treasure. Tenjil Tenge knew of that weapon, but it definitely wasn't this one. Compared to that national treasure, this weapon was more slender and gave off a very agile feeling. What the hell? Why did it feel like this weapon was even better than the so-called national treasure? If possible, he absolutely had to get his hands on it. The weapon was powerful, and as for Alka himself, his presence was also very formidable. Without a doubt, this was a master of combat, possessing an aura similar to his colleague, the strongest human. The strongest human was also a powerhouse in the realm of the aberrant, specializing in close-quarters combat. If it were purely a melee fight, I wouldn't be his match. This guy is likely similar. I wonder who would be stronger between him and the strongest human. Tenjil Tenge pondered silently. The intelligence was indeed correct, although this guy was powerful, he wasn't much better than himself. He slowly approached the other party. In his stealth state, no reconnaissance magic could find him, and it was even more impossible for the human eye to see him. Tenjil Tenge was extremely confident in his stealth abilities. Even the captain wouldn't be able to discover him if he didn't emit any killing intent or make a move. Though this man was strong, he was definitely not as good as the captain. He wasn't unapproachable. He got closer and closer. He stepped into the house, his feet landing on the wooden floor without making a sound. The surrounding light didn't distort in the slightest, he was like a ghost. He sneaked right in front of the man, and at that moment, the fellow actually dared to slowly open his eyes. Impressive stealth ability. However, your killing intent is so conspicuous in my perception. Azura passive, killing intent perception. It allowed one to sense an enemy's presence based on their killing intent. For Rowan, this passive was basically useless because he could find enemies just with his eyes, but for Alka, it was a method of perception more important than sight. Discovered? How? Tenjil Tenge was shocked. The situation was bad, he immediately launched an attack. Shadow Strike. His figure suddenly appeared behind the other party, his dagger thrusting fiercely toward the man's kidney. However, while he was fast, the opponent was even faster. Martial art, instant flash. A blue light flashed, and Tenjil Tenge felt his arm fly off. His pupils constricted violently. An illusion. I didn't see his movement at all. No, this isn't an illusion. This person. This is absolutely not a realm a human can reach. Blood splattered. With just one move, Tenjil Tenge realized there was a massive chasm between him and the man before him. It was a pure, crushing level of power, just like facing the Godman captain. He wasn't some bullshit aberrant, he was an even more powerful existence. While his severed arm was still flying through the air, Tenjil Tenge didn't hesitate for a second. Without any thought of fighting, he directly used his strongest escape skill. Ninja art, body flicker technique. In the next instant, he appeared at a distant corner of the wall. This was his strongest ability, teleporting a short distance. It was so fast that no one could react to it, even when fighting the captain, he could rely on this move to escape. Though the distance wasn't too far. It was enough. For an assassin, if a single strike failed, they had to retreat 1,000 miles immediately. However, just as he intended to use another escape skill, a strange chain whistled through the air and instantly bound him. Chapter 123, A Backstab of Justice. Chapter 124, A Backstab of Justice. Tenjo Tenge felt his speed drop sharply, as if he were in congealed air. This is bad. At the very least, I have to get the intel out. He took out an item, but the chains wrapped around his body like a python, coil after coil, even binding his arms. A bone-chilling cold froze his body, rendering him unable to move, as if even his soul were being frozen. His body was stuck in a state of rigidity, he couldn't even activate his items. Rowan, far away on the Forgotten Island, fell into thought as he watched this. Do the chains of the immovable Wisdom King have such an effect? It seems I've always used this move just to hit enemies and slow them down, never developing its deeper capabilities. I've underestimated this skill. Rowan also possessed the immovable Wisdom King skill, but his development path was entirely different from Alka's. By now, he had treated immovable Wisdom King as a defensive skill, looking down on its meager attack power. As for the chains, they were a control skill, but he hadn't delved deep into their core abilities. In terms of effect, Rowan's chain restriction was stronger, but it lacked Alka's flexibility. It could only perform deceleration operations and couldn't restrict an enemy's movements like Alka did. In terms of developing the immovable Wisdom King, Alka had already surpassed him. This was no surprise. Rowan's focus was on the magic side, and the Azura class was merely a transitional one from back then. For Alka, however, it was his core class. Alka approached Tenjo Tenge, stripped him of all his items, and used special chains on his hands and feet. Then, he drove several spikes into the man's 3 limbs and shoulders, completely restricting his movement on a physical level. These spikes were items specially made by Rowan. Not only did they physically block bodily control, but they also disrupted the target's mana, preventing them from using magic. They were very useful for capturing enemies alive. When Rowan was too busy on the island to leave, Alka would go out to capture high-level monsters for his degradation to absorb energy. The spike's effect was quite good, but they couldn't stop the use of certain special skills. Afterward, Alka performed another thorough check, searching and removing everything from the man's person. Tenjo Tenge was also stubborn, he endured it all without making a sound. Is this all you've got? Alka toyed with the demon sealing crystal in his hand. This was the man's greatest trump card, his other equipment was relatively ordinary. A sealed 7th-tier spell. It seems you came well prepared. So why did you run? Against such an absolute gap in strength, there's no possibility of victory even with this treasure. So this is a trap, isn't it? A trap aimed at me. You could say that. Expressionless, Alka used his blade to break both of the man's arms and legs, as if he felt that driving in spikes wasn't secure enough. Tenjo Tenge finally couldn't hold it in, and let out a groan of pain. Preparation complete, yet the opponent still made no move. If there were any hidden cards, they would surely have been used by now. But there were none, which meant the man truly had nothing left. After all, a few more hits and he'd be dead. The air rippled as a figure slowly squeezed out of it. It was Rowan, who had used high-tier teleportation to arrive. He wore an Azura mask, ferocious and terrifying. For this distance, using high-tier teleportation was sufficient to get there. Tenjo Tenge, lying on the ground, looked up and saw the figure before him. Who on earth are you? Rowan didn't speak. First, he used optimization to probe the man's memories. Tenjo Tenge's body slowly recovered. Whether it was the broken bones or the pierced flesh, everything was rapidly healing. What does this person want to do? He didn't dare run because Alka was watching from the side like a tiger eyeing its prey. Alka alone was overwhelmingly powerful. This guy who had suddenly teleported in was likely just as strong. Moreover, this fellow even took the severed hand and pressed it against the stump, and the severed parts actually began to slowly reconnect. Damn it, where did all these powerhouses come from? Setting everything else aside, this miraculous healing method was already far beyond imagination. After the optimization, Rowan breathed a small sigh of relief. From the current intel, the opponent had no intention of using a world-class item. Presumably, in their eyes, an aberrant was nowhere near worth using such a treasure. The trio was the highest-level reconnaissance team, and there were no other backup plans. Tenjo Tenge was also part of the physical assassin system. Classes triggered through memory had no effect on Rowan's system, so he hadn't taken on any classes. To Rowan, his memories could only provide some information and had no practical use. Rowan directly used soul stripping. After the man's soul was pulled out, it fluctuated violently during the modification. His will was quite firm. Rowan's expression grew serious. Fortunately, luck was on his side this time. Although the soul fluctuated violently, it ultimately didn't collapse and instead stabilized. Rowan implanted his own will into the man's consciousness, and then returned it to his body. Tenjo Tenge knelt respectfully before Rowan. Soul modification complete. Modifications acting on the soul would generally not be detected by detection magic. He would be a nail. Rowan drove into the theocracy. Use your signal and have those two come in. Yes, master. Tenjo Tenge took out a signaling device and launched a signal. At the same time, Rowan used teleportation to leave once more. He had to leave. He had only confirmed that Tenjo Tenge's memory contained no hidden cards, but who knew what the situation was with the other two? If they met and they immediately used overthrowing nations and cities, likely a mind control skill, Rowan would have nowhere to cry. Outside, the two were overjoyed upon receiving the signal. This was the signal to attack. It meant the enemy had been restricted, and this mission was almost complete. The two used magic to mask the magic circle and entered the courtyard. In the courtyard, the men named Alka stood on one side, while the captain, Tenjo Tenge, stood on the other, seemingly facing off from a distance. Captain, didn't you take him down? Tenjo Tenge's expression was serious. The enemy is not weak. I couldn't take him down alone. Let's strike together. All right. All right. Neither of them hesitated, intending to strike together. However, in the next instant, a dagger plunged into Brother Huaji's chest, though it missed his heart. Ah, you! Brother Huaji let out a scream, completely caught off guard by his captain's sudden attack. He hadn't even summoned a single creature. For a summoner without summons, they were just a common soldier. Infinite magic power next to him trembled in fear, her chanting magic immediately interrupted. Although she could endure pain while using magic, the current situation exceeded her limit. Chapter 124, Infinite Magic Power. Chapter 125, Infinite Magic Power. Damn it, what are you doing? Brother Huaji shouted in anger. Ha! For the master. A cold smile hung on Tenjo Tenge's face. Without Alka even needing to lift a finger, his daggers danced, easily dismembering one-man legion's limbs. Infinite Magic Power's face turned pale with fright. No, don't kill me, no, wait, kill me, wah. He didn't know what had happened or why the captain had suddenly turned against them. She only wanted to be killed now because there were ways to resurrect after death, however, sometimes death was a luxury. She didn't even dare to chant magic anymore. Yet, even if she did nothing, it didn't look like the opponent was going to let her go. With a dagger held to her throat, Infinite Magic Power's body went stiff. Captain, I'm willing to surrender. Space fluctuated behind her, and a figure appeared behind Infinite Magic Power, placing a large hand on her head. Optimization. Infinite Magic Power's body was rigid, not daring to make a single move. The opponent's memory didn't contain much useful intelligence. Her class was also a common magic class that belonged to Rowan's existing knowledge. It didn't even trigger a single special class. However, her natural talent was quite interesting. Infinite Magic Power was both her title and her natural talent. Infinite Magic Power can convert health points to magic power at a 2-to-1 ratio. The effect of this natural talent was truly strong. Health points could be replenished with potions or skills, but magic power could not. If used well, the ceiling of this natural talent was very high. Theoretically, it really was possible to achieve infinite magic power. For a moment, Rowan was actually reluctant to use soul stripping, because once a soul was modified, its talent ceiling would be greatly reduced. Rowan felt an unbearable itch, as if his collector's habit had flared up. He was loath to destroy certain special natural talents when he encountered them. Judging by her memories, she was just a magic-obsessed shut-in, who didn't have much dependency on theocracy. She hadn't been in the Black Scripture for very long, and being an orphan, she had no attachments. She was truly a good prospect. Rowan cast a sleep spell on her, sending her into a deep slumber. Then, he grabbed One-Man Legion and used optimization to gather intelligence first. The opponent's class was a summoner specialization, but unfortunately, the highest summoning class was only an intermediate one, which could only allow Rowan to trigger an advanced class. To Rowan, advanced classes were of too little value. According to the memories, he was actually Sister Hwaji's older brother, and his strength was even greater than hers. Rowan didn't hold back with this guy, directly performing soul stripping, modification, and then stuffing it back in. The opponent's will was even weaker than Tenjo Tenge's, so the modification went very smoothly. With this, the trio had all fallen. Rowan obtained items from them. Only a demon sealing crystal was decent, while the other items were very ordinary and could be crafted by him at will, having no value. Tenjo Tenge and Brother Hwaji knelt respectfully before Rowan. From the depths of their souls, they now belonged to Rowan, and would pay any price to fulfill his orders. Considering that theocracy also possessed overthrowing nations and cities which could modify will, Rowan was a bit worried about being detected. Therefore he instructed them to maintain their previous status, and said he would communicate intelligence via crows. If they were controlled, they could use soul destruction magic to commit suicide at a critical moment. This magic was derived from dragon soul magic, and its effect was to destroy one's own soul, similar to a puppet's self-destruct magic. After teaching them this magic, Rowan let the two return to go undercover and gather intelligence for him. As for this mission, Rowan had already fabricated a story for them. Alka was powerful and had set a trap to lure them into a reconnaissance mission. During the infiltration, they were discovered, and while retreating, infinite magic power fell into an enemy trap and was controlled. Thus, only 2 people escaped back. As for the demon sealing crystal, it was naturally lost during the battle. Although theocracy was strong, Rowan was not weak now either. He wouldn't dare to take nothing or touch nothing just out of fear of offending them. He definitely wanted the demon sealing crystal, and infinite magic power was also worth investing in. However, this also meant that Alka would be openly opposing theocracy. It would be great if he could lure out overthrowing nations and cities. If Alka were controlled, Rowan could immediately kill Alka, and then have him resurrected. Theoretically, after resurrection, one could escape the control of overthrowing nations and cities. Trading one death of Alka for a world item would be a huge profit. However, the probability of the opponent using overthrowing nations and cities was low. It could only control one person at a time, and Alka wasn't worth that much yet. As for Tenjo Tenge and Brother Hwaji, the control caused by soul stripping, in principle, cannot be escaped even after death because the opponent's soul has been thoroughly modified. This is magic that acts upon the soul. Resurrection magic, on the other hand, uses the original soul. The highest tier origin magic, soul extinguishing breath, completely annihilates the opponent's soul, and beings attacked by it cannot be resurrected. Therefore, if a soul can be completely annihilated, resurrection can be prevented, as a soul is a necessary component for resurrection magic. Unfortunately, magic that can annihilate a soul is unheard of. Those very rare soul-type magics can only damage the soul, but cannot destroy it, which also indirectly reflects how terrifying the mechanics of the soul-stripping skill are. Theocracy suffered a great loss in the first wave of contact. It was foreseeable that the subsequent confrontation would escalate. However, during this time on Forgotten Island, Rowan had also spent energy on raising Alka's level. Now his level had reached 60, and with the relic-grade weapon, Death Icicle, and the dragon spine set given to him, as long as Zeshi Zetsumei didn't move out, he wouldn't be instantly killed. And for theocracy, the possibility of sending out Zeshi Zetsumei was almost zero. Next, he had to make some careful arrangements. He couldn't reveal all of Alka's strength to avoid attracting excessive attention from theocracy. This balance was truly difficult to strike. In a certain basement, infinite magic power slowly woke up. She remembered something and looked around with a face full of terror. The surroundings were somewhat dim. Not far away sat a man wearing a Shura mask and a black robe, writing something in a notebook. Who are you? You can call me Shura. I am in the same camp as Alka. You should already know the intelligence regarding Alka, right? No, the intelligence was completely wrong. Infinite Magic Power's face was full of bitterness. Wrong intelligence gets people killed, and the captain's sudden betrayal was also baffling. She didn't know much. Rowan had knocked her out after obtaining her memories, so the situation regarding using optimization to control enemies hadn't been leaked. All she knew was Tenjo Tenge's betrayal. Is the man in front of me that guy's companion? I wonder how strong he is. He's imprisoning me for intelligence, right? Thinking of the terrible torture women might suffer when intelligence was being extracted, Infinite Magic Power couldn't help but shudder. Chapter 125, Arrangements for Infinite Magic Power. Chapter 126, Arrangements for Infinite Magic Power. Can I discuss something with you? Speak. Infinite Magic Power said with a bitter face, if you have questions, you can ask me directly, and I'll tell you everything without reservation. But please don't hit me, and especially don't give me a beating without asking anything. Rowan found it somewhat amusing. This girl was quite timid. Based on her memories, Rowan also knew her character. She had been incredibly arrogant when she first joined the Black Scripture, but after being beaten by Zeshi Zetsumei, her attitude became extremely low, respectful, and very pragmatic. Rowan quite liked such a talent. After all, he didn't need her to help him fight. He only needed her to raise her level, guide her into certain professions, and utilize her innate talent in specific fields. There was no need for combat, it was very safe, and there were no requirements for things like backbone or conviction. Fine. Moreover, you might have misunderstood. We have our own means of gathering intelligence. The things you know aren't of much value. Is that so? Well, it makes sense, the captain has already defected, so a massive amount of intelligence must have leaked long ago. I just didn't expect that guy with the thick eyebrows and big eyes, the captain, to actually be a spy. Then what do you want me to do? Join our mage tower and participate in related magical research. Contribute your intellect. In exchange, we will provide you with precious magical resources and high-end magical knowledge. That's it. That's it. However, before heading to the mage tower, you must first study under Alka for a period of time. If I refuse, will I die? I know the theocracy has resurrection magic, so dying is impossible for you. However, encountering something more terrifying than death is certainly possible. Infinite Magic Power sighed. Never mind then, I choose to surrender. A wise choice. By the way, this grimoire will be the focus of your studies from now on. Shura took out a thick grimoire and handed it over. Infinite Magic Power took it and looked. Grimoire of the Magic Master, that was the name of the book. The name was quite domineering. Infinite Magic Power opened it and flipped through the pages. According to the introduction, this book was based on an advanced class called Magic Master. This class was very special, capable of perfectly using two different systems of magic. It was a highly unique profession. And the magic recorded in this book was the exclusive magic of a magic master. Amazing. This is much more powerful than the ordinary magic I studied before. How is this implemented? Infinite Magic Power was originally a magical genius, otherwise, she wouldn't have stepped into the hero realm at such a young age. She became obsessed with the magic, and by the time she snapped out of it, she found that the Shura mask was nowhere to be seen. Well, whatever. This grimoire is interesting. After explaining some matters to Alka, Rowan returned to the Forgotten Island. The volcanic forge was complete, and the mountain of forging materials would now be put to use. It was foreseeable that Rowan would be very busy. The materials collected from various countries would rapidly be converted into his experience. The items forged would become the infrastructure of the Forgotten Island. According to Rowan's blueprints, after hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of basic items were interconnected, they would build a magic city, with the Mage Tower as its core. Once the magic city was initially completed, it would possess the ability to withstand 10th-tier magic, and it would also have the possibility for future upgrades. The effect was indeed powerful, but the investment was not low at all. Furthermore, it required his skills as a grand blacksmith and grand alchemist, as well as rune script. Shura could only help out, and could not be used as a main force. Although Shura's level was not low, he had not inherited Rowan's production classes, so critical matters had to be handled by Rowan himself. Next, he would have to spend a long time on the Forgotten Island. The Forgotten Island was the first base Rowan had built, and it was also a work of practice and experimentation for him. Although the defensive capabilities of the first version were relatively limited, and wouldn't be of much use in late-game battles, Rowan didn't feel it was a waste of effort. Firstly, the experience converted from building this massive facility could quickly raise his level. Secondly, this first experimental version of the Magic City would accumulate experience for the second version. This was a necessary step to complete. Rowan hid directly in the volcanic forge to forge manically. The finished forged products were installed and calibrated by Shura according to the positions on the blueprints. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. In the slain theocracy, inside the great conference room, Tenjo Tenge and Brother Huaji stood in the center, reporting on this operation. The 7 high priests of the theocracy all participated in this meeting. The supreme high priest had a bit of a headache. In other words, the 3 of you combined were no match for Alka. Infinite magic power was even intercepted during the escape. And even the demon sealing crystal has been lost. Tenjo Tenge's voice was low. That is the case. Alka's strength is greater than the intelligence suggested, and the opponent is equally skilled in intelligence warfare. Once astrological 1,000 miles was detected, it alerted the opponent. This time was entirely a trap. The opponent set up a magical trap targeting us in their home base, the royal capital. Otherwise, the 3 of us could have taken him down. Are you sure? Yes, I am certain. Although the opponent is strong, he hasn't reached a level of overwhelming dominance. If I faced him alone, even if I couldn't win, I would have a way to retreat. Of course, if the opponent sets a trap and is well prepared, that is another matter, Tenjo Tenge said with great confidence. The distortion of intelligence is indeed a serious problem, but your overconfidence and rash advance are also significant reasons. Because of this, we lost infinite magic power. Although she isn't dead yet, I'm afraid things look grim for her now, and the leakage of the theocracy's intelligence is inevitable. The high priests knew infinite magic power's willpower very well, and didn't believe she could withstand interrogation at all. Although she was a member of the Black Scripture, she had not come into contact with the core secrets of the theocracy. While intelligence was leaked, it wasn't enough to shake the foundations of the nation. The Supreme High Priest said, "Even you failed, and now the opponent's vigilance has reached its peak. There are only 3 ways now. First, have the captain set out directly. Though the opponent is strong, he is by no means a match for the captain. Second, use a national treasure grade item. Third, increase the investment in intelligence personnel, and only take the next step after obtaining accurate information." The Fire High Priest said, "You say 3 ways, but there's really only one. The captain is our theocracy's secret weapon against heteromorphic species. Sending him out against a human does not fit the regulations. And according to the intelligence gained from this operation, Alka is just an ordinary human, not a demi-human, or a heteromorph. According to our previous agreement, only when a threat to humanity, or the existence of the theocracy arises can we dispatch a godkin, or use a national treasure. Currently, this doesn't meet the requirements. Chapter 126, 2 years since transmigration. Chapter 127, 2 years since transmigration. As a member of the militant faction, the Black High Priest retorted, "Why is it unnecessary? This person abducted infinite magic power and snatched the demon sealing crystal. The situation is egregious and has severely threatened the theocracy. My recommendation is to deploy the captain to thoroughly eliminate this hidden danger." The Water High Priest, however, held a different view. "I don't think we should be so impulsive. With intelligence being unclear, rashly deploying the captain isn't absolutely safe either. Could this perhaps be a trap targeting the captain? Don't forget, those ancient dragon lords exist in this world." I concur. This person's current threat is limited. I suggest increasing the investment in intelligence personnel and finding another opportunity to reclaim the demon sealing crystal and infinite magic power. This person exists in the open, though strong, their threat level is manageable. I suggest considering the next move only after obtaining accurate intelligence. After a period of debate, the next course of action was quickly settled. First, one-man army would return to standby. Tenjo Tenge would redeem himself by continuing to collect targeted intelligence on Alka and commanding the kingdom's intelligence personnel in their infiltration and data gathering. Waiting for an opportunity to strike. Tenjo Tenge agreed, stating he would definitely keep a close eye on this person. They seemed to have confirmed that Alka's core was in the royal capital. There were many Eight Fingers members there, making it logically consistent as a core. Hopefully, this time, Tenjo Tenge would not let anyone down again. The high priests arranged the tasks. As long as Alka was not someone who polluted the world, the problem wasn't actually that large. Next, they just needed to monitor the target for any abnormal actions, or if their strength rapidly increased in a short period. This was the true core of the matter. Of course, they also had to find a way to get the demon sealing crystal back. Leaving the meeting room, Tenjo Tenge, unsurprisingly, ran into Zeshi Zetsumei. This girl wandered everywhere and could always find out the latest news. "I am very sorry. Though that fellow named Alka is strong, he hasn't reached the level you expected." "I see." Zeshi Zetsumei felt a bit of regret but didn't dwell on it. She knew that the number of people in this world whose strength approached hers was extremely limited. Once it was safe, Tenjo Tenge passed the information to the crow. The crow didn't even need to leave the theocracy. As long as the crow was told, Rowan would have a way to know. It seemed the kingdom's side wouldn't be making any big moves for a while, so Rowan shifted his attention back to the Forgotten Island. On the theocracy's side, simply maintaining the current state was enough, while the Forgotten Island would be the core focus moving forward. Time flowed quietly. Rowan's daily work was very consistent. His clones harvested monsters and raised them to gather experience for him. His main body was busy with magic studies, constructing the magic circles for the Forgotten Island, and forging various foundational structural equipment. The theocracy sent a large number of intelligence personnel to infiltrate the kingdom, leading to many conflicts with Eight Fingers, but they still failed to obtain much information about Alka. This lack of intelligence made the theocracy somewhat hesitant. Because Alka never displayed the characteristics of a player, he didn't draw excessive attention from the theocracy, and the two sides remained in a stalemate. On Rowan's end, besides the daily growth in experience, his proficiency in magic, forging, and alchemy was also slowly increasing. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed, and the time had arrived at 3 years before the day of the bone's arrival. It had been 2 years since Rowan transmigrated, with 3 years left until the Bone King's descent. Though time was tight, it was sufficient. Given the current situation, the probability of reaching max level before the Bone King's descent was quite high. However, to confront the Bone King in the future, level was one aspect, influence was another, and preparation was yet another. All three were indispensable. Today, the Forgotten Island was very lively. Numerous mages gathered by the White Tower at the core of the Forgotten Island, over 100 mages in total. For the Forgotten Island, this was an unprecedented number. After all, before this, the personnel on the island had never exceeded 100 people. Teacher Yuna, isn't that Flutter from the Empire? I didn't expect him to join the Forgotten Island as well. Beside infinite magic power followed a magic apprentice wearing apprentice robes and holding a large magic wand. She secretly observed the old man not far away, her face unable to hide her surprise. To mages, Flutter was a legendary figure whose experiences and academic achievements were nothing short of legendary. Rumors recently suggested his relationship with the Blood Emperor had become very strained, perhaps it was because infinite magic power pressed down her hat and smiled. Yes, I didn't expect such a figure to join the Forgotten Island either. However, seeing this city of miracles before us, I understand his thoughts. No mage would want to miss this miracle, let alone Flutter, who has spent his whole life researching magic. It's said the boss suggested Flutter stay in the Empire for now, but the old man threw a tantrum, saying he had to come no matter what the moment the White Tower was successfully established. Wow, teacher actually knows such secrets. Little stars appeared in the young apprentice's eyes. Ahem, dummy, your teacher is one of the 12 mentors of the Forgotten Island, a proper high-ranking official. What's a bit of intelligence like this? The apprentice looked on with worship. Teacher, you're so amazing. The mentor system was established by the Forgotten Island. The 12 mentors were all proficient in magic, but Flutter and infinite magic power were the most powerful among them, the others were quite a bit behind. There were even more magic apprentices. These apprentices either had special innate talents, or were very gifted in magic. Their paths to the Forgotten Island varied, some were recommended by mentors, some were selected from the Imperial Magic Academy, and others were discovered by the Mages Guild. It's all right, it's all right. You must watch closely, this opportunity only comes once. A 9th tier magic circle ascending to the 10th tier, this is the domain of the gods. Thinking about everything she was about to see, even infinite magic power felt a massive amount of pressure. Is the boss a god? A god? The boss had indeed accomplished feats that humans absolutely could not, doing things only legendary gods could do. However, she had interacted with the boss quite a bit, compared to the legendary gods, he might still be a bit short. Probably not quite yet, but without a doubt, the boss has approached the domain of the gods. Can you tell what the defensive magic circle covering the entire island is? I know that's an 8th tier defensive magic circle, known as the Ultimate Defense Array. It's said the Theocracy's capital uses this kind of magic circle, laid down by legendary figures from long ago. It's called a miracle that humans cannot complete, something even dragons can't break. However, that's just what's written in books, there's no actual data to support it, the little apprentice said somewhat uncertainly. Chapter 127, Preparations for Level 60, and the 10th Tier Magic Circle. Chapter 128, Preparations for Level 60, and the 10th Tier Magic Circle. Although the little apprentice's strength isn't high, her knowledge is definitely sufficient. The magic books in the Forgotten Island are all carefully selected, containing a lot of secret magical knowledge. Clearly, the other party had already looked into this information. To say that isn't quite right, because the foundation of this magic circle is indeed ultimate defense, but it's not the original one, it's an improved version. Its functionality has undergone massive changes from the original version. Furthermore, thousands of facilities on the Forgotten Island have become part of the magic circle, providing energy while also strengthening its capabilities, pushing it to the 9th tier level. Once the core White Tower is completed, it will thoroughly connect all buildings, allowing the magic circle to reach the 10th tier. TSK, the 10th tier, this is definitely the greatest miracle in human history, and the greatest miracle in the history of magic. As a mage, if one fails to witness this scene, it would be a lifelong regret. The apprentice's eyes lit up. Teacher, right now I can only set up 2nd tier magic circles. If I use this theory to design my own magic circle, could I also set up a 4th tier, or even higher level magic circle? Haha, naive. Setting aside your design capabilities, even if you did design it, the materials required would be far beyond your imagination. The advancement of a magic circle's tier is essentially driven by items, and any one of these hidden constructions would be a national treasure if taken outside. Not to mention that White Tower, in the theocracy, it's a treasure capable of influencing the fate of a nation. No single country could afford such a grand undertaking. Never mind the principles, even if you racked your brains and obtained a blueprint, you wouldn't be able to set up a magic circle of this level because you simply don't have enough resources. But why can the boss? Because that's the boss. Oh, that makes sense. Flutter, who seemed to be focused on the White Tower but was actually eavesdropping, smiled coldly in his heart. Stupid. This former black scripture mage, while reasonably strong, still has far too shallow an understanding of magic. What she sees is merely the surface. Even if she obtained the blueprints, all the items, and even took the White Tower, she still wouldn't be able to set up a 10th tier magic circle. To set up a 10th tier magic circle, blueprints, energy, and resources are all indispensable, but beyond that, there is a hidden core element, the mental and mana support of the one setting it up. The construction and promotion of a magic circle are not just a pile of resources, its core structure and connections require the creator to have sufficient mental strength and mana to support it. Otherwise, it would rapidly collapse the moment it was pushed up due to a lack of support. Seeing only the surface-level accumulation of resources while ignoring Azura's support for the core, this is a superficial method of observation. Shallow. The little girl still has much to learn. Although Flutter understood this in his heart, he wouldn't say it to others. Next, he would carefully observe the promotion from the 9th tier to the transcendent level, as well as the details of the 10th tier's construction. This was an incredibly precious treasure. He would be willing to pay even the price of his life for it. That was the power leading to the domain of the gods. If he could understand the mysteries within, he might be able to step into the domain of the gods within his lifetime. Flutter's eyes were filled with an infinite thirst for magic. During his 200 years in the Empire, he had been wasting his time every day. Only here did Flutter see the path ahead. Rowan, observing in secret, was also deeply moved by the final results of his 6 months of hard work. This promotion of the magic circle was a summation of all his efforts in the 2 years since he had transmigrated. Whether it was magical knowledge, blacksmithing methods, or alchemy, everything had been performed at the highest level. Once successful and the magic circle reached the 10th tier, it could even withstand a true Dragon King for a short while, well, provided the opponent didn't use origin magic. This was a small step toward becoming the strongest. After so much time, his level had already reached level 60, and his attributes had become level 60. Classes: Recovery Mage, Rare LV5, Grand Blacksmith, High LV10, Grand Alchemist, High LV10, Azura, Rare LV5, Mother of Life, Rare LV5, Forbidden Curse Weaver, Rare LV5, Elemental Saint Spirit, Rare LV5, Dragon Race Transcender, Rare LV10, World Guardian, LV5. Talent, Class Evolver. Karma, 80, Neutral. HP, 860, 86%. MP, 860, 86%. Physical Attack, 650, 65%. Physical Defense, 860, 86%. Agility, 650, 65%. Magic Attack, 860, 86%. Magic Defense, 950, 95%. Total Resistance, 785, 78.5%. Special, 840, 84%. Skill Points, 126. EXP Bar, 121 million/50 million. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that although he was only level 60, most of his attributes were not far off from a max-level character. Especially the magic defense attribute, which was just a bit away from reaching the maximum. He didn't know what happened at max level. Rowan only knew that the Bone King had one attribute, MP, which exceeded 100%, reaching nearly 150%. His amount of mana was crushingly powerful. That was because of the other party's special skill. It was foreseeable that once he reached max level, his attributes would be crushingly powerful. Not only that, he had also accumulated quite a bit of experience points, just waiting for the next class acquisition to quickly level up. For the Forgotten Islands magic circle to leap from the 9th tier to the 10th tier, blueprints, energy, support, mental strength, and mana were all indispensable. Rowan's base attributes were much higher than ordinary people's, so they were sufficient to provide support. Besides these 5 items, there was another very important piece of content, breaking the tier limit. With his level, he could normally only use 8th tier magic. Previously, getting the magic circle to the 9th tier involved transferring the pressure onto various magic items. To go a step further now, relying solely on items was no longer enough. He needed to borrow power from nature. If he couldn't borrow the power of nature, even if all other conditions were met, he would still lack enough power for the transition. In a strict sense, Rowan was leaping across 2 tiers. And borrowing natural power was an even more complex operation. Its core theory came from the Forbidden Curse Weaver class. A Forbidden Curse Weaver can transfer various conditions of a Forbidden Curse onto mana, and the requirements of the magic circle on the user can similarly be partially transferred to nature. The related theories were still in their infancy, but they could already play a small role. Its essence was somewhat like origin magic, leveraging the power of the source through the sacrifice of souls. Although Rowan's magic circle transition power wasn't that high level, it was actually leveraging the power of nature through some special magic items. And now, everything was ready. Chapter 128, Magic Array Advancement. Chapter 129, Magic Array Advancement. Azura appeared on the high tower, looking around at the mages. These people had joined through various means over the past 6 months. They had been carefully screened and strictly vetted by the Mages Guild controlled by Canina. They were all individuals devoted to magic research, those with ulterior motives had long since been purged. Everyone, as you can see, the most critical moment has arrived. Next, we will realize the power of the gods and achieve a great goal that humanity cannot reach. Everyone grew a bit restless. Toward this boss wearing the Azura mask, they felt respect, curiosity, and even a hint of fear. The 10th tier, what a terrifying power. If he wished, he could easily destroy a nation. Will the 12 mentors please stand in their designated positions according to the previous instructions? Everyone else, step back. Yes, boss. The crowd began to disperse, moving to their respective subnodes as previously required. These so-called nodes were actually strange cylindrical devices that provided mana to the magic array. These 12 mentors varied in strength, but the weakest was already at the Orichalcum rank, while the strongest was the aberrant Flutter. Everyone was well aware that they had to give their full support next. A single operational error could potentially ruin everything. Even Flutter thought so. They would be part of the mana required for the magic array's transition, but the majority would likely come from Azura's mana. In truth, in Rowan's eyes, these fellows didn't have much value. Even if they sabotaged the ritual or destroyed the nodes, it wouldn't matter at all because Rowan alone was enough to support the transition. As for why he assigned them such work, firstly, it was to give them a sense of participation, and secondly, it provided a chance to lure out any potential spies. If everything went normally, it could also slightly reduce the pressure on Rowan, and save him a bit of mana. Everyone was in position. Azura activated the energy core of the White Tower. The White Tower was the last legendary grade item Rowan had forged. Not only did it consume a vast amount of precious materials, but it also required a significant amount of energy for optimization. This was the first legendary item Rowan had created. It provided him with a massive amount of experience, and its attributes were exceptionally powerful. White Tower. Legendary, IV-72. Description: possesses incredible power. Its interior contains a vast space far exceeding its outward appearance. It has extremely strong defensive and anti-reconnaissance capabilities. Spirit of the White Tower. a weak life form born from spirit forging. It will grow slowly over time. As the core of the magic array, Rowan hadn't designed it with much attack power, focusing only on strong defense and internal space expansion. As for the spirit of the White Tower, it was a complete surprise. This was also the first piece of equipment Rowan had forged that possessed a spirit, and Rowan wasn't sure what it would eventually develop into. The White Tower would be the core of the Forgotten Island. As for Rowan atop the White Tower, he would be the presiding officer of this magic array transition. With Azura's activation, the magical patterns at the base of the White Tower began to sink into the grand magic array. Not only that, but he also called upon some backup facilities. One by one, the nodes began to glow. Across the entire island, 2,300 mana nodes lit up, densely connected to one another, and beginning to undergo a peculiar transformation. The basic circuitry was complete. Outside, this was an area of open sea with nothing in sight. In the sky, 5th-tier crows were scouting to prevent any entities from approaching. During this period, Rowan's life creation skill had improved again. 5th-tier life creation could now create crows above level 30, the so-called hero rank. Unfortunately, the crows had always served as reconnaissance units, and hadn't had a chance to showcase their power. Everything was ready. Success or failure depended on this moment. Step 1 of the transition ritual, integration of the White Tower core, complete. Step 2 of the transition ritual, integration of all equipment and link connection, complete. Step 3 of the transition ritual, mana support, begin. As Azura funneled mana into the ritual, the 12 nodes also began to draw mana from the mentors. The energy of the magic array began to rise rapidly, soon exceeding its limits. However, the magic array did not collapse because it was no ordinary magic array, but a combination of items and a magic array. Each node was an item Rowan had forged day and night. The lowest grade among them was legacy class, items that would be considered national treasures in any kingdom. But now they were merely inconspicuous foundations within the magic array, and the surging energy pressure of the circle was transferred to these nodes. Yet, it wasn't enough. A 10th-tier magic array couldn't be satisfied by a level 65 Azura plus 12 minor characters. There was still a massive deficit. And for this part, Rowan, hidden in the shadows, naturally took action. Surging mana began to pour into the magic array. Furthermore, Rowan activated the Grand Alchemist skill. Mana surged. Although this amount of mana was theoretically enough, it was better to activate this rapid mana recovery skill just in case. It wasn't a big problem because Rowan was still holding onto a mana restoration skill from the World Guardian as a backup for the backup. The energy rose rapidly, and before long, the magic array reached the threshold between the 9th tier and the 10th tier. Step 4 of the transition ritual, energy support, complete. Step 5 of the transition ritual, will injection, begin. Will injection is a key component of tier magic. Low-level mages cannot sense such things, but as their strength grows, they can slowly perceive the power of will. Rowan's current level was 60. Excluding the 5 levels of the Azura warrior class, his actual magic level was 55, meaning he could only use 8th tier magic. But that didn't matter, he could use the ritual magic to boost it. Rowan activated a backup ritual, and under its effect, he reached the will requirement for using 9th tier magic. That wasn't all. Using the transfer theory he had researched earlier, he used the power of a forbidden curse to leverage the power of nature. Rowan soon reached the will requirement for the 10th tier. The difficulty of this transfer was too high. Rowan had actually only completed a small part of the theory, allowing him to transfer only a portion of his will to the power of nature. In other words, in terms of will, he could already use the 10th tier, but in other aspects, he could only use the 9th tier. But that was enough. Step 5 of the transition ritual, will injection, complete. With the injection of will, the core of the magic array had leaped to the 10th tier. Every mage who sensed this change felt their heart swell with excitement. Chapter 129, Forgotten Island. Chapter 130, Forgotten Island, bonus chapter. It's almost a success. this magic array has theoretically reached the level of the 10th tier. But the final step is still missing. That's right. The magic array has reached the 10th tier, but it cannot be fully stabilized yet. However, what remains is just the cleanup work. Theoretically, the 10th tier magic array has already completed the final step of the transition ritual. Stabilizing and solidifying all the nodes of the magic array still requires the use of willpower, as well as the power of the tier itself. Rowan had long been prepared. He continued to inject his will, reinforcing the nodes, and using transfer methods to leverage the power of nature to solidify them. After a while, when the last node was solidified, the 10th tier magic array was finally complete. As the 10th tier magic array was fully completed, the light from the node slowly faded. The 12 magic mentors sat on the ground in exhaustion, completely discarding their poise. They excitedly discussed everything they had witnessed. They were filled with joy at having glimpsed the birth of divine power, and countless new ideas for their own future development were born. Flutter had a dazed look on his face, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. The 10th tier magic array had successfully taken shape. But for Rowan, the task was not yet finished. In fact, this modified, strongest defense was actually a 3-layered structure. The outermost layer was a concealment magic array, currently composed of an 8th tier magical illusion array used to hide everything on the Forgotten Island. Although the tier wasn't very high, it was barely functional. Once he acquired another class in the future, he would replace it with a higher tier illusion array. The second layer was the defensive layer, consisting of the currently transitioned 10th tier magic array. It was the most core part of the Forgotten Island. One could say that as long as the array existed, the island existed, and if the array was destroyed, the island would perish. Its 2,300 cores were embedded throughout various parts of the island. As long as it wasn't hit directly by origin magic or supertier magic, it could still hold out for a short period of time. The third layer was reserved for the forbidden magic, world barrier. This forbidden magic, which originated from origin magic, might not be useful in battle, but it was excellent for setting up defensive facilities. Furthermore, its defensive effects could be stacked onto the 10th tier magic array, greatly enhancing the original magic array's defensive capabilities. The resulting composite magic array effect was extraordinary. Rowan remained hidden in the shadows, waiting for his mana to recover. Only at his peak state could he deploy the strongest barrier currently possible. The upper-level work was complete. In the future, it would be nearly impossible for outsiders to sneak into the Forgotten Island. Well, nearly. Certain origin magic and world items could still slip in without breaking the defenses, but such items or origin magic were few and far between. Shura invited everyone into the White Tower. The 2,300 nodes of the Forgotten Island were actually items forged by Rowan. Though called items, they weren't things that could be held in one's hand as one might imagine, but rather existed in the form of buildings. For example, the core White Tower was a massive structure constructed based on the concept of equipment. It possessed the stats and abilities of equipment, so calling it a piece of equipment wouldn't be an exaggeration. However, at a glance, everyone would assume the White Tower was a building rather than an item. Additionally, there were cylindrical mana induction devices, underground mana storage devices, link and node repair devices, biological sensing devices, and so on. Besides having the effects of various items themselves, these various devices were also embedded into the magic array as nodes. This was a classic example of a dual-purpose design. And the White Tower would serve as the future research core of the Forgotten Island. Rowan hadn't gathered these 100 or so magical talents from all over the world just to let them witness a miracle. He hoped they could take on magic research tasks and the task of injecting mana. The magic array was complete. Without being attacked, it would only consume a tiny bit of mana each day. But even a tiny bit was still consumption. Therefore, the mages were needed to inject mana to keep the magic array at full capacity. If they encountered an attack from a powerful enemy, they would also need to contribute by injecting mana. Though the amount was small, it was better than nothing. However, the real focus was actually on magic research. Rowan, in the name of Shura, listed many magic research directions. These were directions he was interested in but weren't that important, had limited impact on strength, and were of the more tedious variety. He didn't want to waste his time, so he outsourced them to other mages. And he would only need to receive the successful results. Although these mages weren't that high in level, they were very bright. They also had a high potential for leveling up in the future, so training them in advance was not a loss. In the White Tower, Shura established Forgotten Island as the main entity of the power, an organization centered around the pursuit of magic. Within it, the White Tower would serve as the core facility of the Forgotten Island, collecting and announcing all magical successes. Mages with the title of mentor possessed certain privileges and could establish their own research mage towers, though those mage towers would be ordinary facilities. In the White Tower, Shura also announced some regulations and prohibitions. In short, the terms weren't harsh. One of them was that newly joined mages were not allowed to leave the Forgotten Island for 3 years without special circumstances, though mentors were not subject to this restriction. No one had any major objections to this. After all, they had all come in pursuit of the true essence of magic. After witnessing the establishment of a 10th-tier magic array, they wouldn't leave even if they were driven away. Thus on this day, the magic research organization named Forgotten Island was officially established. Rowan invested some effort into this experimental organization, but he didn't intend for it to be his core base. The Forgotten Island was too weak, it simply cannot compare to the guild. In the future, the Forgotten Island would only serve as a subordinate institution to his core base. If these mages could research something useful, it would naturally be a pleasant surprise. If they didn't succeed, it wouldn't affect his overall plans. But for now, this place was still missing one final process. After waiting for a day until his mana had recovered to its peak state, Rowan took out his magic wand. First, he used the Forbidden Curse Weaver's ultimate skill, Forbidden Curse Enhancement, on himself, increasing the level of his next Forbidden Curse by 1. At the cost of 95% of his health and 95% of his mana, he cast the forbidden magic, World Barrier. Vitality and mana continuously poured into the magic in his hands. Once prepared, a transparent barrier rapidly expanded with Rowan at the center, soon reaching a range similar to that of the Misty Island and merging into the island's defensive magic. The mages on the island noticed nothing at all. Chapter 130, Respective Tasks. Chapter 131, Respective Tasks. With Rowan's current attributes and magic power, combined with the Forbidden Curse Enhancement skill, the Forbidden Magic World Barrier theoretically reached the 9th tier, or even surpassed it. Its defense was roughly half that of a 10th tier defensive magic array. Once added to the magic array, the already high defense was elevated further. Among 10th tier magic arrays, there were almost none that could achieve this level. Furthermore, this magic provided a very special effect. Within this magic array, those with authorization possessed the ability to teleport at will. If someone truly intruded, the ability to teleport at will would be enough to make them suffer. As for who held this authorization, Rowan, as the one with supreme authority, went without saying. Besides him, it was only granted to Shura and Alka. As for the others, even if they could teleport, it would be useless as their strength was too weak. Moreover, teleporting consumed energy, so he didn't plan to tell them about it for the time being. With this, the defensive construction of the Forgotten Island was completely finished. Fortunately, no accidents occurred during the process. In fact, to prevent any accidents, Rowan had even planned to flee at any moment, specifically, taking the White Tower and Shura with him. Nothing else belonged to Rowan's core assets. The true core members, aside from Alka, such as Nia, Princess Anna, and Kanina, had no connection to the Forgotten Island. The Forgotten Island could be abandoned, but these people could not. They were either Rowan's hope for obtaining new classes or his confidants. Their importance far outweighed this experimental Forgotten Island. Inside the White Tower, Shura called for infinite magic power. In these 6 months, her level had increased by 2, indicating that her growth rate here was much faster than in the Theocracy. It made sense. The Forgotten Island had more magical resources than the Theocracy, and they were very willing to invest in her. Coupled with Rowan's guidance, her rapid progress was to be expected. In the long run, it was highly likely that infinite magic power would break through the human limit of level 40 in her lifetime. However, Rowan's expectations for her weren't about her level. Even if she broke through level 40, she would only be at the level of a common soldier to him. What mattered more was her class. Unfortunately, after half a year, she still hadn't mastered the advanced class, Magic Master. Half a year ago, Rowan compiled a magic book based on existing data, involving many spells related to the advanced class Magic Master, hoping that infinite magic power could attain this class by learning and mastering these spells. However, the difficulty was much greater than imagined. The name Magic Master sounded impressive, but it actually had almost no destructive power. The core ability of this class was the compatibility between two magic systems. For example, if you were in the mana system, as long as your level was high enough and you mastered this class, you could use magic from another system. This class allowed for compatibility between two chosen magic classes in terms of magic levels. This was the origin of the term Master. Infinite magic power was originally a magic genius. Rowan planned to let her learn first, then obtain the results himself through optimization to save time. But now it seemed she was still quite far off. Fine, he would wait another 6 months. If it still didn't work, he would have to research these spells himself. Infinite magic power felt a bit uneasy under Shura's gaze. Boss, is there something wrong? How is your research on that Magic Master's magic book going? I'm very sorry. The difficulty of these spells is quite high, and I haven't been able to master any of them yet. Not even one. Not even one. Infinite magic power felt a bit embarrassed. After all, it had been half a year, and she hadn't even mastered the simplest spell. It was truly unbelievable for her. This magic book should be adapted for the master class. Without that class, mastering them is extremely difficult. Infinite magic power defended herself. The magic research in the White Tower was very advanced. Flutter's latest magic class theories were stored there, and mentors like them had authorization to read them, so they had a deep understanding of the magic class system. Then find a way to take on that class. But without mastering the master's exclusive spells, I have no idea how to take on that class. Then find a way to learn the master's spells. Infinite magic power's face immediately fell. Her only magic research topic was the master class. Back in the Theocracy, her tasks were just combat missions assigned from above, with no requirements for learning. But in the White Tower, although combat wasn't required, the pressure from learning and research was immense. One could only say it was a mix of pain and pleasure. I understand. I'll work hard. MHM. If you need any resources, you can ask for them directly. I'll find a way to get them for you. If you need a magic enhancement ritual, you can also apply for it. Okay, boss. Infinite magic power left dejectedly. After flipping through some documents, Shura called for Flutter. Flutter was the same as ever, but after witnessing the transition ritual, his eyes were shining brightly. Boss, you're not going to make me go back to the Empire, are you? I'm not going back. I want to research magic here. Flutter guessed Shura's thoughts as soon as he arrived and refused outright. Shura was momentarily choked by his words. Ahem, your research topic is magic classes. Without enough samples, how can there be progress? The number of mages on the Forgotten Island is still too small, so you must go back. But. No buts. You don't need to worry. Even if you're in the Empire, some research can be synchronized with the White Tower, and you can apply for any resources you need. Here, take this. Shura tossed a ring over, and Flutter hurriedly caught it. After a brief appraisal, Flutter gasped. This is a ring sealed with an 8th tier spell. What kind of method is this? Boss, how did you do it? And I've never seen this spell before. Is it a spell you created yourself? Shura had a bit of a headache. It was good that this old fellow was obsessed with magic, but being too obsessed made things a bit troublesome. The ring was naturally forged by Rowan using high-level rune script. Its grade was relic tier and extremely precious. It was only because of Flutter's special situation that he was given one. Yes, it is indeed a self-created spell involving the soul and long-distance communication. This ring is already bound to your soul, so others cannot use it. Using this ring, you can interact with the White Tower even while in the Empire. The messages are encrypted and very stealthy, so you don't have to worry about them being intercepted. You can use it with peace of mind. This way, even if you are far away in the Empire, you can still use the White Tower's resources for your research. Chapter 131, A Choice for Anri. Chapter 132, A Choice for Anri. This. All right then. Flutter stroked the ring and sighed. Although he preferred to stay in the White Tower, since the boss had said so, there was no other way. Remember this site's domain, Taiwan Novel Network. It has many books and is very convenient. However, with this ring, he could let a few of his apprentices stay here to help him complete some research, which made Flutter feel a bit more at ease. After sending Flutter away, Shura called over several other mentors. Rowan valued Flutter and infinite magic power quite highly, but his regard for the others was more ordinary. Their talent and abilities were inferior to those two, and the research tasks assigned to them were also simpler. After giving some instructions, he let them get busy with their own research. The Azura clone acted just like a real boss, arranging work for these mages. With things arranged here, it would take some time for results to develop. Success was impossible in the short term. Rowan wasn't in a hurry either. The work on Forgotten Island had come to a temporary close. He estimated that the next reinforcement and upgrade would have to wait until after level 70, at least half a year later. It was time to shift the focus elsewhere. Rowan used teleportation to leave Forgotten Island. His figure appeared in Carne Village. Having not returned for a long time, Carne Village was as peaceful as ever. On the open ground behind Anri's house, Anri was practicing basic swordsmanship meticulously, while her younger sister was already able to run around everywhere. Rowan valued Anri very much. It wasn't because of her potential or anything, but because she was the first person he encountered after transmigrating, so he had a special feeling for her. Although she showed some talent as a commander in the original plot, it seemed now that her talent as a warrior wasn't bad either. Anri. Level, LV6. Karma, 300, good. Class, Farmer, LV1, Warrior, LV5. Anri was still working very hard, and her talent was good. In just over a year, her level had already reached 6, showing her usual diligence. Although she couldn't compare to geniuses like Nail Clipper or the Warrior Captain, she was still considered top tier. Anri, long time no see, Rowan greeted with a smile. Ah, Rowan. Long time no see. Did you just get back? Anri was very happy to see Rowan. She dropped the wooden sword in her hand and ran over, panting. Sit down and rest for a while. I was passing through Carne Village, so I came to see you. Rowan pointed to a haystack nearby, and the two sat down beneath it. I haven't heard from you in a long time. Nfiria said that you're no longer an adventurer, and are now focusing on being a blacksmith. Outsiders call you a genius blacksmith. Haha, genius is a bit much, I just have a little bit of talent. What about you? I see you training very hard. What do you want to do in the future? Future? Suddenly talking about this topic, Anri became a bit flustered. Actually, she hadn't considered things too far ahead. Since she was small, she had been content to help her family with farm work. Later, after she grew up and Rowan gave her two choices, she chose to work hard at practicing as a swordsman. As for what she wanted to do in the future, she rarely thought about it, only hoping to do well with what was right in front of her. With Rowan asking like this, She didn't know how to answer appropriately. Maybe I'll be like you and become an adventurer. Haha, I don't know if someone like me can even become an adventurer. Don't say that. Your talent is quite good. If you want to become an adventurer, you'll definitely become a powerful one. Is that so? I don't have that kind of confidence. Actually, Anri had another thought in her heart. If you were still an adventurer, it would be nice to join your party, but you aren't an adventurer anymore. So what can one do by becoming an adventurer? Regarding Anri's arrangement, Rowan was also a bit conflicted. Emotionally, he didn't want her to encounter too much danger, but rationally, he hoped she could master the power to protect herself. Anri, actually, there are some things I've never told you. What? Actually, the reason I stopped being an adventurer is that there are some powerful enemies. I was worried that being too famous would attract their attention, so I gave it up. But even if I'm not an adventurer, in the unknown future, I will eventually have to fight them. Those guys are terrifyingly strong. It was the first time Anri had heard these things. Did you offend someone? No, I haven't offended anyone, but my very existence is reason enough for them to eliminate me. And you are one of my few friends. Once they find me in the future, they might investigate the existence of Carne Village. Therefore, I'm going to use some means to deal with Carne Village. When the time is right, I will find a relatively safe place, and have the entire Carne Village relocate there. Even if the villagers don't agree, I will use forceful means. Sorry, this is not just for me, but also for your safety. As for you, I want to give you a choice. Rowan took out a bottle of alchemical potion. This potion emitted a brilliant golden light, and contained a terrifying power that even Rowan was moved by. Anna couldn't help but gulp. Although she didn't know what it was, every cell in her body seemed to be crying out in desire, urging her to drink it. This was a potion Rowan extracted from the heart of the translucent Dragon King. It took a great deal of effort to successfully create it, and it was only because his extraction level had increased to level 5 that he succeeded. This could already be called a high-grade potion. Dragonoid Potion. Rank, Legendary. Description: a potion made from the heart of a powerful dragon race, possessing incredible power. Ordinary humans will transform into dragonoids after consuming it. Rowan said, "This potion is a precious treasure I obtained, made from the heart of a powerful dragon king. After consuming it, you will become a dragonoid, possessing talent and strength far exceeding that of humans. But once you use this potion, you will also be drawn into my conflicts, and will be unable to withdraw. This is the choice I'm giving you. Use the potion, get involved in my conflicts, and become a powerful existence in the future, or be killed by my enemies. Or act as if none of this ever happened. You can choose to relocate with Carne Village, or I can help you live under an assumed name, letting you go out and become an adventurer with a new identity. Sorry, with my current ability, I can only do this much." There was another option. After gaining even greater strength in the future, he could seal their memories. Rowan didn't say this out loud. Sealing memories and such was a bit cruel. Anri stared at the potion for a while and asked, "How strong are your enemies?" Rowan smiled. "Terrifyingly strong. They are either dragon kings standing at the peak of the world or heteromorphic creatures that bring despair. No matter who they are, they could completely overpower the current me." Chapter 132, Dragonoid Anri. Chapter 133, Dragonoid Anri. Anri took a deep breath. "It sounds like a lot of trouble, but I'm just an ordinary farmer. I'm as unremarkable as the weeds by the roadside, no one cares if I'm trampled. If I can gain extraordinary power, I'm willing to pay with my life. Rather than spending my life in mediocrity, I'd rather release my light like a firework." Haha, there's no need to be so pessimistic. Given time, you will grow into an existence that will surprise everyone. Rowan handed the Dragonoid potion to Anri. "Remember this site's domain, Taiwan Novel Network, super convenient, Mongolian Tuk Korean 1 Laotian Kip Nigerian Naira. Sadio, enjoy anytime. After Anri took it, she didn't hesitate and tilted her head back to drink it in one gulp. Surging power swept through her body like a volcanic eruption. Her face turned bright red, and something like steam began to rise from her body. Her body began to undergo a transformation, changing from human to dragonoid. Her eyes turned into vertical pupils like those of the dragon race, emitting a golden glow. 2 small dragon horns grew from her head, not very long, resembling small goat horns. Overall, she mostly maintained a human form without too many drastic changes. Rowan held out a mirror for her. Is this me? Yes, you are now a dragonoid. You possess a limit far exceeding that of humans. Given enough time, you could crush the humans of this entire world. Of course, the power of the dragon blood potion is hidden within your bloodline. You'll still need to train hard to bring it out, Rowan said. But, looking like this, a dragonoid should be able to control their form. Theoretically, you can maintain a human appearance. Try to sense it carefully. Anri nodded. Rowan took a glance. Her race and classes had already changed. Anri, dragonoid. Level, LV7. Karma, 300, good. Classes, dragonoid, LV1, farmer, LV1, warrior, LV5. Well, farmer was a bit of an eyesore. He didn't know if there would be a way to delete that class later, but in any case, the current Anri was already different from humans. In the future, even at the same level, she would be stronger than a human. Dragonoids could be said to be one of the most powerful races in this world. After a long while, Anri finally mastered the technique. The pupils in her eyes gradually returned to a human appearance, but the horns on her head could not be retracted. Let it be. Rowan took out a straw hat and placed it on her head, then pulled out a ring. The hat is low-tier equipment. It has no special use other than concealment. Well, it can even block detection magic. As for the ring, you can use it to contact me at any time. If anything happens, notify me immediately, and I'll come to your side. Next, say goodbye to your family. I'll find a suitable teacher for you. All right, thank you for the trouble, for doing so much for me. Although she didn't know its exact value, that potion was definitely precious beyond imagination. It's nothing. After all, you're my friend and you've helped me a lot before. Besides, while I gave you these things, I've also dragged you into deep water. I hope you won't blame me in the future. I definitely won't. Anri stood up. She knew that from now on, she was no longer suited to be a farmer. I'm going to say goodbye to my parents. Good. Though it was difficult, Anri explained things properly to her parents and demonstrated her power by piercing a tree with a wooden sword. Although her parents were very reluctant to let her go, they still allowed her to leave the village. Anri settled some matters, packed some of her things, and set off. As for Rowan, he didn't show his face. He remained hidden in the shadows, observing. It was no longer appropriate for him to appear before the villagers. After saying goodbye to the village and walking for a distance, Rowan used high-tier teleportation to take her away, heading straight for the royal capital. In the royal capital, inside Alka's mansion, Rowan suddenly appeared with Anri. Alka was practicing his swordsmanship in the courtyard. Upon seeing Rowan, he stopped his movements. Since an outsider was present, he did not call out "Master." Over the past half-year, he had been engaging in a battle of wits and courage with theocracy. Rowan had also strengthened him several times. Now his strength had reached level 65, on par with the Shura clone. Although their strength was similar, Alka's ceiling was much higher than Shura's. After all, Shura was just a puppet clone with fixed strength and no future to speak of. Alka, human. Level, 65 Karma, 30, neutral. Classes, Warrior, LV15, Paladin, LV15, Sword Saint, LV10, High Sword Saint, LV5, Azura, LV5, Sword Dancer, LV10, Swordmaster, LV5. Now, Alka specialized in the path of the sword. Besides learning Rowan's Batogiri and 3 farmer slashes, he had also independently realized ultimate moves like instant slash and reversal counterattack. He had also mastered other martial arts like impregnable fortress, instant reflex, and strength up. Of course, the strongest was still instant slash. Its speed was so fast and its power so great that if Rowan were completely defenseless, he would be scratched. This was already a remarkable breakthrough. One had to know that his defense was very high, ordinary martial arts couldn't even break through his guard. Rowan estimated that this move could probably injure Shaltir in her normal state. Even without that move, his ordinary techniques should have no problem breaking her defense. Clipping Shaltir's fingernails would be a breeze. Alka, Anri is an important friend of mine. I'm entrusting her to you. You must teach her well. Alka's expression turned solemn. Yes, I will certainly do my utmost. I'll leave it to you. Rowan, this is. His name is Alka. He is the person I trust the most. Alka puffed out his chest. He will be your teacher, and will teach you the way of the sword. For a long time to come, you will be learning from him. I'll work hard. Good. If anything happens, you can contact me at any time. For the following period, Anri followed Alka to study. He wondered to what extent she could grow by the time the Bone King descended. Having used the Dragonoid potion, her potential was theoretically not lower than that of a godman. The godman captain could grow to the level of 60 or 70 before even reaching adulthood. Anri's growth was also something to look forward to. However, the time remaining until the Bone King's descent was simply too short. In just 3 short years, even if Anri grew rapidly, it would be quite limited. But it didn't matter. Rowan didn't plan on having Anri confront the Bone King anyway. Teleporting back to the Holy Kingdom, Rowan breathed a long overdue sigh of relief. Being busy on the Forgotten Island recently, although he had gained a lot of experience, the pressure was also significant. He had been tense every day, and returning to the Holy Kingdom finally allowed him to relax. The Holy Kingdom was as peaceful as ever, especially since Rowan occasionally captured several high-level monsters from the hills. This had also led to a significant decrease in the frequency of wars between the Holy Kingdom and the Heteromorphs. Chapter 133, Nia's Growth. Chapter 134, Nia's Growth. Teacher, you're finally back. Nia smiled, a rare sight, as she saw Rowan return. Nia, cat-human race. Level, 21. Karma, -20. Class, cat-human, LV2, Slave, LV1, Meditator, LV8, Wishgrantair, LV10. Talent, Pray for a Miracle. After not seeing her for a long time, Nia's strength was improving rapidly. After all, she had consumed the dragon blood potion, which greatly increased her potential. However, compared to the monstrous princess, her rate of improvement was still a bit too slow. It wasn't a big problem, he could just feed her later. But while feeding would bring rapid improvement, it couldn't fill the gaps in knowledge. Therefore, she still had to study. Besides that, the girl seemed to have grown a bit taller. Originally, she was just a small girl who looked no older than 10, but now she looked to be around 12 or 13. Her skin, which had been tanned dark, had lightened significantly, and the scars that once covered her body had faded under the influence of magic. This growth rate was quite a bit faster than that of a human. Everything else seemed fine, but why had her karma dropped into the negatives? If the crow hadn't been watching over her, Rowan would have suspected the girl had done something bad. It has indeed been a while. Let me test you to see if you've been slacking off during this time. The smile on Nia's face became a bit stiff. Teacher, please ask away. Rowan asked some questions regarding the knowledge related to Meditator and Wishgrantair. She answered fluently, showing that she hadn't been lazy, and had indeed been very diligent. Rowan nodded in satisfaction, and Nia felt a slight sense of relief. Your foundation is about there. However, the real training is only just beginning. You probably know that per-type magic is very special and related knowledge is extremely scarce. In fact, the 2 classes you currently hold are among the only 3 per-type magic classes I could find. Besides those, there is this. Rowan pulled out a thick book once again. Wishing Magic of the Wisher, that was the name of the book. Wisher is an intermediate class that requires those 2 classes as a foundation. Beyond that, there's nothing. In the future, I'll need you to use your own abilities to deduce and take on an advanced per-type class. Little Nia took the magic book with a solemn expression. Teacher, I will work hard. But can I really do something like that? Don't worry, I will assist you later. You just focus on studying, leave the matter of increasing your strength to me. But what if I can't do it later? What if I can't meet your expectations? If you can't, you can't. It's not like I'm going to eat you or something. You shouldn't put too much pressure on yourself, just do your best. Little Nia nodded. I will work hard. If I ultimately fail to meet your expectations, please kill me, but do not abandon me. Rowan looked stunned. What kind of nonsense is that? Why would I ever do such a thing? What was going on? He hadn't seen her for just a short while, and his student had grown crooked again. Why did it feel like she was getting more and more warped? She wasn't going to turn into a pervert in the end, was she? It seemed like this world was prone to producing perverts. Of course I believe you, teacher. I was just saying. I'm going to go read now. Yes, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Even if you can't eventually deduce an advanced class, you are still my student. There will be many things for you to do later, Rowan emphasized again. Okay, teacher. As she returned to her room, Rowan felt a bit of a headache. He had no children and had never raised one, so he wasn't proficient in education. Rowan had invested a lot of energy into little Nia. It would be fine if she couldn't deduce an advanced class, but it would be troublesome if her personality became twisted. Perhaps it was caused by her past experiences. Yes, he would have to pay more attention to guiding her thoughts in the future. So the next priority was to seek out new classes. Classes were something that relied heavily on luck. Nia, Infinite Magic Power, and Princess Lana were the 3 class seeds Rowan was cultivating, but so far, there hadn't been any harvest. He was currently level 60. Calculating at 5 levels per rare class, there was still a gap of 8 rare classes. If he was lucky and all 3 of them were successfully cultivated, there would still be a gap of 5 rare classes. Collecting rare classes was truly not a simple task. After this, he would have to focus more on demi-humans. The ceiling for the human race was too low. There were very few advanced class holders in the entire human race, and those related to magic were even rarer. Some powerful demi-humans, however, had a much higher probability of possessing advanced classes. Based on his knowledge from before he transmigrated, and the data collected so far, the strongest race in this world was undoubtedly the dragon race. He already had the strongest dragon race transcender, and most other rare classes were related to the origin, though he couldn't rule out some unique advanced classes. He needed to continue collecting intelligence related to the dragon race. Among them, the 6 great nations in the center of the continent were also key objects of focus. In the 6 great central nations, the number of humans was very small, and they were merely food. Many powerful monsters, orcs, trolls, minotaurs, and the like lived there, with many beings whose strength exceeded level 40. With more high-level beings, the probability of advanced classes appearing was naturally much higher. During this time, Shadow 3 and Number 4 had harvested a lot of experience in the central continent, and had also scouted out a lot of information. At level 50, they were by no means invincible in the central continent. Aside from the dragon race, there were many who were stronger than them. These fellows would all be targets for Rowan to visit. And the top priority would be those mages. Of course, before that, he had to investigate the intelligence thoroughly to avoid running into any hidden superpower houses. The 6 great central nations didn't appear in the original plot at all, so Rowan's understanding of these countries relied entirely on his own investigations. Without exact intelligence, he wouldn't dare to act rashly. Among Rowan's targets, the first was the great sage of the Orc Kingdom. Rowan had Shadow 3 and Number 4 focus their investigation on this great sage. According to the data collected so far, this great sage had been in the Orc Kingdom for over 200 years, and was the most powerful mage in the Orc Kingdom. He lived in seclusion, but fortunately, his residence was fixed, making it easier to collect intelligence. While his clones were busy, Rowan was working on the deduction and creation of his sixth puppet clone. For the sixth puppet, Rowan planned to design it as an intelligence-type clone. As his range of activity grew larger and larger, the crow was finding it difficult to meet his needs. Furthermore, besides helping him collect intelligence, there was another very important task he wanted her to do. That was regarding Riku of the 13 Heroes and his guild. This matter was extremely important. Chapter 134, The Holy Queen's Invitation. Chapter 135, The Holy Queen's Invitation. A few days later. While Rowan was at home researching his new puppet, a guest came to visit. It was actually Quirit, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. After all this time, she had actually leveled up once. It seemed she had been training very hard during this period, which earned her a bit of respect from Rowan. Long time no see, Captain Quirit. It has been a long time. You're a hard man to pin down, running back and forth between the Holy Kingdom and the Kingdom. Don't you get tired? Haha, after all, I have an item shop in the royal capital, so I have to head back once in a while. You're looking for me in such a hurry, is there something important? Quirit's expression was somewhat complicated. The Holy Queen wants to see you. See me? Rowan was slightly surprised. Last time they met, she had used illusion magic to see Rowan, but hadn't revealed her identity, so theoretically, the two had never met. Is this about something? Good news or bad news? It should be a good thing. If possible, she would like to meet you tomorrow morning. Rowan didn't know what the Holy Queen wanted to do, but he guessed it was the same old routine of trying to recruit him. No problem. All right, I will come to pick you up tomorrow morning. After saying that, Quirit gave Rowan a deep look and then left in a hurry. Rowan was a bit puzzled. It seemed that back when he was forging the magic city on the Forgotten Island, Quirit had come looking for him from time to time. Because he was busy with matters on the Forgotten Island, Rowan had not made an appearance. Whatever, it's not like she'll have hidden assassins waiting to jump out when she drops a cup or something. While Rowan was immersed in his research here, Shadow 3 and 4 in the Orc Kingdom had also obtained some intelligence. The Orc High Priest had always lived in the royal palace of the Orc Kingdom. He was usually obsessed with magic research and, as the guardian deity of the kingdom, would occasionally make an appearance. He never intervened in conflicts between nations, focusing only on magic research and assisting the Orc King. He was somewhat similar to Flutter, both being researchers obsessed with magic. Rowan had no favorable impression of orcs, so he had absolutely no intention of bringing him into the Forgotten Island. Since the person was in the royal palace, it would be easy. He just needed to lie in wait. There would always be a time when he came out. Rowan dispatched a crow to sneak in for reconnaissance. Not long ago, his crow had leveled up and had now reached the level of the 5th tier. A 5th tier crow had first-rate stealth and reconnaissance abilities, much stronger than before. As long as the target showed his face, Rowan would have a way to obtain intelligence. The next morning, the crow kept watch in the Orc Kingdom's royal palace. As for his main body, Quirit came to invite Rowan into the palace. Rowan had never been to the royal palace of the Holy Kingdom before. The place exuded a religious style everywhere, looking dignified and grand. The level of the original designer was quite excellent. Unfortunately, it was just an ordinary building, and was not equipped with various magic arrays. It basically had no defensive measures against enemy reconnaissance or intrusion. Whether it was the Holy Kingdom, or even the Empire, they all lacked the application of magic arrays. The defense of their royal palaces remained at the level of palace guards. It wasn't a big problem for dealing with low-level enemies, but when facing powerful foes, it was basically like having no defenses at all. In contrast, the theocracy's application of magic arrays was very deep. Its curia was laid out with 8-tier magic, making it almost impossible for ordinary people to sneak in, and even for some powerful existences, sneaking in without triggering the magic arrays was nearly impossible. The magic Rowan laid out on the Forgotten Island was researched based on the magic arrays of the theocracy. One could only say it was truly a nation that inherited the legacy of the 6 great gods. Quirit led Rowan to a pavilion in the garden, and then took her leave. In the garden pavilion, the Holy Queen was brewing tea. There were no maids by her side. After Rowan greeted her, he sat down across from her. To his shame, he didn't know what the etiquette of these countries was like. He certainly couldn't bring himself to kneel, so he could only give a simple greeting. This was the first time the Holy Queen had met Rowan with her true appearance. After Rowan sat down, not only did she not mind his lack of manners, but she also poured tea for him without any pretense, showing none of the airs of a national leader, as if it were just a meeting between 2 friends. This instead made Rowan feel a bit constrained, wondering what this person was up to. To meet an adventurer alone, wasn't she afraid of assassination? Moreover, although Rowan hadn't studied etiquette, for the Holy Queen to meet a young man alone without even a maid nearby, did that even follow etiquette? 2 people, a lone man and a lone woman. Rowan, you don't need to be so stiff. Today I am meeting you not as the Holy Queen, but as a friend. During this period, your cooperation with the Holy Kingdom has been very pleasant. The weapons and equipment you forged for the Holy Kingdom have greatly enhanced our strength. I want to say thank you. Your Excellency the Holy Queen is too kind. It was merely a matter of each getting what we needed. No need to call me Holy Queen. I'm calling you directly by your name, so you can just call me by my name as well. That's how I am with Quirit and her sister. Let me introduce myself again, my name is Kalka Besserez. A very approachable smile appeared on the Holy Queen's face. Rowan's internal guard level rose another notch, but on second thought, the difference in their strength was so great that any schemes or plots would be useless in the face of absolute power. Unless she pulled out a certain chi-pow, overthrowing nations and cities, and put it on, in which case Rowan would use the Forbidden Magic World teleport to flee without hesitation. Well, all right, Kalka. It's a pleasure to meet you. The Holy Queen gave a happy smile. It's a pleasure to meet you too. Well, to meet you again. If it were an inexperienced young man, he would probably have completely let down his guard. This was the Holy Queen, after all, no airs, no one around, a gentle smile, calling each other by name, calling him a friend, and even pouring tea for him. Who could withstand that? However, Rowan was not a child after all, and the wariness in his heart had never been put down. Although he didn't know what she was planning, he figured it was very likely another attempt to recruit him. Rowan asked directly, Kalka, then do you have something you need from me? Are you kidding? His 6th clone was still nowhere to be found, and there was a pile of magic waiting to be learned. He was in no mood to drink tea here. The smile on the Holy Queen's face became a bit stiff, and her brow twitched. You really are impatient. Couldn't I have just invited you for tea and a chat? Well, tea and a chat would be fine, but I don't think you're just here to drink tea with me, Rowan said with a chuckle. These people from noble backgrounds always had their etiquette and procedures, one set after another. If the crisis of the Bone King had passed, Rowan wouldn't mind drinking tea and chatting leisurely like this. But the Bone King was coming in less than 3 years, and he really wasn't in the mood for tea and small talk. Chapter 135, The Crown, Final Holy War. Chapter 136, The Crown, Final Holy War. The Holy Queen was a bit unaccustomed to Rowan's directness, but she quickly adjusted her mindset. All right, I wanted to invite you once again to join the Holy Kingdom. With your level, if you wish to become an official, you are more than qualified to serve as the Chief Armament Officer. If you are unwilling, you could also serve as the Holy Kingdom's Chief Forging Master. I wonder what your thoughts are. As expected, it was this again. The last invitation was handled by Quirit, and was rejected. So this time she came in person, maintaining a low profile, and trying to bridge the gap through a friendship, huh? The Holy Queen is really working hard, though she's also a bit naive. In truth, I am a pure blacksmith. I neither pursue great power nor care for authority or treasures. I don't even care much for beauty. Rowan glanced at the Holy Queen, and spoke with a merciless expression. The Holy Queen's expression became even more awkward, and she almost couldn't maintain her smile. What does he mean? Does this kid think I'm seducing him? I, the dignified ruler of a nation, the highest-ranking Holy Queen of the Holy Kingdom, would do such a thing. Her heart was screaming, but her face remained calm and composed. No, I have to keep it together. Hee, your pursuit of forging is truly admirable. It's all right. I am just that kind of pure person. If we can continue our previous cooperation, that would naturally be great. Although the Holy Kingdom is small, it is still a nation, and a nation's resources are quite substantial. Forging materials would also grant a significant amount of experience. Rowan continued, in fact, the levels of the equipment forged previously were too low. I hope to cooperate more deeply with the Holy Kingdom, and use treasure-grade materials from the National Treasury for forging. Just cooperation. The Holy Queen was still very unwilling. This kind of cooperative relationship made her feel very insecure. What she hoped for most was for Rowan to join the Holy Kingdom, rather than running back and forth like he was now. That can be considered. I heard before that you were very interested in the Holy Kingdom's national treasure. Of course, a blacksmith is interested in any high-level equipment, and I doubt any blacksmith wouldn't be curious about the Holy Kingdom's national treasure. Rowan's eyes fixed on her crown. The Holy Queen took a deep breath. Although it was a bit risky, it was still within her control. I can let you take a look at the national treasure, but never mind. The Holy Queen hesitated for a moment before giving up on making a request. She took the crown off her head, and handed it directly to Rowan. The Holy Queen's feelings were complicated. This was the first time she had handed her crown to an outsider to inspect, and a man at that. Rowan couldn't empathize with her complex feelings. He took the crown and used appraisal to check its attributes. Crown, Holy Kingdom's national treasure. Level, top tier, LV 45. Description, can use the 7th tier Great Ritual Magic, Final Holy War. Usage limit, once every 7 days. As a treasure passed down through generations in the Holy Kingdom, Rowan had previously thought it would at least reach the legacy or even relic class. But looking at it now, he was greatly disappointed. It was only top tier, not even reaching the legacy class. To the people of this world, top tier was indeed very precious, but to Rowan, it was just SOSO. And Final Holy War sounded quite intimidating, but it was actually only the 7th tier. It looked like a degradation version of Ultimate War, Good. Ultimate War, Good is a 10th tier magic that can summon a large number of angels. If this is its degradation version, the effect should be similar. In any case, this magic is stronger than a 7th tier angel summoning. As for the reason for the degradation, it is likely because the crown's level is too low to support the energy level of Ultimate War, Good, which is why this degradation version of ritual magic was formed. Rowan was undoubtedly a master of ritual magic. On the Forgotten Island, he had pushed an 8th tier magic array toward the 10th tier, and many parts of that relied on ritual magic. Ritual magic is different from tier magic. Tier magic is used based on the user's magic class. For example, Rowan is an 8th tier mana type magic caster. He can use 8th tier mana type magic, but he cannot use faith type or spirit type magic. But ritual magic is different. So-called ritual magic refers to magic used through special means such as magic arrays and magic items. It allows the user to cast magic outside their own affinity. Not only that, but they can also use magic that exceeds their own tier, making it extremely powerful. Flutter once used ritual magic to cast a spell that exceeded his own tier. Of course, while ritual magic is strong, it also has many limitations. The strength of the magic array, the level of the items, and special requirements are all difficult to meet. Furthermore, while it can exceed one's tier, it cannot do so by too much, unless special means are used for processing. This crown is a ritual-type magic item. It doesn't have the ability to enhance attack or defense, it only has one function, which is to cast the final holy war spell. In principle, it's a bit like a demon sealing crystal but slightly more advanced. It can slowly recover mana on its own without needing to be recharged. The level of the crown is too low, which greatly suppresses the ritual magic within it. If the equipment level of the crown could be raised, perhaps final holy war could be taken a step further. Looking closely, the forging of this equipment could be described as a mess. If he were to forge it himself, combined with the use of rune script, there would be a high hope of reaching the relic class. TSK, what a waste. Rowan somewhat regretfully returned the crown to the Holy Queen. The Holy Queen placed it back on her head. Master Rowan, what do you think of the Holy Kingdom's national treasure? The Holy Queen had a reserved smile on her face. This crown was the pride of the Holy Kingdom. Rowan hesitated to speak. If you have something to say, just say it. I've even let you see the national treasure, do you still not trust me? Rowan spoke bluntly, it's not that I don't trust you, it's just that the level of the original forger was rather mediocre. They wasted the precious materials used to forge the crown. Mediocre. Wasted? The Holy Queen looked stunned. Yes, this is just my personal opinion, so please don't take it to heart, Rowan said. He simply found the Holy Queen to be quite pleasant, although she was a bit naive. She was one of the few purely good people in this world. Although Rowan wasn't exactly a good person, he liked interacting with good people. Regarding the Holy Queen, Rowan didn't mind discussing some deeper topics with her. If she thought he was talking nonsense, then Rowan could leave with a clear conscience. If she felt what he said made sense and was willing to believe him, then Rowan wouldn't mind helping her strengthen the Holy Kingdom. It would be a win-win situation. Chapter 136, The Holy Queen's Choice. Chapter 137, The Holy Queen's Choice. How could the Holy Queen not take Rowan's arrogant words to heart? She asked, so what did you see? This national treasure's effect should be to summon a group of angels. According to my observations, the highest level angel summoned should be a Dominion authority. Additionally, it comes with a group of other angels. The effect is stronger than a 7th tier angel summoning, but not by too much, it doesn't reach the level of the 8th tier. The final holy war was nothing more than a modified, miniature version of the final war, good grand ritual, its core was still the same system. With Rowan's insight, a brief analysis was enough to understand 70 to 80% of this ritual magic. He even memorized its core, given some time, he could even set up a similar ritual. He actually guessed it all correctly. Just as Rowan said, using the crown could summon angels, and a 7th tier Dominion authority was already an incredibly powerful existence. Why did it sound like it wasn't good enough coming from this guy's mouth? The Holy Queen didn't know if Rowan truly had eyes like torches, or if he was just blustering. Thank you for letting me view the Holy Kingdom's national treasure and satisfying my curiosity. Well, there was no need to mention the remaining holy sword, it likely wasn't much better than the crown. The few swords in this world were all quite ordinary. The kingdom's razor edge was somewhat interesting, although its level wasn't high, it seemed to possess some defense-ignoring abilities. Rowan could also forge defense-ignoring abilities now. Although he didn't care much, he still wanted to take a look later just in case. Regardless, the kingdom was like his own backyard now, he could go and take it whenever he wanted. Otherwise, if he wanted to observe high-level equipment, besides forging it himself, he could only do so through the slain theocracy. The other countries weren't up to par. The slain theocracy had many treasures, It was said they even had divine-class equipment left behind by the 6 great gods. Leaving those good things to Zetsumiai really was a waste. Seeing that the Holy Queen was still lost in thought, seemingly thinking about something, Rowan stood up and said, "Pardon me, regarding further cooperation. It's possible. I will notify you once preparations are made on this end. It's a pleasure doing business with you." In addition to satisfying his curiosity by seeing the national treasure, the most important part of this trip to the Holy Kingdom was to use the Holy Kingdom's resources for forging. Now both goals could be considered achieved. He wondered if the Holy Kingdom had any hidden materials at the bottom of their chests. He'd take a secret peek if he had the chance later. Well, it seemed the Holy Queen didn't have any ideas regarding the crown, so let it be. If there's nothing else, Wait. The Holy Queen stood up, looking at Rowan with burning eyes. If I provide the materials, can you take the crown a step further? This was a bit unexpected. She actually trusts me this much. Well, theoretically it's possible, but the materials required are all very precious. That was a lie. Even without materials, Rowan had ways to raise it by a major rank. Engraving rune script combined with a grand blacksmith's spirit forging technique was enough to raise it by a full rank. In fact, if he were allowed to forge it from scratch, it might even have a chance to reach the legacy class. TSK, what a waste. Trash blacksmiths really do harm people, wasting resources. The Holy Queen was frowning in consideration, while Rowan waited. This was indeed a massive dilemma. Handing over a national treasure to an outsider for forging was an unimaginable risk. If it failed, the consequences would be catastrophic. If Rowan put himself in the Holy Queen's shoes, it was indeed a difficult problem. But what if it succeeded? Rowan's forging level was indeed very formidable. No one in the entire Holy Kingdom could reach his level. So what should she do? The Holy Queen's distress was also within Rowan's expectations. It depended on whether the other party had enough courage. If he took action, he could thoroughly scavenge the Holy Kingdom's treasury and raise this equipment's level by a major rank. This was a win-win situation. Well, if he designed it carefully, it might not be impossible to raise it by 2 ranks. In that case, the crown would be completely transformed. The benefit was higher equipment level and a large amount of experience for himself. The downside was, it might leak a bit of his own information. Forget it, let the Holy Queen decide for herself. To see if she has the courage to take such a risk. After considering for a long time, the Holy Queen looked at Rowan with a complex gaze. Rowan, do you know the significance of the crown to the Holy Kingdom? I have a slight understanding. No, you don't understand. The crown is a treasure left by the first Holy King, the founder of this country. This is the kingdom's most important national treasure, the symbol of the Holy Kingdom, a treasure that even the Holy Sword cannot compare to. It is not only the Holy Kingdom's ultimate weapon, but also where the Holy Kingdom's spirit resides. In history, during wars with the demi-humans, there were several times the kingdom was in a perilous situation, and it was this national treasure that turned the tide of battle. Do you know what this means? This? Rowan sighed. Sorry. It seems I still underestimated the importance of the crown in your hearts. Just treat my proposal just now as. No, I am willing to bet the future on you, the Holy Queen said firmly. She's quite the gambler, so brave. According to what you said, once something goes wrong, it won't be as simple as you stepping down. More likely than not, you'll be sent to the guillotine by the angry citizens. Yes, I know. Even with such a risk, I am willing to try. I believe you are a person worthy of trust, the Holy Queen said. Rowan didn't know where her trust came from. Well, your courage is admirable. So what plan do you have? The first plan is to use an additive forging method to strengthen the original crown, raising it by 1 tier. Of course, this requires the use of many precious materials. You'll need to open the treasury and let me look for them. The second plan is to recast it from its roots. The final crown will be somewhat different from the current one, but there's a high probability it can be raised by 2 tiers. Of course, the material consumption would also be immense, perhaps even emptying the treasury. Raising it by 2 major tiers. It would be able to use 9th tier magic, the Holy Queen asked with some uncertainty. Rowan nodded. I think so. 9th tier magic was considered usable magic for Rowan, but for the Holy Queen, that was power belonging to the gods. This was a choice Rowan gave her. If the other party truly trusted him without reservation, as a reward, he didn't mind exposing some of his abilities. The Holy Queen wasn't the type of person who liked to show off, at least he could have her keep it a secret. In any case, she wouldn't have the chance to use this national treasure for several years. By the time the Holy Kingdom went to war with the Bone King, it would already be the late stages of the war, and his own battle with the Bone King would have already reached a fever pitch. After that, whether this national treasure was exposed would be an inconsequential matter. It was just an item that could use 9th tier magic. In the battle against the Bone King, items of this level were common items found everywhere. Chapter 137, The Holy Queen's Desperate Gamble. Chapter 138, The Holy Queen's Desperate Gamble. The Holy Queen was already deeply shaken. The 9th tier, that must be the power of the gods. Could the person before her really touch the power of the gods? No, it must be that he was triggering the divine power within the crown. This was not power he bestowed, but the power belonging to the first Holy Queen, but even so, it was still shocking enough. Was he a genius? A madman? Or perhaps a fraud? Very well, I am willing to try. What help do you need? I need you to open the national treasury. I will select the materials I need from within, and you must not tell a third person about the recasting of the crown. If you trust someone, do not doubt them. If you doubt them, do not use them. Since the Holy Queen had the courage to believe in Rowan, she would naturally trust him completely. Otherwise, worrying about this, and that would only lead to losing all the materials and failing to forge the crown in the end. This inexplicable trust could be called the Holy Queen's naivety, or perhaps her courage. The Holy Queen personally escorted Rowan to the National Treasury. The treasury had many sections. Rowan had no interest in the section with ordinary materials, they were heading to the most core section. This was the true core of the kingdom, where the accumulated treasures of the Holy Kingdom over hundreds of years were stored. Opening the treasury doors and walking inside, the Holy Queen puffed out her chest at the sight of the dazzling array of treasures. These were the foundations of the Holy Kingdom, and any single item here could cause a stir if taken outside. Rowan examined them one by one. Magic scrolls. 4th tier, 5th tier, 6th tier, there were all sorts, but they were all trash. The tiers were too low, and Rowan didn't care for them at all. Weapons. Armor. Items. None of them were of the highest grade, they were even worse trash. Rowan couldn't even be bothered to use them. Grimoires? These are good things. I'll take them first. The Holy Queen was somewhat puzzled. Rowan, do you need these grimoires to recast the crown? Are you a blacksmith? No. Then don't ask. Oh. The Holy Queen was no fool. She knew perfectly well this had nothing to do with blacksmithing. However, since Rowan cared about them, she would let him be. To the Holy Queen, if the crown could be recast, it wouldn't matter if the entire treasury's collection was depleted. Take all the grimoires, one can never have too much knowledge. As for magic materials, take everything except the low-grade ones. Take all the alchemy materials as well. Monster materials. Take the high-grade ones, the slightly more ordinary ones can be left behind. Rowan had already harvested too much from the Tob Forest, and Shadow 3 and 4 had also acquired quite a lot in the central 6 countries. Rowan swept through like a gust of wind, and 1/3 of the entire treasury vanished instantly. The Holy Queen's eyebrow twitched. While some of these were needed for recasting the crown, most of them were probably just things this guy wanted for himself, right? Oh well, it's all for the sake of the crown. Next, let's start immediately. Ah, shouldn't we prepare first? The Holy Queen asked. No need. The forging plan is already in my mind. Let me state beforehand, to put your mind at ease, I will allow you to watch from the side during the forging process, but other than that, I will not accept any spectators. This may take about 3 days. Understood. Please wait a moment, let me arrange some things first. Rowan nodded and let the Holy Queen make her arrangements, while he headed to the Holy Kingdom's forge. He had been to this place several times. Although the Holy Kingdom's forging facility was not as good as the dwarves, it was still decent. If it were half a year ago, it might have been quite difficult to forge an artifact-level piece of equipment here. But for him now, forging legendary-grade equipment was unlikely, but forging artifact-grade items was quite simple. During this time, both his extraction and forging skills had improved significantly. Inside the forge, Rowan began pre-forging, performing optimization and extraction on some necessary materials. Since the Holy Queen dared to take such a big risk entrusting him with the forging, Rowan wouldn't be so petty. Moreover, after a successful forge, he would gain a large amount of experience, and he could comfortably keep the numerous materials and grimoires in his inventory. Therefore, he would do his best to complete it this time. If the Holy Queen had chosen the first plan, Rowan would have had it much easier, but since she chose the second plan, Rowan naturally had to bring out his true skills. By evening, the Holy Queen arrived at the forge. She ordered the forge to be cleared, and had the most trusted Quirit sisters lead the church elites to seal off the area. The two were the Holy Queen's right-hand assistants, holding high positions of power within the kingdom. Normally, a plan for designing the crown would have to be discussed with them, but the Holy Queen did not do so. If it succeeded, it would be fine, but if it failed, she would bear the consequences alone. Dragging them into it would be meaningless. This was the Holy Queen's thought process. The Holy Queen only told the two that she was entrusting Rowan to forge a high-grade piece of equipment, and did not mention the crown. The two women were somewhat puzzled. Even so, as a head of state, was it necessary to wait here personally? Was it not a bit excessive? Could it be a national treasure-level piece of equipment? The sisters had their guesses, but the Holy Queen didn't explain, so they couldn't be sure. In the forging room, the door was tightly shut. The Holy Queen was wearing casual clothes, looking as if she was ready for a serious battle. From far outside, the voice of Quirit's sister came, blustering, "Calco, if anything happens, call me, and we can rush right in." "Sister, don't talk nonsense," came the voice of Quirit from the side, though it wasn't quiet either. Calco couldn't help but smile wryly at these two. They were probably worried about her encountering danger here, and perhaps they even meant to warn Rowan. However, she felt that Rowan's strength was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. If Rowan really wanted to do something to her, the two of them probably wouldn't be able to do much about it. Although being a master blacksmith didn't require having powerful strength, Calco believed that a guy who could see the grand ritual magic within the crown, after just a few glances definitely wouldn't be weak, and certainly wouldn't be a mere orichalcum rank. Fortunately, although the elder of the sisters had a fiery temper, she was obedient to Calco. Since she hadn't spoken up, she wouldn't break in, and her younger sister, Quirit, would be even less likely to do so. She had a decent relationship with Rowan, and Rowan's strength was obvious to all. The two of them hiding in the forging room must be for something important. It was just that not being included in such an important matter made Quirit feel a bit sour inside. Her sister was one thing, blustering and prone to letting things slip, but she was different. What could be so important? Why couldn't even she be inside? Weren't they best friends? How could she keep it from her? Didn't they usually discuss everything, big or small, together? Quirit really couldn't figure it out. Chapter 138, The Day of the Crown's Reforging. Chapter 139, The Day of the Crown's Reforging. The forge was rather dim and filled with a lingering odor, but the Holy Queen did not seem to mind. "Rowan, what do I need to do?" The Holy Queen was eager to help, having prepared herself mentally to assist Rowan. Although she had never forged iron before, she could at least manage tending to a furnace or similar tasks. You don't need to do anything. Sorry, but I need to focus entirely on my work, so please don't make any noise. If you're tired, just find a spot to sleep. If you need to use the restroom, use the small room nearby. If you're hungry or thirsty, eat or drink something. You brought supplies, right? Kalka blushed slightly. Yes, I brought some. Honestly, he's telling me to use that small room nearby. It's so close, any sound would be heard. If, when the time comes, I really... Kalka felt a bit flushed, but Rowan paid it no mind. Then, let's officially begin. Give me the crown. Oh, okay. Kalka took off the crown and handed it over respectfully. Huh? Respectfully? Was Rowan's current serious demeanor affecting me? Kalka couldn't help but smile wryly. She realized that Rowan really didn't care about her status as the Holy Queen. In his eyes, she didn't seem any different from an ordinary person. But that was fine, too. Kalka brought over a small stool and sat obediently in the corner, her posture very ladylike. Unfortunately, no one was paying attention to her pose. Rowan took a deep breath, focusing his energy, and tossed the crown directly into the furnace. Kalka covered her mouth in shock. Fortunately, she had listened well to Rowan earlier and didn't make a sound. Honestly, he was too bold. Didn't he know this crown was her life? If anything went wrong with it, she would be sent to the guillotine. Just because it wasn't his life on the line didn't mean he could be so reckless, right? The crown's magic was hidden within its core, and this level of forging would not affect it. Even if it were to come to the worst case, and the core was damaged, Rowan had a way to recreate it. He was a genuine magic master and ritual master. He had even managed to tinker with a 10th tier magic array, so this grand ritual magic was not difficult for him. Through observation, he had already learned the magical patterns inside. Other materials were also placed into the furnace, and Rowan drew them out to begin forging. First, he used the heart forging method to fully unleash the power of the materials. The person who had forged the crown previously was not very skilled, and had not fully utilized the performance of the materials. Between heaven and earth, there was only the hammer in Rowan's hand and the materials. He struck hammer blow after hammer blow, completely focused. Rowan continued to forge at the anvil, blow after blow. The Holy Queen watched blankly from the corner. Growing up, she had always been the most dazzling presence in any crowd, but at this moment, she felt so ordinary, while the moon before her was so radiant. This was not just a psychological effect, but a fact. The surrounding mana was submissive to his hands. His movements in striking the equipment were so natural and seamless, carrying a special rhythm. She had seen some impressive forging before, and had even personally observed the forging process of the chief blacksmith of the forging workshop. Compared to Rowan, that guy was basically just swinging a hammer wildly. If she had been very anxious before, she had now completely set her heart at ease. Without a doubt, Rowan was a genuine master, perhaps even surpassing those so-called masters. He would definitely succeed. Outside the forging workshop, two sisters watched from afar. The older sister looked a bit restless. "Quirit, what do you think Kalka is hiding from us?" She had a very good relationship with Kalka, and usually addressed her by her first name. The two sisters were also the Holy Queen's most loyal supporters. The younger sister, Quirit, would still respectfully address her as the Holy Queen in formal settings, but the older sister did not. "How would I know? It must be something very important. She even delegated all her upcoming affairs to me, and has stayed inside with Rowan for 3 days. She's not even afraid of rumors for this, tch. A Holy Queen and a Mun, alone together in a house, if this news got out, who knows what kind of commotion it would cause." Why do you sound so sour? Sour? What's there to be sour about? I just think Kalka is being a bit too reckless. She hasn't even met Rowan many times, yet she dares to stay alone with him. It's not that serious. I heard Rowan is a formidable forging master, so there shouldn't be any danger. Like you said, they might be trying to forge a national treasure-level piece of equipment. Logically, this was the most likely scenario, but intuitively, it felt like there was something she hadn't thought of. Kalka must be hiding something. The older sister continued, come to think of it, wouldn't it be great if Rowan could marry Kalka? Marry? That's going too far. How is it going too far? Given Rowan's status, well, it's barely enough. Although he isn't a noble, with his status as a master, if we pull some strings, getting him a noble title would be a piece of cake. And if he joins the kingdom, wouldn't that be a good thing for the Holy Kingdom? I suppose that's true. Exactly. If they get married, we... Quirit said impatiently, all right, stop thinking about all that nonsense. Keep a close eye on anyone approaching. Kalka gave orders, no matter what happens, no matter who it is, no one is allowed to enter the forging workshop. The older sister said helplessly, aren't I watching? Can't we even chat? Quirit didn't want to talk anymore and just stared in the direction of the forging workshop. A day passed. Quirit didn't know what the two of them were doing inside the forging room, they hadn't even stepped out. Did it really require that much concentration? If she couldn't still sense Kalka's presence, she would have suspected that the two had eloped. Meanwhile, inside the forging workshop, Kalka was doing exactly as Rowan had said, eating when hungry, sleeping when tired, and when she needed to use the restroom, she held it for a long time until she couldn't anymore and finally had to go. She came out with a flushed face, only to find Rowan completely focused on his forging, paying her no mind at all. This left the Holy Queen feeling a bit unsettled. This guy was practically welded to the forging table, completely immersed in his own little world. He didn't eat, didn't drink, and didn't need to use the restroom. Only now did she fully believe what Rowan had said. This guy really had no interest in wealth, power, or beautiful women. Judging by his behavior in the treasury, he seemed to be extremely interested in matters related to magic and forging. It really was, making the Holy Queen feel a faint sense of displeasure. The second day passed. Rowan had finished the basic forging, and was now imbuing the crown with various processed materials, and engraving it with the highest level rune script. Although Kalka didn't know what Rowan was doing, she felt it was something incredible. She had also completely let go now, and was doing her own thing quite naturally. However, she hadn't washed up or bathed for 2 days, which made her a bit restless. If only there were a bathing room prepared here. Chapter 139, The Moment of the Birth of Protection. Chapter 140, The Moment of the Birth of Protection. The third day, which was also the final day. The main body of the crown had been completed. Compared to before, the crown's appearance had not changed much from the outside. This was a result of Rowan's deliberate control. However, the inner side had undergone tremendous changes. The mysterious rune script, the hidden magical patterns, and the several tiny gemstones embedded at the tips all indicated that the crown had undergone a sea change. The foundation had been laid, the next step was the magic phase. In the design of the crown, Rowan adopted a 1 major core and 4 minor cores model. The major core was the original final holy war, which had now reached the 8th tier, and could reach the 9th tier after being completely finished. This was the core of the crown. The other 4 minor cores were spells surrounding the major core, all around the 7th tier, and they came with some special traits. 4 minor effects plus 1 major effect, only such equipment could barely catch his eye. However, if the equipment level was too high, the requirements for the user would also increase. With the Holy Queen's strength, she would be unable to use a magical item of this level. But it did not matter, for a grand blacksmith, these were not problems. Kalka, give me some blood. Ah! This equipment is too powerful. With your current strength, you cannot control it. I need to use your blood to lower the usage requirements. Others wouldn't be able to use it, at least the strength of an aberrant is required. Furthermore, your bloodline will be able to lower the requirements in the future, so this piece of equipment might have to be bound to your bloodline. Of course, you can choose not to give blood, but in that case, you won't be able to fully unleash the power of the crown, only a portion of it. Even so, it will still be much stronger than your original crown. No, I can do it. A dagger fell in front of Kalka. She picked it up, gesturing here and there, and because she was worried about damaging her image, she finally slashed her left palm hard. Blood gushed out. Rowan pointed a finger, and the blood turned into a thin crimson thread that floated before him before merging into the crown. The crown emitted a red halo. Grand blacksmith skill, spirit forging. Concentrating sacred power and combining it with Kalka's blood, everything merged into the small crown. The crown emitted a dazzling light. Even outside the forging room, one could see the light leaking through the cracks. Inside, what is happening? The commotion is so great. The sisters were itching with curiosity but dared not approach to check. Relic-grade equipment forging successful. Experience plus 10 million. Rowan breathed a sigh of relief. Everything went smoothly, and he did not fail the heavy trust placed in him. The light slowly converged and finally merged into the crown. From the front, it didn't look much different, but the back had undergone earth-shattering changes, and the attributes were the same. Unnamed, National Treasure of the Holy Kingdom. Grade, Relic Grade, LV3. Description: can use the 9th tier Grand Ritual Spell Final Holy War. Usage limit, 1 time/12 days. Comes with 4 effects. Effect 1, when the wearer is attacked, can generate a 7th tier barrier to protect the user. 1 time/day. Effect 2, evil resistance. Strengthens the user's mental fortitude and weakens all mental control spells. Passive. Effect 3, 7th tier summon angel. Summons a 7th tier angel to assist in battle. 1 time/day. Effect 4, high tier teleportation. Can use the 7th tier spell high tier teleportation once per day. The equipment's attributes were satisfying. To say nothing else, the entries were packed. Aside from the trump card Final Holy War, the other 4 attributes were god-tier life-saving skills, and the cooldown times were not long. The last relic-grade piece of equipment Rowan had made was the doll for his Azura clone. That doll had consumed more materials than this crown, and the furnace used was a better large dwarven furnace, taking as long as a month to complete. And now it took only 3 days to complete the forging of a relic. There were many reasons: the increase in Rowan's own level, the improvement in his forging skills, the complete inheritance of the rune script, and so on. It could be foreseen that the time required to forge relic-grade equipment in the future would be even shorter. During this period, Rowan had also grown quite a bit. Although the equipment was not bad, it was not enough to make Rowan's heart skip a beat. Relic-grade equipment was too common, legendary equipment was just average, and only artifact-grade equipment could be considered true combat power. As for naming it, Rowan scratched his head, not knowing what name would be good, so he looked at the stunned Kalka on the side. You name this new crown. Shouldn't it be you, the forger, who names it? I have difficulty naming things. If I tell you to think of one, then hurry up and think of one. Then, let's call it the Crown of Protection. I hope it can protect this royal family and also protect me. Rowan nodded, and the name on the equipment twisted for a moment, changing into Crown of Protection. Although the name was a bit plain, thinking of the Holy Queen's future in the plot, he hoped this crown could truly live up to the name of protection and change the Holy Queen's fate. The Holy Queen took the crown, gently caressing it, and couldn't help but shed tears. Thank you very much. I can feel the crown sending out cheers of rebirth, as well as the surging power hidden within it. Is it really that mystical? What are you crying for? I'm just happy. The Holy Queen hugged the crown tightly, her eyes fixed on it, almost unable to look away. Rowan didn't quite understand this emotion, it was just a relic after all. Go back and get some rest first. I will come to the palace tomorrow, and then I will explain the crown's abilities to you and conduct some tests. Okay. The two came out of the forging room. Rowan greeted Quirit, waved his hand, and went back to rest. 3 days without sleep or rest, although it wasn't much physical strain, there was still some mental pressure. He just wanted to go back, wash up, and have a good sleep. The sisters looked at Rowan, then at the Holy Queen, who had tears in the corners of her eyes, a pale face, and looked somewhat disheveled, and fell into silence. "Ca, Calca? I'm fine. Issue a gag order, then seal this forging room. Build a new one elsewhere. From now on, no one is allowed to enter here." Calca said this with a very stern attitude, her voice more serious than at any time in the past. Yes. After resting at home for one night, the next day, Rowan headed to the palace under the guidance of Quirit. Quirit's gaze was strange, which left Rowan a bit confused. Had Calca told her everything? No, that was impossible. Based on his understanding of Calca, since she had promised to keep it a secret, she shouldn't have told anyone else, even if Quirit and the other were her closest people. Chapter 140, Strength Testing, and a New Way to Gain Experience. Chapter 141, Strength Testing, and a New Way to Gain Experience. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Rowan asked. Are you going to marry Calca? Asterisk cough cough cough, asterisk what nonsense are you talking about? How could that be possible? Quirit also felt it was unlikely, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something was strange. She led Rowan to the palace's underground training ground. This was Calca's private training ground, where the Quirit sisters often practiced magic as well. The facility was incredibly sturdy, and being underground made it difficult for information to leak. It was vast enough for a dozen hero-rank magic casters to bombard each other. Calca was already waiting there. After a night's rest and freshening up, she was radiant once more. Quirit, thank you for your help. I'll take it from here. Please seal the door completely. Quirit gave the two of them a strange look, but Calca maintained her gentle smile, watching her quietly. Understood. The underground training ground was a highly secretive place. Once closed, it took a great deal of effort to open it from the outside. Besides magic practice, it also served as a place for the three of them to discuss confidential matters. Now, a fourth person had entered this private space, and it was a Mun. Quirit left in silence, and the heavy door was shut tight. It was quiet enough that one could even hear the sound of the two of them breathing. Calca gazed at Rowan gently, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. He glanced at her head. The crown was being worn properly. Asterisk ahem, asterisk well then, let's get straight to it. All right. The first ability of the Guardian Crown is that it generates a 7th tier barrier when under attack. However, please note that this only takes effect once per day. As Rowan spoke, without waiting for her to react, he fired a 6th tier magic spell, Ice Icicle, at her. A green, turtleshell-like magic shield manifested out of thin air, protecting Calca within it. After using several spells in succession, roughly 3 6th tier spells, the shield became extremely fragile and shattered with a single poke. It seemed slightly weaker than a shield he might cast himself, but it was consistent with the level of a 7th tier spell. This kind of omnidirectional, all-attribute shield that could trigger itself was comprehensive, though its defensive power was slightly lower as a result. So amazing. Calca was full of wonder. The crown was incredible, and the strength of the Mun before her was equally impressive. As expected, someone capable of forging equipment of this grade was definitely not as simple as he appeared. Hero rank? No, he had certainly reached an even higher level. She wasn't surprised in the least that he could use 6th tier magic. Now, the second function is evil resistance. It can block mind control magic and strengthen your resistance to such spells. It works as long as you're wearing it. All race charm. Rowan's eyes glowed with an eerie light, but Calca only experienced a brief moment of daze before staring back at him with wide, innocent eyes. The spell had been blocked. He didn't know the upper limit of the ability, and Rowan didn't have any higher-level control magic for the time being. As for soul stripping, that was soul magic, which was completely different from mind control. The third ability is Summon Angel, which can also be used once per day. Try summoning one. Okay. The Holy Queen communed with the crown, and soon, a powerful angel appeared before her. A 7th-tier Dominion authority. A 7th-tier angel was a presence capable of turning the tide of a battle. Rowan looked at the angel with interest. This kind of construct creature looked like a mass-produced creation, more like a robot than a living being. Dark lightning. Rowan reached out and pointed. A bolt of pitch-black lightning pierced through the angel. Experience plus 200,000. It actually gave experience. However, compared to a normal 7th-tier monster, the experience was much lower. Was it because it was a summoned creature? Summoned undead also provided significantly less experience than normal monsters of the same level. It was likely for the same reason. Kalka still showed no surprise at Rowan's ability to one-shot a 7th-tier magic summon. Next, the fourth ability, High-tier Teleportation. Its range basically covers the Holy Kingdom and several surrounding countries. However, do not use this magic recklessly, keep it as a trump card for escaping. Understood. Try it out now. Teleport over there. The space around Kalka distorted, a prelude to high-tier magic. An experienced magic caster could use disruption spells to interrupt it at this stage. Soon, her figure teleported into the distance. She then came jogging back. The preparation time for this spell is a bit long. If you face an experienced, high-level enemy, they will use magic to prevent teleportation. Therefore, it's best to use it in combination with other effects, like a 7th-tier summoning spell or final holy war. Seize the opportunity to escape while the summoned angels are attacking the enemy, don't use it in isolation. Yes, I've noted that. Now, the core ability, Final Holy War. This magic can be used once every 12 days. Let's see you use it. Kalka closed her eyes, and one by one, angels began to appear before her. 9th tier, High Seraph, LV60. A powerful throne slowly manifested, its terrifying aura sweeping through the entire underground training ground as it looked down upon Rowan. Then, 2 8th-tier Thrunus, LV55. Followed by 4 7th-tier Dominion authorities, LV45. 8 6th-tier Virtues, LV38. 16 5th-tier Powers, LV30. 32 4th-tier Principalities, LV25. In the blink of an eye, the spacious underground area was packed to the brim. Fortunately, lower-level angels stopped appearing. 3rd-tier angels would just be cannon fodder and useless in this context. The Holy Queen stared blankly at these powerful angels. Though she had been mentally prepared, she was still deeply shaken. With this many angels, she could potentially wipe out an entire nation. A place like the kingdom, for instance, would have absolutely no way to resist. Was the first Holy King really this powerful? To think the magic he left behind could summon angels of this caliber. Or was it entirely because of Rowan? Facing the multitude of angels, Rowan's expression remained unchanged. Magic Maximize, 7th tier, Chain Dragon Lightning. With the enhancement magic, the destructive power of the Chain Dragon Lightning reached the level of the 8th tier. Thick bolts of dragon-shaped lightning ravaged the underground space, jumping between the angels. Angels below the 8th tier were wiped out instantly, even the 7th tier Dominion authorities were destroyed directly, utterly incapable of resisting. Experience plus 3,000. Experience plus 10,000. Experience plus 50,000. Experience plus 200,000. A string of experience notifications popped up, though the amounts were relatively small. Chapter 141, Preparing for Subsequent Classes. Chapter 142, Preparing for Subsequent Classes. Only the 8th tier thrones could withstand it, though their surfaces turned quite black, and they looked teetering on the edge of collapse. However, that 9th tier high-level throne completely blocked it, the lightning striking its body didn't cause much damage. Chain Dragon Lightning enhances area of effect capabilities, but its inherent attack power is somewhat reduced. Interesting. Then how about this? 8th tier Forbidden Curse, Chain Dark Lightning. As the enhanced and upgraded Forbidden Curse version of Chain Dragon Lightning, its power far exceeds the original. Pitch black lightning leaped between the angels, quickly destroying the remaining 3. Even the 9th tier angel couldn't withstand it for long. Experience plus 600,000 to. Experience plus 600,000 to. Experience plus 1,500,000 to. Does a 9th tier angel only give 1.5 million experience? That's really a bit low. If it were a monster, it would have to be at least 5 million. This is a total ripoff. Do summoned creatures have so little prestige? It's one thing for the experience to be low, but the cooldown is also so long. It's practically a chicken rib, useless to keep but a waste to discard. The crown that the Holy Queen valued so much was nothing more than a chicken rib in Rowan's eyes. Still, no matter how much of a chicken rib it is, it's still meat. I can come here later to leech some experience. If I manufacture a batch of summoning-type items, wouldn't I be able to farm experience indefinitely? Rowan's thoughts began to wander. If the experience is too little, I'll make up for it with quantity. If a dozen isn't enough, then hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands. Using quantity to compensate for quality is actually a good approach. TSK, before I was only thinking about raising skeletons in the Tobu Great Forest and the Cat's Plain. I didn't expect there to be this method. If I add item summoning, that's another path to gaining experience. The experience from each method isn't much, but it becomes quite considerable when accumulated. This plan is worth researching and pushing forward. Rowan, just what are you? I'm just a blacksmith who dislikes conflict and loves forging. Please keep this a secret for me. Of course you can trust me completely, Kalka said solemnly. In the future, the Holy Kingdom also hopes to have more cooperation with you. That's easy to say, but I only enjoy the forging aspect. You can draft a specific plan for the details. Leave it to me. And then there's the reward. How do you think I should reward you? The rewards have already been taken by me, those materials and magic books from the National Treasury, Rowan thought to himself. As for the reward, I might come to find you to test the crown for a period of time. That will suffice as a reward. If you feel it's not enough, then help me collect some precious forging materials. The experience from summoned creatures wasn't much, but it was still experience. Waste is shameful. I see. I've noted it down. The testing was complete, and Rowan had no reason to stay here any longer. After bidding her farewell, he departed. Kalka left the underground training ground and returned to her room, stroking her crown. Crown, oh crown, just what kind of person is he? The crown had no consciousness and could not answer her. He had harvested a sum of experience and a large number of materials in the Holy Kingdom, including some legacy-class materials. These materials were extremely precious and almost impossible to collect outside. Aside from using some on the crown, most were pocketed by Rowan. The Holy Queen clearly knew that many materials in her treasury had ended up in Rowan's own pockets, but she didn't even ask. Compared to those materials, the fact that the crown could advance was already a massive profit. She had practically won big. Having scavenged a batch of materials, Rowan now had 2 forging themes. One was to forge a clone with scouting mastery to help him investigate guilds that might exist in the eastern part of the Linda Sea. The second was to forge many summoning-type items to use for harvesting experience later. However, before he could proceed with the forging, new intelligence came from the Orc Kingdom. The Orc Great Sage, whom he had never encountered, finally made an appearance. Through the crow's vision, Rowan saw the opponent's attributes. X, Orc. Level, LV 58. Karma, minus 420. Classes, Orc, LV 10, Mage, LV 5, Priest, LV 15, War Priest, LV 10, Cursed Caster, LV 10, Bishop, LV5, Sage, LV3. These attributes could be described as a mixed blessing. The good news was that Sage is a high-level class, and as expected, the opponent possessed a high-level class. The bad news was that the opponent's class system belonged to a faith-based class structure. Faith-based classes didn't actually require one to believe in anything, that wasn't an issue. Faith-based mainly included broad categories like knight, priest, cleric, and forest priest, specializing in healing, resurrection, and summoning abilities. Under the Bone King, the Floor Guardian Mare belonged to this class structure. Although they mostly possessed support abilities, they could also develop in a combat direction, and their combat power was very strong. But the problem was that although this system and Rowan's magic-based system were both magic types, they were different classifications. In other words, the magic levels of the two systems were independent of each other. Even if Rowan mastered this rare class and his total level reached level 65, his magic-based casting level would be 55, while his faith-based level would only be 5. He would only be able to use 8th-tier magic-based spells and 1st-tier faith-based spells. Only universal spells had no such restriction and could be stacked. If this were in the game world, this would be absolutely unacceptable. Learning two systems of magic was basically equivalent to ruining the character. However, this world had the Magic Master class. If one mastered this class, they could merge the faith-based system into the magic-based level. Rowan speculated that the derived special classes of this class could likely be compatible with 3 systems of magic. Theoretically, it was possible, but without having mastered the relevant skills, Rowan couldn't be 100% certain. To be safe, Rowan decided to postpone harvesting the Orc Great Sage's head until after he mastered the extended special class of Magic Master. TSK, the feeling of being able to see but not eat is truly unpleasant. Infinite Magic Power's learning speed was really too slow. Give her another half a year, no, for months. If it still didn't work, he would directly absorb her memories and then continue the learning himself. Rowan's magic learning ability was much stronger than Infinite Magic Power's. The reason he arranged for her to learn the knowledge of this class was simply to save his own time. If the progress was too slow, he would have to do it himself. Once he learned a compatible magic class, he would immediately head to the Orc Kingdom to take the Sage high-level class. He wouldn't be idle during this period, he could collect as much experience as possible so that when the class was obtained, he could rapidly increase its level. Rowan had already arranged the work for the coming period, he just needed to follow the plan step by step. He arranged for the crows to continue gathering intelligence in the Central Six Nations. As for Rowan, after teaching little Nia for a few days, he returned to the Forgotten Island once more. Chapter 143 Shadow 5. Rowan returned to Forgotten Island and began his seclusion. He needed to prepare his 6th avatar and summon-type items. Honestly, he thought he could finally leave Forgotten Island, but he didn't expect to have to return to work so soon. He just couldn't escape the fate of being a laborer. The first task upon returning to Forgotten Island was to forge a new avatar. Rowan's first avatar was the Azura clone, which was also the relic-level avatar he had forged using his best materials in the Dwarven Furnace over the course of a month. The second avatar was the experimental Shadow 1, only around level 30, a product made from scraps. The remaining 3 were Shadow 2, 3, and 4. They were all around level 50, made with better materials, and were decent, middle-of-the-road avatars. So for the 6th avatar, he had to be more serious. Rowan's goal was to surpass all previous avatars, reaching at least level 70, that is, the legendary level. For this, Rowan prepared very precious materials. Materials from the level 70+ translucent Dragon King, such as the Dragon Heart and Dragon Blood, were for alchemy and could not be used for forging avatars. The remaining Dragon Scales, Dragon Bones, Dragon Hide, Dragon Tendons, Dragon Teeth, and other materials could be used. Although some were used when forging the White Tower, the remainder was sufficient. In addition, various optimized relic level and sacred relic level materials also had to be used. Although the Scythe Bug King was 2 levels lower than the Dragon King, it was still a boss nonetheless. Its materials weren't as abundant as the Dragon King's, but its level was by no means lower, so they could also be used. For this forging, the main component was still biological material. As for those legendary-grade minerals and artifact materials, Rowan couldn't bear to take them out. These precious materials had to be saved for the forging of future artifacts. Because he had already forged puppet avatars many times, Rowan was familiar with the process. Since materials from 2 level 70+ bosses were to be used, Rowan first extracted these materials, removing the useless parts to make the materials more refined. Subsequently, he performed optimization on the extracted materials, heart forging, and imbued them with rune script. Step by step, he made the performance of the materials exceed their original levels. Then, he proceeded to assemble them. A week later, a small avatar, only 1.4 meters tall, appeared. She was the first female avatar Rowan had created. Rowan's special class, Mother of Life, sounded like a special class that only females could take. Because of Rowan's innate talent, he ignored the job requirements, but puppet avatars had no way to ignore them. Therefore, the avatar Rowan created was female, with the goal of inheriting his special class, Mother of Life. As for why she was so small, well, this wasn't some special fetish of Rowan's, but rather, during the production process, the characteristics of the various materials meant that this size yielded the best performance. It was a limitation of the materials. Yeah, that was it. Legendary grade equipment forging successful. Experience plus 43 million. Rowan's experience increased by another chunk. It was a pity that he had no classes left to level up, so it could only be stored in the experience bar. Avatar Puppet. Level, Legendary, LV-73. Shadow, controls shadow power, possesses stronger stealth capabilities. Not bad. Under Rowan's deliberate guidance, the puppet's characteristics were very well suited for scouting-type abilities. However, Rowan had hoped for the ability to strengthen control over thrall creatures. Although this shadow ability deviated slightly from his ideal, it was still quite compatible. Next, Rowan summoned a crow, extracted its soul, and then pulled a wisp of soul fragment from his own body. He mixed the two to form a weak soul, then injected it into the puppet's heart. After all, a puppet was just a puppet. Aside from the huge flaw of having no growth potential, its soul was also much more fragile. Its heart would be the puppet's greatest weakness, and its resistance to soul-based magic would be much lower. After the soul was injected, the puppet's heart began to beat slowly. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at Rowan. Long black hair, pitch-black pupils, and an expressionless, delicate face. This was Rowan's first female avatar. Seeing himself, the feeling was quite strange. This was also Rowan's most powerful avatar to date. Rowan named her Shadow 5. Shadow 5, Inorganic Life Form. Karma, 0. Level, LV-73. Inorganic Life Form, LV-15. Wizard, LV-15. Necromancer, LV-10. True Necromancer, LV-5. Priestess, LV-10. High Priest, LV-8. Two-Faced Undead, LV-5. Mother of Life, LV-5. Shadow 5's attribute panel was very special. Mother of Life was the special class Rowan bestowed, Inorganic Life Form was her racial class, and the other classes were naturally generated to adapt to Mother of Life. Among them, True Necromancer and Two-Faced Undead were high-level classes. Overall, it was a class system that reconciled the two mutually exclusive forces of death and life, which could be seen as a future template for Canina. Mother of Life would be her core class. Rowan gave her a set of clothes to wear. Although it was his own avatar, it looked a bit strange to have her wearing nothing. The class abilities of Mother of Life were very powerful. In addition to two powerful passive life-saving skills, there were all sorts of soul-related abilities. For example, soul stripping and life creation were skills Rowan used frequently. Conversely, the ultimate move, Cycle of Life and Death, which could drain or bestow lifespan upon living beings, was a skill he had never had the opportunity to use. First, he controlled the avatar to create a soul thrall. A figure separated from Shadow 5's body. Life creation could create one soul thrall, as well as a group of ordinary thralls equal in number to one's level. The soul thrall separated from the avatar was actually female as well, and her attributes were a bit special. Unnamed, human. Karma, 0. Level, LV50. Wizard, LV15, Priestess, LV10, High Priestess, LV10, High Priest, LV10, Archpriest, LV5. This soul thrall was about the same height as an ordinary person. She had long golden hair and blue eyes, and she knelt respectfully before Shadow 5. "Master," she said softly. "Hiss." Rowan rubbed his chin, looking surprised. "My hair is black, my eyes are black, and my avatar's hair and eyes are also black. Why is the life my avatar created blonde and blue-eyed? This isn't right, is it? Even Alka has black hair and black eyes like me. Moreover, she could not inherit the avatar's special class, Mother of Life. She only had a high-level class, Archpriest, and a bunch of basic and intermediate classes. Unlike the avatar, she did not inherit the two abilities of life and death. What is this? A degradation of the avatar's avatar. Come to think of it, if the avatar's thrall could inherit the special class Mother of Life, wouldn't that be an infinite nesting doll? Rowan took out a set of clothes for the avatar's thrall to wear. For now, he named her Xiao Wu. Shadow 5's soul thrall was Xiao Wu. Chapter 143, Searching for the Maritime City. Chapter 144, Searching for the Maritime City. Compared to Alka, although Little Five's level has also reached level 50, she falls far behind Alka in both strength and future potential. Well, this vassal should just be a healer. Rowan didn't plan for her to participate in combat anyway. Then, there were the ordinary vassals from life creation. The skill life creation could create beings according to one's desires, but these desires weren't explicitly defined. For example, with Rowan's crow, he didn't know what his creation would look like until after it was made. But without a doubt, in the early stages, the crow not only compensated for Rowan's inability to fly but also for his lack of scouting capabilities. Shadow No. 5 beckoned, and a rat crawled out from the shadow behind her. The rat squeaked and crouched beside Shadow Number 5. Well, to anyone else, it would look like an ordinary rat no matter how they looked at it. This rat had no fluctuations of mana, and appeared to be a common creature, but it was different in Rowan's eyes. Shadow Rat, Monster. Karma, -50. Level, LV5. Class, Shadow Rat Assassin, LV5. The initial level of the avatar's life creation was only level 1, so summoning a level 5 vassal was expected. This rat balanced stealth and assassination abilities. While it met Rowan's expectations, it didn't perfectly align. It would have been better if it specialized in stealth and scouting. The assassination part seemed a bit redundant. The enemies he faced weren't ones a tiny rat could assassinate. Sheltir also had vassal summoning, and her vassals looked a lot like rats too. They were far more numerous than the Shadow Number 5 avatar's vassals, but theoretically, their strength ceiling was much lower. Life creation wasn't an ordinary vassal summoning. It was the core skill of the Mother of Life and could reach the 10th tier. Its ceiling was much higher than regular vassal summoning. After training this skill to the 10th tier, one could theoretically summon 10th tier creatures, which meant monsters level 63 to 70. Of course, reaching the max level wasn't easy. Even Rowan had only trained it to the 5th tier so far. Well, the future looks promising. Shadow Number 5 left with her vassals. This avatar's next task was to familiarize herself with her abilities, and then practice the life creation skill relentlessly. In the future, she would serve as Rowan's eyes and ears, responsible for intelligence and scouting. Once she was sufficiently proficient, she would begin searching for the guild's location. Next was the production of summoning-type items. This was a complex project. A small number of summoned creatures was useless, while a large number required many items to distribute the load. A dozen or so items simply couldn't achieve the necessary scale. This was another massive project. The materials consumed would likely rival the creation of Forgotten Island. A week later. Forgotten Island, the meeting room on the top floor of the White Tower. 3 people sat in the meeting room, flipping through a pile of old books. A girl dressed as a blonde maid was pouring tea for the 3 of them. Among the 3, one was expressionless, one was a man in black mage robes wearing a Shura mask, one was a tall and serious middle-aged man with a small mustache, and then there was also a small girl about 1.4 meters tall. Boss, according to the information provided by the Master and the intelligence gathered, that Maritime City should be located east of Mist Island. However, the Linda Sea is so vast that pinpointing it won't be easy. Azura clone put down the documents in his hand. In the past few months, the Crow has actually searched the entire Linda Island but found nothing. That Maritime City has either been destroyed or hidden by magic. It was very troublesome. Although the Crow's level had increased, it still couldn't see through such hidden magic. If only he could use the main body's forbidden curse eye, but unfortunately, the main body was busy forging and had no time to search. Azura clone continued, the Theocracy doesn't have any intelligence regarding the 13 Heroes Guild either. How about the Mages Guild? There was no relevant content in the information sent back by Canina. And the Empire? Alka shook his head. Nothing there either. It made sense. After all, it was the Guild of Riku, the leader of the 13 heroes. 10-1, he hadn't told anyone in the team. If he had, the Platinum Dragon Lord would have wiped it out long ago. However, the possibility that this guild had already been destroyed or didn't even exist couldn't be ruled out. There was too little information. In fact, the guild's details weren't mentioned in the main plot, only briefly in the side stories, and no definitive answer was given as to whether it existed. What could be confirmed for now was that if the guild existed, it must be located in the eastern part of the Linda Sea. Although called the Maritime City, a very large part of it was also underwater. Among the several guilds in this world, the 6 Great Gods Guild in the Theocracy was too ancient. No traces of the guild had been found in the messages sent back by the mole currently planted in the Theocracy. After the 8 Greed Kings killed the Theocracy's god of death and NPC, all the Theocracy's gods perished. Without players or NPCs, the guild would normally cease to exist. The 8 Greed Kings Guild was a floating island located in the desert. Both Riku, the leader of the 13 heroes, and Flutter had tried to make contact. Riku had managed to get a few magic items from there, while Flutter had been rejected. The city in the sky existed in name only. Although not yet destroyed, it was under the surveillance of the Platinum Dragon Lord, who even held the guild weapon. As long as the Platinum Dragon Lord wished, he could disband the guild at any time. The floating island wasn't suitable for contact right now either, as it would easily draw trouble. With Rowan's current strength, he didn't dare to act up under the true Dragon King's nose. Thus, only the Maritime City, with its uncertain information, was worth a try. If it really existed as Riku's guild, there probably wouldn't be many treasures inside. After all, Riku's own level was quite low. Even if there were, it would likely belong to an obscure little guild from the game. However, there might be a world item. Transmigrators who crossed into this world basically all carried a world item. If he could get Riku's legacy, Rowan could add another trump card to his hand. Even if the hope was slim, it was worth searching for. Besides world items, a guild itself was a very powerful existence. No matter how weak the Maritime City was, it was still a guild. For a while now, the Crow had tried searching from the sea surface, but had found nothing despite searching everywhere. He couldn't rely on the intelligence from those human nations either, he had to rely on himself. Then, try searching from underwater. My rats can now move in the water, the little girl, who hadn't spoken until now, said. It was a bit strange because both Shura and she were actually avatars. The thoughts of the two were actually shared, only Alka and the maid were outsiders. So, Shadow no. 5 talking to Shura was actually just talking to himself. Chapter 144, The Melancholy of the Blood Emperor. Chapter 145, The Melancholy of the Blood Emperor. During this time, Shadow Number 5 practiced life creation desperately. By now, she had ground the skill level to the 3rd tier, allowing her to summon rats of levels 15 to 21. These 3rd tier rats were significantly stronger. Furthermore, they gained the ability to act underwater. This was only natural. Rats were naturally good swimmers, and the rodent family included large underwater rats like capybaras. Shadow Rat, Monster. Karma, -50. Level, LV 20. Classes, Shadow Rat Assassin, LV 15, Shadow Rat Scout, LV 5. Rats can not only move underwater but also possess the skill, Rat Eyes, which can detect mana and see through hidden magic. We can try searching, though I suspect the probability of finding it isn't very high. No matter, I can take the field personally. The Mother of Life can descend her consciousness onto her subordinates. While the rats themselves don't have strong detection capabilities, Shadow Number 5 does. Shadow Number 5 is level 73 and specializes in reconnaissance and assassination. The hidden magic array on the Forgotten Island could not be hidden from her eyes. As long as the opponent's magic array didn't use the power of a world item, super-tier magic, or origin magic, Shadow Number 5 would be able to find some clues upon careful investigation, even if it were a 10th tier spell. Alka asked, then, what do you need me to do? This new little master speaking to him like this clearly meant there was a task for him, otherwise, she wouldn't have bothered talking so much. There is indeed something for you to do. I need a ship, a submarine. Well, you might not know what a submarine is, but just gather these materials and I'll forge it. Additionally, there are some specialized materials and magic items, some of which aren't found on the Forgotten Island. I'll give you a list, collect them as soon as possible. Alka replied, understood. Also, that little girl from Foresight needs to be brought over as well. Shadow Number 5 looked toward the Azura clone. The Azura clone nodded. The two didn't need to speak to know what the other meant. That girl from Foresight named Alsh possessed the talent All-Seeing Eyes, which allowed her to see the presence of mana. It was the same talent as Flutter's. This girl's fate was quite miserable. After the Bone King descended, her team wanted to make some money and ended up infiltrating the Bone King's guild. The result was predictable. Her entire body was divided up with nothing wasted. Even her vocal cords were taken by Antoma to be used as her own voice. And her two younger sisters were sold by her parents shortly after, eventually said to be used as sacrifices to an evil god. In short, she was a tragic character. Although he didn't know how much use her talent would be, even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance she could see it, Rowan had to bring her along. The plan was set, and they began to act. Shadow Number 5 continued to practice life creation diligently, using the magic 24 hours a day until her mana was exhausted. Alka went to collect the materials lacking on the Forgotten Island. Some were located within heteromorphic territories, but with his strength, gathering them was not difficult. The Azura clone dispatched his subordinate forces to the Empire. For this kind of matter, he didn't need to go personally, he had more important things to do. With the support of Flutter and the Mages Guild in the Empire, even an ordinary person could bring that girl back. Imperial Palace. The Blood Emperor, Jerknev, sat on his throne looking through information in his hands. Kneeling before him was a middle-aged man, the head of the Empire's intelligence. In other words, it is confirmed that Master is involved with a magic organization from the kingdom, and they have been cooperating for over a year, with him funneling a large amount of magical resources to them. The middle-aged man said, based on the intelligence, although it's hard to believe, it is indeed the case. Master, you have been the teacher to several generations of imperial emperors. Have you betrayed the empire just like that? There could only be one reason to make Master betray us. The other party must possess a magic caster even more powerful than Flutter. And not just slightly stronger but vastly so. Is such an existence really possible? Isn't Master one of the 4 human aberrants? The other 3 shouldn't be much different from him. Could they be non-humans? Regardless, that organization definitely wasn't established by those nobles or the king of the kingdom. He knew those useless fools well. If they had such power, they would have used it to invade other countries long ago instead of keeping it hidden. A secret organization. Also, some time ago, people from the theocracy had quite a few conflicts with Eight Fingers and didn't gain any advantage. The Eight Fingers organization had developed rapidly over the past 2 years. They collected magical materials and manufactured finished items for sale, transforming from a purely illegal organization into something like a magic workshop. These events were by no means a coincidence. Clearly, that organization was behind Eight Fingers, and the leader of Eight Fingers was the newly appointed noble, Alka. This man was very wealthy, lacked the corrupt habits of other nobles, and lived a reclusive life. According to intelligence from the kingdom's court, he had requested the Forgotten Island as his fief. He is the leader of Eight Fingers. That secret organization was either established by him, or he is a vital member of it. This organization is likely located in the kingdom's capital, or on the Forgotten Island. The theocracy and Eight Fingers had been entangled in the kingdom for a long time, but there were no noteworthy major incidents. If I were Alka, I wouldn't establish the organization in the capital. There are too many eyes there, and a magic-related organization clearly needs to conduct magical experiments. A crowded place isn't suitable. Although there is no clear evidence, I feel the Forgotten Island is more suitable as the organization's headquarters, while the kingdom's capital is only suitable as a branch. The Blood Emperor called for a map and located the Forgotten Island. Deploy the Empire's most elite intelligence personnel to investigate the kingdom's Forgotten Island. Note, they must be the most elite. Do not alert the enemy. Yes. The Blood Emperor was very melancholy. This was truly difficult to handle. If the opponent was a magic caster stronger than Flutter, it meant they could not only take Flutter under their wing but also destroy the entire empire. From the current perspective, that organization should be a magic research organization that doesn't care about the struggles between nations and has no reason to destroy the empire. Direct confrontation is impossible. It would not only bring the threat of destruction to the empire but also cause Flutter to defect directly. I must win them over. No, seek dialogue and cooperation with them. At the very least, I should communicate with Alka first to see where they stand. The Blood Emperor began writing a letter. In the letter, his wording was sincere and respectful, not like an emperor, but like a student asking a teacher for guidance. This matter could no longer be delayed. The Blood Emperor worried that next time, Flutter would leave without looking back. Once Flutter left, it would have a massive impact on the empire. Chapter 145, Alsh and the Explorer. Chapter 146, Alsh and the Explorer. Alsh's family was a prestigious noble house that had lasted for centuries, but over a year ago, her family was stripped of its noble status by the Blood Emperor and lost its source of income. However, her parents could not accept this reality and continued to live just as they had before. Not only were the family's savings completely exhausted, but they had also borrowed a significant amount of money. With no other choice, she had to drop out of the Magic Academy and has currently joined an adventuring party to work. Even so, it still hasn't dampened her passion for learning. Although their team was only recently formed, the members are all very kind people. The sky was already dark as she dragged her weary body back to her front door. At the door were 2 girls, one standing and one crouching. The 2 actually looked exactly alike, and they were staring at Alsh. You're Alsh, right? I am. And you are. TSK, the boss has his eye on you. For someone like you, we should have just kidnapped you. But the boss said something about winning people over with virtue. Alsh frowned and raised her magic wand. I'm not interested. Please step aside. One of the girls pulled out a bulging large bag. This is 1,000 gold coins. This much gold is enough to buy hundreds of slaves. You wouldn't earn this much even if you worked for 10 years. The boss is truly generous. She felt indignant. The boss had left them alone, and now it was as if he suddenly remembered them, yet the first task he gave them was to give this girl a large sum of money, and then have her work for the boss. 1,000 gold coins. Alsh stared at the massive bag, her mind struggling to process it. What do you want me to do? Just work for the boss. He thinks very highly of you. I need to consider it. The two girls' figures blurred. By the time Alsh came to her senses, she found her magic wand had been taken, a scimitar was held to her throat, and another scimitar was pressed against her back. So strong. What is with these two? Orichalcum. No, maybe they've even reached the adamantite level. Who on earth are these people? Cold sweat broke out on Alsh's forehead as a grim voice came from beside her. This isn't a negotiation, it's a notification. The boss is very merciful, and is giving you a chance to say goodbye to your friends and family. I hope you cherish it instead of using the boss's mercy as an excuse to haggle. Here's the money. Tomorrow at this time, right here, I'll come to take you away. Of course, you can try to call for an ambush, or you can take the money and run. However, I know your party, I know where your house is, and I know you have 2 little sisters. So that's that. Like a gust of wind, the 2 girls vanished. Only the large bag of gold coins beside Alsh proved that everything just now was not an illusion. Alsh picked up the bag, it was indeed filled with heavy gold coins, not fakes. What a boring job. Sister, what are we going to do next? On the roof, the 2 were crouching in a corner. The older sister said, take Alsh to the royal capital. After that, the 2 of us can look for a suitable party in the royal capital and join them to train ourselves. Join an adventuring party. You're kidding. The younger sister had a strange expression. She had originally thought they were going to formally start working for the boss, and for that reason, she had tossed and turned in distress for a long time last night, making a great resolution to endure such humiliation. As it turned out, they weren't helping the boss with work but were being sent out to be free-ranged. Were the 2 of them that unimportant? The younger sister suddenly felt like crying. I'm not kidding. That's what the boss said. But why? Doesn't he need our service? Could it be that we really are that weak? The older sister was a bit frustrated. I don't know. Maybe we are still a bit too weak and need to become stronger. 3. Just how strong is that guy to dare look down on us? The younger sister felt a surge of resentment, this feeling of being ignored was unpleasant. Once I get stronger in the future, I'll definitely make that guy pay. The strong can dominate the weak. When my strength increases, that guy's fate will be in my hands instead. The sisters felt humiliated, a humiliation even more painful than when the older sister was killed last time. Alsh tossed and turned all night and couldn't sleep. In the morning, she told her parents she was going to work somewhere far away, and told them that she might never be able to come back. Her parents scolded her, thinking she wanted to abandon the family. But when she took out the bag containing 500 gold coins, her parents immediately beamed with joy and no longer cared about what she was going to do, only instructing her to send money home once she earned it. Sigh, it's my own fault for having expectations of them. I just hope my sisters grow up well. Wait for me, I'll be back. Alsh left in silence. She didn't give the remaining 500 gold coins directly to her parents, but used them to pay off debts. After leaving a message for her parents, she then went to the Adventurers Guild and explained the situation to her party. Her teammates were very sorry, and the party members had a nice farewell meal together. Everything here no longer had anything to do with her. Who knew what the future would hold? Everything else was fine, but her 2 young sisters made it hard for her to let go. Don't overthink it. I'll definitely be able to come back. Alsh patted her cheeks. At dusk, the 2 girls appeared and took Alsh away. They rode in a carriage toward the kingdom. A few days later, in the northern part of the kingdom, a ship was docked on the coast of the Linda Sea. This was the Explorer. Its exterior looked similar to an ordinary vessel, but its interior was equipped with many magic items and magic arrays, enough to handle various complex environments. At the bow, the captain, Shadow No. 5, was holding a map and marking a small area of the coast with an X. The map was drawn by Crow and was very detailed. Shadow No. 5's goal was to search every part of the eastern Linda Sea according to this map. This was a massive project that could not be completed by relying on numbers. If that maritime city had not been destroyed, it must be very well hidden. People with low strength would not be able to detect the existence of that guild at all. Shadow No. 5 was prepared to spend a year or two searching for the maritime city. There were two other members on the ship. One was her homunculus high priestess, No. 5, and the other was Alsh, who had recently been brought over. This young girl's talent was mainly used to see a person's magical power. During this time, Shadow No. 5 planned to train her, and had the main body create several items specifically for her talent. When combined, they could greatly amplify her talent. With proper training, she might be able to help. First area excluded. Next, please proceed to the second area. Chapter 146, 4 months later. Chapter 147, 4 months later. Beneath the hull of the Explorer, dozens of rats scurried about like fish, searching for any suspicious presence. They moved along with the ship, controlled by Shadow No. 5, sometimes diving deep into the seabed to investigate. In the cabin, Alsh was buried in a magic book, studying special scouting spells that were perfectly suited for her talent. At first, she had been very anxious, thinking something bad would be done to her, but now she knew the boss simply valued her talent. This allowed Alsh to set her mind at ease. She loved learning. If not for the misfortune that befell her family, she would likely still be studying at the academy. She had thought the boss would be a strict person, but it turned out to be a short, cute girl. Though young, her strength was unfathomable. Alsh had tried to probe her with her ability, but only detected a faint trace of magic power. The other party was clearly no ordinary mage. She had obviously used some means to conceal her true strength. While she didn't yet know the full extent of the boss's power, she was certain it wasn't weak. Under the control of Shadow No. 5, the magic ship headed for the second area. Meanwhile, Rowan had finished designing the summoning item array in the volcanic forge and began forging. In Rowan's design, this was a ritual summoning magic constructed as a magic array, based on one high-level core, for high-level hubs, and thousands of ordinary summoning props. Referencing the grand ritual magic of the Holy Queen's crown, the goal was to summon tens of thousands of creatures. This grand ritual magic required many considerations. The core difficulty was that if a level 60+ being, like the workhorse Alka, were to complete the summoning, it would generally be impossible. The mental pressure of 10,000 monsters, and not even the lowest tier ones, was no small matter and beyond what a normal person could bear. But Rowan was a master of magic. With careful design, it could still be achieved, especially with the Holy Queen's crown as a reference. This was a massive project. Although the materials didn't need to be of extremely high quality, the quantity required was immense. It was fortunate to have the material support of the kingdom, the Holy Kingdom, and the Empire, otherwise, it would have been truly difficult to manage. As for the Dragon Kingdom, that fellow's treasury was so empty that rats could run through it. Rowan had no expectations from them at all. While Rowan was busy forging, in a port to the north of the kingdom, several men with sour expressions stepped off a fishing boat. The old fisherman on the boat said helplessly, "Do you believe me now? I told you, Forgotten Island has been missing since a year ago, but you wouldn't listen." Fine, if it's gone, it's gone." The man waved his hand dismissively, shooing away the noisy old fisherman. They were intelligence personnel sent by the Blood Emperor, belonging to the Overt Branch, while several other teams operated in the shadows. The Overt personnel were responsible for handling tasks prone to exposure, relaying everything they investigated to the covert personnel in real time. In the event of danger, they were ready to sacrifice themselves at any moment. The core strength of the investigation actually lay with those covert teams. But unfortunately, just as the old fisherman said, Forgotten Island could no longer be found. However, the covert teams did make a discovery. As the Lord of Forgotten Island, the newly appointed Baron Alka showed signs of transporting goods overseas. Although it was very well hidden, it was still detected by the covert teams. However, the defenses were too discreet for them to discover where the ships were going. They only needed to report this. As intelligence personnel, they only needed to collect information, not speculate. What they didn't know was that someone was already secretly watching them. Meanwhile, back in the mansion, Alka set down the letter in his hand. This was a letter sent by the Blood Emperor. Interesting, backing down and seeking cooperation. Alka didn't make any decisions himself but reported the matter to his master. Soon, his master's reply arrived. The Blood Emperor is a talented individual, and limited cooperation is possible. The information that Forgotten Island is a magic research organization can be revealed to the Blood Emperor, and cooperation can be established regarding magic materials, items, and intelligence. Of course, it would be a limited cooperation. Core intelligence must be kept to themselves. As a condition for cooperation, they required the other party to completely lift the restrictions on 8 fingers, allowing 8 fingers to penetrate deep into the Empire. Rowan had no interest in following the subsequent details, and left everything to Alka. Alka began to draft the reply. Allowing an underground organization to flourish throughout his country was an unbearable prospect for the Blood Emperor, but he had no other choice, and had to compromise. Otherwise, even more terrifying and unpredictable changes would occur, such as Flutter's betrayal. The Empire could not withstand such a betrayal, at least not for now. Alka also mentioned in the letter for him to withdraw his intelligence personnel. Those guys couldn't do anything anyway, and having them jumping around under their noses was quite an eyesore. Rowan formally began to hand over the affairs between the various countries to Alka, no longer concerning himself with them. Whether it was material collection, the expansion of 8 fingers, or cooperation with the Blood Emperor, he believed Alka could handle it well. Wasn't the purpose of creating these beings so they could handle such trivial matters? As for how the Blood Emperor would react, it didn't matter. Time slipped quietly away. A brief 4 months passed. By now, the explorer had ventured deep into the Linda Sea. In all this time, they had explored less than 1/5 of the area, and so far, they had still found nothing. Such things could not be rushed. Rowan had plenty of patience. During these 4 months, Forgotten Island had further developed, and several more mage members had been recruited. Led by 12 mentors and relying on the resources and technical support of Forgotten Island, the progress of their respective research topics was very rapid. However, that was only how it seemed to them. The success of 4 months on Forgotten Island might not even be achieved in several years outside. In Rowan's eyes, their progress was very limited. If he were given decades or a century, it wouldn't be a problem to advance slowly. But there was only a little over a year until the Bone King's arrival. At their current pace, they would still be playing in the mud at low tiers when the Bone King descended. The research of these fellows could only provide some minor references. To truly advance magic, it required top-tier genius mages, like Rowan himself. Well, so far, there was only himself, infinite magic power, and Flutter, who could barely provide a bit of help. Kanina's talent was too low. She was good enough for learning, but research was beyond her. If not for Rowan's infusion, her upper limit wouldn't be very high. As for Nia and Princess Lana, they still needed time. Although the mages of Forgotten Island had almost no results, a few days before the 4-month deadline, infinite magic power had miraculously mastered the Magic Master class. This result made Rowan breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his investment in them hadn't yielded absolutely nothing. If the forging hadn't reached a critical moment, Rowan would have wanted to come out immediately and master that specific special class himself. As soon as the work at hand was finished, he would head over immediately. Chapter 147, The Grand Summoning Ritual. Chapter 148, The Grand Summoning Ritual. Thanks to Rowan's efforts and after consuming most of his stock, the Grand Summoning Ritual magic circle was finally successful. In the northern part of Forgotten Island, there was a massive testing ground. This was the highest level testing ground on Forgotten Island, used for magic experiments with immense power and wide area of effect. Not only was it vast in size, but it was also equipped with high-level defensive and concealment magic. It was rarely used, with only Rowan utilizing it occasionally. Now, this testing ground was about to face its greatest challenge since its construction. Presiding over this experiment were the Shura clone and Orca. A simple test had been conducted previously. If one killed summons they had called forth themselves, no experience would be gained. However, if the summons were called by someone else, there was no issue. As a sole clone, although Orca was closely linked to the main body, he was considered a separate individual, unlike standard clones who were treated as the same person. A massive magic circle was laid out on the ground. It was a grand ritual magic. The grand ritual magic's level wasn't particularly high, only at the 7th tier, but its range was quite large. It was covered with various statues, each reaching the high-grade level. Although the levels weren't too high, there were many of them. The core 1 reached the legacy grade, while the 4 corners were occupied by 4 top-grade ones. Additionally, there were over 1,000 densely packed high-grade statues. At the core sat a Shura statue, surrounded by 4 dragon statues, while the rest were all sorts of strange and varied monsters. Although the monster statues differed, their attributes were identical except for the 5 core statues, for instance, this goblin statue. Goblin statue. Level, high grade, LV 32. Description, summons 10 elite goblins, LV 25. Duration, 30 minutes. 1 use/7 days. Additionally, there were lizardmen statues. Lizardman statue. Level, high grade, LV 32. Description, summons 10 elite lizardmen, LV 25. Duration, 30 minutes. 1 use/7 days. The attributes were basically the same as the goblins. It was obvious at a glance that these were mass-produced items. Rowan could craft about a dozen in a single day. However, the 5 core statues were quite different. Dragon statue. Level, top grade, LV 45. Description, summons 1 Dragon King, LV 45. The Dragon King can command summons called by ordinary statues. Duration, 30 minutes. 1 use/15 days. Azura statue. Level, legacy grade, LV 55. Description, summons 1 Azura, LV 55. The Azura can command summons called by dragon statues and ordinary statues. Duration, 30 minutes. 1 use/15 days. The core statues summoned monsters of much higher levels, but only 1 of each. This was the fruit of Rowan's 4 months of hard work. Though the levels weren't high, the quantity was vast, and the accumulated experience was significant. The purpose of this special ritual magic was to allow a single person to activate a vast number of magic items. Even so, there were requirements for the user. They had to be at least level 60, or their mind wouldn't be able to withstand such immense pressure. If Rowan were to use it, he could instantly summon over 10,000 creatures through the ritual magic. These monsters were of such high levels that they could easily steamroll any nation except for the slain theocracy and the council state. Unfortunately, it still wasn't enough to deal with the Bone King's great tomb. The Death Knights he summoned casually were far stronger than the monsters from these wooden carvings. And their numbers were not lacking compared to this side either. Unless it could be further improved later, for Rowan, this was currently just a means to gain experience. Shura began setting up magic traps one after another in the area. Once the preparations were nearly complete, he also cast several buff spells on himself. Then, let's begin, Shura said. Yes, boss. The model worker Orca activated the magic circle. One by one, the wooden puppets emitted a faint glow, and the dragon statues positioned at the front also lit up. Activating a quarter of the items at once was the limit of what Orca could achieve. One by one, monsters appeared in the clearing, quickly occupying most of the space. There were 1,205 statues in total on the magic circle. Using a quarter meant 301 statues, which summoned 3010 creatures. Monsters roared, and dragon kings soared through the air. The summoned creatures didn't seem as agile as real monsters, but it wasn't a major issue. Once the monsters were summoned, the light in the statues' eyes faded. Regardless of whether the summoned monsters were destroyed, ordinary monster statues had a 7-day cooldown, while the Dragon King and Shura statues required half a month. The Shura clone took out his magic wand. The monsters charged toward the Shura clone, but triggered magic traps one after another along the way. Densely packed experience notifications popped up before Rowan, who was hiding nearby. EXP plus 1000. EXP plus 1100. EXP plus 1200. 7th tier magic, Chain Dragon Lightning. The Shura clone pointed his magic wand, and countless magical lightning bolts leaped between the monsters, causing them to fall in swaths like wheat. 7th tier magic was powerful to begin with, and with the Shura clone possessing the Elemental Holy Spirit class, elemental magic was greatly enhanced in his hands. Blizzard. Hurricane. Mixed magic, Thunderstorm. Mixed magic, Freezing Vortex. Shura remained calm and unhurried. Since the clone only had one special class, all of its magic revolved around elemental spells. The entire training ground looked like the apocalypse had arrived, with countless summoned monsters falling under the natural disasters. Unfortunately, these area of effect spells had limited effect on the Dragon Kings. The magic was powerful, but its force was dispersed. To deal with a Dragon King, one naturally needed strong single-target burst magic. 8th tier magic, Dark Ray. A dark attribute ray pierced through the flying dragon. Seeing Shura eliminate all the monsters so easily, Orca sighed. As expected, it's not quite enough. If only all the summons could be called out at once, this amount is still too small. His strength is still too weak. If he were above level 75, he might be able to do it. Above level 80, it would definitely be no problem. Orca felt some regret. This kind of ritual magic would surely only exert its maximum power if everything were summoned at once. Summoning them in waves might work against evenly matched enemies, but against a powerful foe, it was simply delivering fodder in batches, serving no purpose other than draining the opponent's mana. Seeing that they were almost all wiped out, Orca summoned the second wave of creatures. Again, it was followed by dazzling area of effect magic. The third wave was summoned. It was also quickly eliminated. The fourth wave of monsters appeared, and even the core Azura was summoned. Chapter 148, The Great Summoning Ritual with a Promising Future. Chapter 149, The Great Summoning Ritual with a Promising Future. Reading good Taiwanese books is super worry-free. The level 55 monster, Azura, exuded an aura far surpassing that of ordinary monsters. As for the Azura clone, the mana within its body was nearly exhausted. Facing this fourth wave of monster attacks, it was actually struggling to hold on. Although it could eliminate all the ordinary monsters, its mana would definitely be completely depleted, leaving it unable to deal with the final Azura. Through this ritual magic, Alka actually had the possibility of defeating the Azura clone. This great summoning ritual magic still possessed some combat power, but it wasn't particularly high. The Azura clone's mana was almost gone, but it could barely manage that one move. Alka was too impatient and shouldn't have summoned the core Azura. If he had used the last batch of small mobs to wear down the Azura clone's mana before summoning Azura, he could have relied on the ritual magic to win. Elemental Saint Spirit's ultimate skill, 6th element. Like a black hole, whether it was the ordinary summons or the charging Azura, all were sucked into the black hole in the sky before violently exploding. The violent energy impacted everything around it, causing the defensive magic array of this grand testing ground to fluctuate wildly. Even the mages on the islands outside could feel the ground trembling slightly. The ritual magic array was located further away, and had defensive capabilities, so it wasn't directly destroyed by the 6th element. When everything calmed down, only the devastated training ground and the slightly disheveled ritual magic array in the distance remained. Alka sighed. I lost. Boss, your strength is too great. It's nothing. This ritual magic array is, after all, an experimental product with many flaws and much room for improvement. If another version is optimized, I would surely be defeated. The purpose of the test has been achieved, pack things up. Yes. In the distance, Rowan's original body began to calculate the results. This test yielded a total of 16 million experience points. Among them, each ordinary monster summon provided about 1,000 experience, with all ordinary monsters contributing 12 million, the 4 Dragon Kings plus Azura provided 4 million. However, they had one advantage ordinary monsters couldn't match: sustainable development. These items could be summoned again after a 7-day cooldown. In other words, the small mobs could be summoned 4 times a month, and the 4 dragons plus Azura could be summoned twice. That's 56 million a month. Even at his current level, it's enough to level up once. This amount is already quite considerable. If combined with the experience from his original body's forging and learning, the harvesting by his clones in the Tobu Great Forest and Cat's Plain, monster hunting in the Central Six Nations, and occasionally reaping some benefits in the Holy Kingdom, he could obtain about 2 levels worth of experience per month. Although more experience is needed as the levels go up, it doesn't matter. He will create higher-level items later. This summoning ritual still has much room for improvement, and subsequent experience will also increase. Reaching max level before the Bone King descends will no longer be an issue. However, the shortcomings of this great summoning ritual are also very obvious. First, the level of the summoned monsters is too low. Level 20-something is fine for fighting local powers, but against the Great Tomb, they aren't even as good as the ordinary monsters the enemy summons at will. They'd be wiped out in one wave. Increasing the quantity isn't very necessary either, as the mental pressure of this amount is already quite high. Too many monsters put too much strain on the mind, and if the quality isn't high enough, no amount of numbers will help. Maintaining this quantity is fine for later, but the monster's level needs to be raised, at least to level 30 or higher. Second, there are too few core monsters, only the 4 dragons plus Azura, and their levels aren't high enough. Subsequent optimization will consider raising their levels by another tier, and adding a batch of elite-grade summons. Third, although there are many monsters, they lack coordination, simply charging in a swarm. They have no support abilities, no legion auras, and no magic buffs like mass enhancement. Therefore, they cannot fully utilize the advantages of legion combat. They just swarm forward and get insta-killed. Future optimization needs to categorize them into vanguards, magic DPS, archer DPS, healers, supports, and legion command enhancement mages. This is roughly the current direction for optimization. None of them are easy, neither Rowan's current abilities nor the materials meet the requirements for optimization. Furthermore, this ritual magic array also needs to be strengthened. The 7th tier is too weak. To support stronger summoning items, this magic array must also be enhanced. For this great summoning ritual, the previously accumulated materials have been exhausted. He'll have to find ways to scavenge more later. These few countries in the northwest corner have already been scavenged. After this, there are only 3 directions: theocracy, the dragon race, and the Central Six Nations. The materials from these human kingdoms are no longer sufficient to support higher-level great summoning ritual items. Since both theocracy and the dragon race have powerful experts guarding them, it seems he must consider getting some materials from the Central Six Nations. If he could rob a true dragon king, he wouldn't have such worries. The resources of any single true dragon king are equivalent to, or even exceed, those of the Central Six Nations. The optimization of the great summoning ritual can wait. For now, he should first take on these few classes to increase his strength. He has accumulated too much experience. The dense data in the experience bar looks like a bank account number, and he feels uneasy if he doesn't spend it. As for this great summoning ritual, he'll leave it to the Azura clone and Alka. They can just harvest experience once the cooldown is up, without Rowan needing to be distracted. Rowan had been coveting Infinite Magic Power's new class for a long time. Now that the testing is complete, he can finally take action. Rowan, hidden in the shadows, put on a mask and use teleportation to arrive at Infinite Magic Power's room. Infinite Magic Power was studying her grimoire, and was startled when she saw Azura. "B-Boss." She hurriedly closed the book in her hands. Rowan's build was similar to Azura's. With a disguise, it was basically impossible to tell them apart. Rowan took a look and sure enough, a new class, Magic Master, had appeared in her class skill column. Today was truly a day of double blessings, neither experience nor classes were missed. Infinite Magic Power had reported her class status a few days ago, but Rowan was busy with the critical core design of the Great Summoning Ritual and couldn't find the time to come and check. Now he could finally accept all this with peace of mind. "Close your eyes," Rowan said. Although Infinite Magic Power was somewhat puzzled, she still closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly. She felt a bit nervous, not knowing what the boss wanted to do, but her trust in him made her obey. Chapter 149, Magic Almighty. Chapter 150, Magic Almighty. Rowan reached out and tapped her forehead. Optimization. Memories of Infinite Magic Power began to flood into Rowan's consciousness. She wasn't old, only in her 20s, and her life experiences were very simple, consisting only of magic study. Taiwan Novel Network is awesome, with a vast library. Therefore, Rowan felt no pressure receiving her knowledge. Infinite Magic Power felt all her fatigue vanish, her whole being returning to its peak state. "Boss, what is this?" "A simple recovery spell, a reward for your recent hard work. Keep it up." "Okay, boss." Rowan vanished in a flash. Infinite Magic Power tugged at her oversized wizard hat. "Boss seemed a bit strange today, but this spell was indeed good. I wonder if I can get him to teach me. It would be so comfortable to have this done every day." This girl had no idea that the knowledge she had spent over 6 months learning had been stripped clean by the other party in an instant. Learn the basic knowledge of the high-tier job, Magic Master, meeting the job requirements. Class Evolver triggered. The special job derived from the high-tier job is Magic Almighty. Magic Almighty prerequisite jobs, 1 high-tier magic job each from the mana type, mental type, and faith type must reach max level. Magic Almighty LV5. Class Evolver in effect. Prerequisite job requirements waived. Magic Almighty, a true master of magic, proficient in all types of magic. All magic type job levels are shared. Please choose to take this job or forfeit it. Not bad. Infinite Magic Power had given Rowan a huge surprise. As expected of a genius, she was able to take the high-tier job of Magic Master in less than a year. This saved Rowan 1 or 2 months of study time. It was just a pity that the Bone King's arrival was too close. Otherwise, with proper training, her talent and learning ability would have made her a significant help once she grew up. Unfortunately, now, except for monstrous geniuses like Princess Anna, ordinary geniuses were basically useless and could only serve as high-tier job petri dishes. The requirements for the Magic Almighty job seemed impossible to achieve. Wanting a max-level high-tier magic job in each of the 3 systems was almost impossible. One must know that job levels from the 3 systems cannot be stacked. Training in 2 basically ruins a character. Only the residents of this world could use some clever tricks. Otherwise, let alone Magic Almighty, even the high-tier job Magic Master would be extremely difficult to achieve. Without a doubt, this was a job that did not appear in the game. This job would become one of Rowan's core jobs, allowing him to be compatible with mental type and faith type jobs. Without this job, the sage class of the Orc High Priest and the high-tier wish type job of Little Nia would be incompatible. By merging jobs from multiple systems into one, Rowan could also configure his job system more easily. Before this, based on the abilities of the Magic Master job, Rowan had speculated that its special job would most likely have all-type compatibility. That's why he had Infinite Magic Power learn the relevant magic for Magic Master. Fortunately, no major deviations occurred from what he expected. Otherwise, Rowan would have had to give up the faith type and choose a mental type job instead. Congratulations on becoming a Magic Almighty. Obtained passive skill, Magic Perception. Obtained passive skill, Magic Almighty. Obtained passive skill, Magic Transcendence. Magic Perception. Passive. Your perception is very keen. Magic reveals all its mysteries to you. Magic Almighty. Passive. You are proficient in all types of magic. All magic type job levels are shared. Magic Transcendence. Passive. Gain 2 additional uses of supertier magic. 3 passives right in the face upon taking the job. From these 3 attributes, this job isn't the type that enhances output, but rather belongs to the support type. The first one is pure support. The effect is simple and clear. It might not be very useful for game characters, but for people in another world, this passive is excellent. It can significantly shorten magic learning time, and also has a strong supporting effect on jobs like Forbidden Curse Weaver that rely on creation. The second passive is the core characteristic of this job. Needless to say, it is also the most central of the 3 passives. The third passive is a bit special. As everyone knows, magic jobs can use all tier magic by level 70. After that, for every level gained, 1 supertier magic can be learned, and for every 10 levels, 1 supertier magic can be used per day. In other words, a level 100 max level player can theoretically learn 30 supertier magics, but can only use supertier magic 4 times a day. A guy like Rowan, whose melee jobs took up 5 levels, could only learn 25 supertier magics, and the number of uses was only 3. If there were no special means, he would have 1 fewer use than a pure magic type player. However, this passive made up for it, greatly compensating for the small flaw in Rowan's job structure. Not only that, it even added an extra use. In max level battles, ordinary magic, even 10th tier magic, is mainly used for support and testing, equivalent to a mage's basic attack. Its effect is limited. True damage output depends on supertier magic. In high-level battles, only supertier magic can cause significant damage. The Magic Transcendence passive is still very practical. As for the Magic Almighty jobs, they are also support-type skills. As everyone knows, support skills are generally more precious than output skills. It's not a loss at all. Magic Mark. Active. Consume 50 MP to place an unremovable magic mark on an enemy that lasts for 10 minutes. You can choose whether to trigger this mark when the enemy is hit by a magic attack. The mark disappears after triggering. Each mark increases the damage taken by the enemy by 10%, stacking up to 3 times. Cooldown is 30 seconds. Requires Magic Almighty LV1. Magic Curse. Active. Consume 200 MP to grant an enemy a non-stackable magic damage increasing mark that lasts for 10 minutes. During the duration, base magic defense is reduced by 20%, and all magic-related resistances drop by 2 levels. Powers below world class cannot remove it. Requires Magic Almighty LV3, usage limit, 1 time/hour. Supertier enhancement. Active. Enhances the power or effect of the next supertier magic. Usage limit, 1 time/7 days. Requires Magic Almighty LV5. Good grief, 3 skills and not a single output skill. Among them, the first 2 are damage-increasing skills. This is clearly a magic support job. Only when paired with a teammate focused on magic output can its maximum power be unleashed. Chapter 150, Special Class, Great Sage. Chapter 151, Special Class, Great Sage. The 3 class skills of the Magic Almighty. The first one goes without saying, but as for the second skill, when fighting the Translucent Dragon King, since the opponent had the Dragon Race Transcender class, magic below the 8th tier was directly immunized. If this magic curse is applied, then even 6th tier magic could deal damage. If one were to first apply a magic curse for increased damage, stack 3 magic marks, then use super tier enhancement to increase the damage of the next super tier magic, and finally hit the opponent with a high output super tier magic. This combo hitting the face, TSK, the damage is simply unimaginable, it might even deal double damage. Of course, this is the ideal scenario. In reality, magic curse can be cleared using a world item or origin magic, and it takes a minute and a half to fully stack the magic marks, during which time one cannot use magic. If magic is used, it will directly trigger the magic marks. The bonus from a single magic mark is only 10%, which isn't very impressive. Therefore, the limitations are obvious, and achieving the ideal scenario isn't that easy. If the opponent knows the details of this class, it is even easier to be countered. The ultimate skill, however, is simple and brutal, with no prerequisites. Of course, without super-tier magic, this skill is useless. Overall, the skills of this class are quite powerful, and the core passive is also excellent. It is truly a special class. It is much stronger than the special class Azura. Rowan had already accumulated a vast amount of experience over such a long time. Without hesitation, he maxed out this class, increasing his level by 65. This wasn't the end. There was still an old guy in the Central Six Nations waiting to be dealt with. Previously, due to concerns about magic class compatibility, he hadn't made a move, but now, there was no such worry. The Central Six Nations were very far from the Forgotten Island, and even the highest level teleportation couldn't reach them, but it didn't matter. Forbidden magic, world movement. The next moment, Rowan arrived at the capital of the Orc Kingdom. In the Orc Kingdom, a fifth-tier crow had been watching for nearly half a year, so the situation regarding the Great Sage was already clearly understood, and there was no need to wait at all. Using the Forbidden Curse Eye, after confirming there were no traps or anyone peeking in the shadows, Rowan intended to go all out. 8th tier Forbidden Curse, Imprisonment. 9th tier, Magic Obstruction. 9th tier, Dragon Race Magic, Dragon Claw Prison. 3 9th tier spells hit the face in succession. Rowan had already learned these spells before, but his level wasn't high enough, and he needed to use ritual magic to cast them. Now, no such ritual was needed, and as for the final Dragon Race Magic. Thanks to Rowan's Dragon Race Transcender class, he could easily master the restricted Dragon Race Magic. The Orc Sage was dumbfounded, not knowing how he had provoked such a powerful enemy. Before he could even see the opponent's face, he was imprisoned and unable to move. 3 9th tier spells, what a joke. He needed to pay a huge price to cast even an 8th tier spell. Let alone 3, even a single 9th tier spell could pin him down completely. Teleporting over, he pointed his finger. Optimization. Although the life of this Orc Sage was long, there wasn't much worth noting. He was completely a shut-in. However, despite being a shut-in, he had done quite a few evil deeds, and his moral bottom line was very low. It was befitting of his minus 450 karma. Memory acquisition. For the current Rowan, absorbing 200 or 300 years of memories was no longer a big deal, and it wouldn't cause a headache like it did in the beginning. After absorbing the memories, Rowan killed the opponent without hesitation and even collected the corpse. A bunch of prompts appeared before Rowan's eyes again. This was the second time today the class selection interface had appeared. Advanced Class Sage, Basic Knowledge Learned, Requirements for taking the class met. Class Evolver triggered. The special class derived from the Advanced Class Sage is Great Sage. Great Sage requires prerequisite classes: High Priest LV5, Sage LV5, Advanced Cleric LV5. Class Evolver effective. Prerequisite class requirements waived. Great Sage, communicate with the world, analyze the world, understand the world, control the world. Please choose to take this class or abandon it. This class can even control the world. The description is quite impressive, and the prerequisites require 3 max-level advanced classes. It doesn't seem any simpler than Magic Almighty. Thinking that its abilities wouldn't be bad, Rowan immediately confirmed taking the class. Congratulations on taking the class, Great Sage. Obtained passive skill, Sage's Eye. Obtained passive skill, Parallel Thought. Obtained active skill, Analysis. Sage's Eye passive gain eyes capable of perception and analysis. Parallel thought, passive birth of two additional thoughts to assist with thinking and deduction. Analysis, active LV1 growth type skill, consumes mana to analyze objects. Mana consumption varies based on the object. Attention. Sage's Eye and Forbidden Curse I have similar origins, merging has truly begun. Merging successful, passive Sage's Eye and Forbidden Curse I have disappeared, obtained new passive, Eye of all phenomena. Eye of all phenomena, passive all phenomena in the world enter the eyes. Wait, what does this Eye of all phenomena do? Having merged the core passives of two special classes, wouldn't it be a huge loss if the effect wasn't strong? The description is also quite vague. This ability will need to be studied carefully later. As for the others, parallel thought is quite interesting. Rowan discovered that he could think synchronously. Parallel thought is quite unique. It doesn't manifest as two other little people in his mind like schizophrenia. It's a bit similar to clones but not exactly the same. Parallel thought is one consciousness with three thinking processes, but they always remain synchronized with each other. It's like being able to fully concentrate on solving math problems, memorizing English, and running at the same time, without them affecting each other. Although Rowan has many clones, and the clones can also think synchronously, their computing power is too weak. If he puts all his attention on the clones, the main body enters a high latency state. However, parallel thought doesn't have this annoyance. The three thoughts are equally powerful. It's like multiplying the original computing power by 3, rather than dividing it into 3 parts. Rowan even feels that he could cast 3 spells simultaneously. This is a bit complex and now is not the time for experimentation. The 3 skills of the Great Sage are also quite refreshing and unique. Integration/separation, active consumes mana to decompose objects into different materials. The higher the level of the object and the more tightly bound it is, the more mana is consumed. Requires Great Sage LV1. Chant skip, active skips the chanting of magic and activates it directly. Usage limit, 3 times/day. Requires Great Sage LV3. Self-acceleration, active enters a super-acceleration state, greatly increasing one's own actions and thought speed. In this state, immune to control effects below world class, ignores time-based effects. Duration, 3 minutes. Usage limit, 1 time/day. Requires Great Sage LV5. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.